Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening, NocturneFlamme. It's good to see you tonight. Thank you for jumping on to the show tonight, and for SuperOldGameSaturday. That's the name of the show. Hope you're doing well, Nocturne. Good to see you, and thank you for shouting up for what we got tonight. As it is 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and with that, we have classic gaming goodness here, and we got some classic gaming goodness for you tonight. Thank you for showing up, everybody, and with tonight, we're going to be playing Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo, released in 1994. From Rareware. It is one of the most important games that ever came out of this system. It was the third bestseller on this system, and it is the game that I first owned on this system. Yep, it should be fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, Nocturne. I'm also looking forward to the shows that we have on tap, you and I, later in this month, and then in 2 months. But yeah, tonight we're on the Switch Online's screen, or on the Switch specifically for the purpose of this, because I'm using this version specifically because there's one level, there's a flashing light case, I don't want to edit around it. It's not going to be horrible. It's not going to be killing people, potentially, the way that Wizard of War did when we played that in the Midoriya Treasures 2 collection. But yeah, that's what we're going to be running, and also, I guess, a little bit of a preview of other things we have on tap, including Sonic Origins, which I bought on this system about a week ago when it came out. And there's some things about that are interesting. We'll go into that. We mentioned that a little bit last week when we did Super Mario Land 2, and also the House of the Dead remake, which I do have the physical version of. I just need to get the light gun for it. We're going to be doing that in October. So yeah, SuperOldGameSaturday is doing a new game, albeit a remake of a game from 1997. But tonight, running into the Super Nintendo app, and I have the Japanese one. I do want to show that off a little later. But to start, we're going to go in here. We're going to start with Donkey Kong Country. This came out on November 18th, 1994 for the Super Nintendo, and it is right here. I will show this as far as the details. Yeah, the idea of this is a reboot of Donkey Kong, the arcade game that came out in 1981, developed by Rareware, who at the time had made stuff like Battletoads and Double Dare, and actually a lot of the Midway ports. We mentioned when we played Midway Treasures 2, they did the ports of Narc and Arch Rivals, and also Super Off-Road. Yeah, this was a big one as far as the Super Nintendo, because after they made a lot of money with the stuff they made on Super Nintendo, freelancing mostly, they said, okay, for Super Nintendo, what we want to do is we want to go and focus on 3D technology, because that ended up being where the focus of gaming was going to go. And at the time, people were kind of questioning, what was that going to look like? So Rare's idea was, we made a lot of money with these games we made on NES, and so we said, let's put a ton of money into buying 3D modeling PCs that were made by Silicon Graphics, a company that had a big claim to fame in the 90s because of films that their technology were used to make the visual effects of, specifically films like Jurassic Park and Twister and Dragonheart, and fitting for the 4th of July weekend, Independence Day. And they were running software by a Canadian company called Alias that did rendering stuff, and their technology was also used for films for visual effects, films with visual effects that actually still hold up pretty well today, particularly The Abyss from John Carpenter, which was made with the Alias 2 software, and even more famously, Terminator 2 Judgment Day, which used the Power Animator tool. And Rare said, hey, let's use that, and let's take a perspective of getting 3D models and transforming them into visual sprites, so they would be able to run on the Super Nintendo. And we are on the Super Nintendo Switch Online thing, and a few months ago we did play, where is it? I have everything organized. We played Star Fox, which also did some technical stuff with Super Nintendo, saying we're going to build a chip into the cartridge for the purpose of running 3D graphics. Rare's perspective was saying we're going to use this technology we have and turn into sprites the Super Nintendo can recognize. And it was a big hit for Nintendo. This was the third best-selling game on the system behind Super Mario All-Stars and Super Mario World, although, question I guess to that is that, do those really count because they were bundled in with the system at points in the system's life? And so is Donkey Kong Country. In fact, I'll go personal for sure on this one before we get started. I own the Super Nintendo because of this game, the Donkey Kong set that it was bundled in with. I'll put a picture as far as what it is. Yeah, the Donkey Kong Country series easily is some of the most beautiful graphics that the Super Famicom and Super Nintendo ever had. Indeed, they do, and there's also been some controversy when it's come to that, as far as if people agree or if they think this is just a case of style over substance. And thank you, Nocturne, for mentioning Super Famicom on that too, because just to give a little perspective, I do have the Super Famicom app here, and I'm going to go into something with the Japanese version later in the show to kind of go into some interesting differences that you might not be aware of with that. Hello, Dolly Finn. Good evening to you. We are playing Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo tonight. This is going to be a case, I guess, of me making a mistake as far as the RPG we played, in the sense of I thought we were going to need a longer time, so we had an open week. And over the past cases this has happened, I said, I'm going back to games that actually I've already played. I already played Donkey Kong Country for the show before, but it was 2 years ago. I do not have the recording of it anymore. and so I have better technology for the voice and stuff going on with this. So I have that going. Fun, yes. This game is absolutely fun, and as Nocturne was saying, beautiful graphics this game had as far as the 3D tech, and it was a huge hit for Nintendo, and as I said, this is a system seller, for sure. This is the idea of what the system seller really is. Games that made people buy the system. Not to say that the other games were bundled in with this, specifically Super Mario All-Stars and Super Mario World were not system sellers, and Super Mario World was bundled in with the system when it first came out. But Donkey Kong Country was a case where, late into this life of the 16-bit eras and the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, this is the game that won it over Sega. We'll say that right now. Hello, ElecVerse. Good evening to you. We are playing Donkey Kong Country. Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody in chat is doing well for this game we're going to be playing. And it's a game that I have a lot of personal experience for, and I'm going to be loving to hear all of yours as I share all of mine. And the first one I'm going to share before we get started is the fact that I own this game, or I own the Super Nintendo because of this game. It was bundled in with the Donkey Kong set, and I have to owe my late grandfather for this one because when I was growing up, he was one who liked doing a lot of different things. He had a lot of different hobbies and interests. One thing he was interested in was camping for a while, and he had a trailer that he would have stored at an area south of where we were by about an hour or so. There came to a point where he said, like, okay, I'm going to have to sell this thing, and with the money from it, he was very gracious this way. It was also something that he said, you know what, I want to get my grandsons, myself and my brother, things that they would like. So he got my brother this really advanced stereo system, and he got me a Super Nintendo, the Donkey Kong set, because he saw Donkey Kong Country. He was impressed with this game, too. As I mentioned, we played Arch Rivals a couple weeks ago, which Rare did the NES port of, by the way. He was one who didn't play games much, but he was one who was always very curious in seeing them, and loved watching me play, and one of them specifically being the Earthworm Jim titles, of which, on the Super Nintendo side of this, they put Earthworm Jim 2 on there about a couple months ago. At some point, we'll play the Earthworm Jim games, or this one, and then the first one. The first one I'm going to use the Sega Genesis for. The second, I'd like to get the Sega Saturn version, but if I can, I'll use the Super Nintendo version. But just to go on that idea, because, I mean, we've mentioned sometimes in the show the idea of personal connections with games. It's a nice memory. Well, yeah, and it was something that, as I said, I wanted to do this game, and I said, okay, this is what we're going to do this week. That kind of came back to me all this week and made me think back to that. So, to my grandfather, wherever you are now, this one's for you, and thank you for everything, and thank you for the memories. The great memories of this game, the great memories of you, and everything going on with that. And I think maybe somewhere he's smiling, potentially looking at this. But alright, with that, we do have the Super Nintendo stuff. I could feasibly go over sort of what has been added recently, of which there were, I guess, a couple things. Most recently was Earthbound. That was about a couple months ago for that. But yeah, this is what we're going to be running. Well, I'm definitely feeling better this week. Glad to hear that, ElecVerse. I am also feeling better to some degree with stuff I have going on, as far as my health's concerned, but doing all right. Feeling up, feeling excited, really looking forward to knocking this game through and going through it for a second time for the show. But as I said, I don't have a recording, so for stuff I did before we kind of had this more official and before I had recording, that is where we're going to be running. And also one other thing before I start, and then we'll definitely get to the game for real. I want to apologize for some of the stuff we've had going on. I went to the doctor and I had blood drawn. Yeah, I actually had that happen about a week or so ago, and I've got stuff I got to get looked at in connection with that, just to kind of put it mildly, but I'm doing okay as far as it, and a good thing to, get the sense of, like, what's going on for the purpose of that. But the last memory, I promise, swear to God, before we start this game, this is going to be the last thing I'm going to be going into. I hope you're both okay. Well, I'm doing well, Dolphin, I guess, ElecVerse, you sound like you're doing well, and Nocturne, I hope you're doing well as well. And that's the other thing, I guess, about the show. Fine, two more things before I start, the long-winded case, but I guess you like that for the purpose of that. Supposed to get my test results yesterday, we heard nothing, so I'm assuming I'm good. For the time being, yes, I mean, that's kind of the best you can do as far as it, and that's, I guess, how some cases of that have been going. But yeah, two things. As I said, this has been more of a community program, so I like the idea that, we're getting more open to that, the community perspective, going through that, while getting our memories with games. And for sure, chat, I want to hear everything you have to say. If you'd like to, on Donkey Kong Country, all of them, of which there are all three. The second game I played before, it is on the YouTube site. We will do three at some point in the future. But yeah, we have that connection, and makes a unique show for the purposes. And the last thing we'll go into, I want to apologize for the last show we had, and actually the past couple shows we've had, where I realized that we had stuttering with the video, and I realized this is not all completely on Twitch's side, because I'm streaming through Twitch. If you're watching this on YouTube, saying, like, wait a second, what's that about? That's what's going on. I'm a tech person, just to give a little bit of a background of that without getting super specific, but I was looking at that and saying, like, wait a second, it's done this for some of the shows I've done, and I've had to put an edit saying, like, oh, it's stuttering here as far as the video in some cases. I'm getting audio dropout. So I tried some stuff on my end to kind of make my PC be running better, and also making it so that there isn't going to be as much memory running. So going a little more minimalistic as far as that tonight. So hopefully it'll be good, and yeah, hopefully with that, after the 10-minute spiel, you're going to enjoy the show as we start Donkey Kong Country, released again in 1994 on the Super Nintendo. It also was ported later to the Wii Virtual Console, you can't get anymore, the Wii U's Virtual Console, you can't get it in March of next year, Switch Online where we have it, the new 3DS, we also can't get it in March, but you can buy it now for $8. It was also in the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance, and yeah, that's definitely interesting cases of that. We're getting Cranky Kong here, getting a little bit of a throwback to Donkey Kong for the NES, but new Donkey Kong's coming here, so I was like, yeah, get that shit out of here, my old man. I got my boombox, because it is 90s, and we got this wonderful music that was done by David Wise, who did the music for games on the NES like Battletoads, and we mentioned Narc and Arch Rivals got NES ports from Rare. He did the music for those, as well as Snake Rattle and Roll, as well as Double Dare, and I have that Double Dare game, that's an interesting one, and Diddy Kong Racing. More recently, he's done stuff like Star Ghost and Snake Pass. Well, yeah, here you go. This is how you're knowing we're a 90s case with Donkey Kong. I said the idea is that Nintendo wanted to actually look at a game that Nocturne, you and I are going to be playing at the end of the month, which is Aladdin for the Sega Genesis. They're saying, hey, look at the graphics on that, look at the tech that's running behind that. Can we have something to compete with that on the Super Nintendo, as well as the Mode 7 stuff of the logo being peeled down on the ground, almost like a paint roller. And that was what happened with the Silicon Graphics ACM Atlas, you know, powered graphics of this game turned into sprites, and it is good stuff, and it definitely started a big one for Rare on this system. The music not only was done by David Wise, but mostly was him, as well as Evelyn Fisher Novakovic, because she was Evelyn Fisher and then married and was Evelyn Novakovic. Did the music for games like King Griffith Jr.'s Winning Run and Donkey Kong Land 3, which I have a unique version of that I can show you at some point. And she also voiced Joanna in Perfect Dark and Vela in Jet Force Gemini. And then there's one piece of music that was done by Robin Bean when he did the music for Conker's Bad Fur Day and Jet Force Gemini. And yeah, that's Funky's theme. We'll see in a bit. But alright, so here we go. You have 3 save slots. You have an erase game if you want to. If you type BARRAL as far as the code on this, you get 50 lives to start. And we're going to have the Banana Slamma. Yes! Okay, let's talk about that, and also the fact that the paint effect is still charming. Yes, absolutely. And I think that's the thing with this game. A lot was made of this game when it came out about the tech behind it. The thought that, you know, this is the future where gaming was going with 3D, and Rare was right in predicting, and other companies were right in predicting that too. And some were kind of going back and forth as far as what that was. But yeah, just saying like, okay, we're going to have this effect, we're going to show off what the system can do, and most importantly, get that perspective of, you know, the fact that Nintendo's argument was very simple. You can get great graphics like this the same way you could get with Star Fox. Buy a Super Nintendo and play it. That's all you need. You don't need an add-on. With that, I think this is the game that won them the console war between the Sega Genesis, but of course, as ElecVerse is saying, the Banana Slamma. Yeah, I forgot that was a thing. Yeah, the Donkey Kong Country animated series, which was CG-based, as well as in 1997. I remember, I think I saw it on the Fox Family Channel back in the day. It was, I don't know if it's good, but it definitely has a weird charm to it that is unique. Yep, and I will put a picture when I edit this in a couple days showing what that is, as well as I feasibly links to actually an abridged series of that show that's being done by this channel I watch, Uncle Al, who is pretty amazing with voice impersonations that he does for a lot of things, stuff like that, stuff like SpongeBob SquarePants, and even like King of the Hill. And by the way, if you wait too long, by the way, it goes back to the perspective of that with Cranky Kong wanting to listen to the music. But yeah, we're going to get going. We're going to start our file. We are running to 101%. I say it was cheesy. Yeah, I'm not gonna deny that, but it is interesting, and honestly, I'll tell you, that Uncle Al Bridge series, of which he's done 2 episodes so far, kind of makes me like it better than I even like the original. But alright, so when you play this game, you have options for 1 player, if you're playing solo, or 2-player contest and 2-player team. The difference between them is that in 2-player contest, 2 players are playing as a pair of Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong together, and in the other one, you're teaming off where 1 player is Donkey Kong and 1 is Diddy. And Diddy was on that show, along with all the other characters you're going to see, and that goes to one thing with this game, which is Donkey Kong Country was a powerhouse, for sure, for the Super Nintendo, and I think in some ways it still is, that case where, as I said, this is the game that won Nintendo the console, I'm pretty sure of that, and it was one that really was showcasing a lot of great stuff, and it definitely took the world by storm. In some ways, it kind of was their equivalent to Sonic the Hedgehog, in some ways, even more, I would say, than Mario, only because of the way this game and a lot of the other ones tend to play in terms of focusing on a very strong forward momentum, as we're starting in the Congo Jungle with the first level. This is Jungle Hijinks, and we're going to find every bonus area, by the way, as we shoot out of the house and see what the plot of this game is. That the Game Boy Advance version goes into a bit more, as does the instruction manual of this, where it's like, yeah, my bananas got stolen by the Kremlings. Diddy was supposed to keep watch. He got knocked out with a barrel, and they do have a cutscene in the Game Boy Advance version that shows that. And uses the same dialogue from the instruction manual for this game to do it. But you come in this house, you get a life balloon, which is worth a 1-up when you get the red one. Yeah, but that's the idea. The Kremlings, is led by King K. Rool, stole the banana horde, and we gotta go get it back. And you also have the perspective of how Donkey Kong works. You hold that Y button, which I'm holding the entire game to run. Actually, you know what? I'll let them stay still, because I get to show this perspective of the animation. Yeah, there you go. That is Donkey Kong, you know, beating his chest, ready to go. Like, he is definitely the banana slam. You do a banana slam take by hitting down the Y button with him. And if you hit it in between trees like that, you get bananas. 100 of those get you life. Fall down there, hit pressure points on the ground to knock out the steel barrel. Toss that against the wall. It bounces, and you can jump on it and ride it. And there's the DK barrel, which has Diddy Kong in it. We'll get him out in a second. Or I'll just say, like, yeah, pick that up and keep going. So, yeah, knock the critters out. Now, let's get Diddy out of the barrel. Bust him, and there you go. And he is my other partner. I hit the A button or the select button and pull him out. He runs faster and jumps further than Donkey Kong, but he's not as strong, so that's the perspective of it. But with him, you want to do cartwheel jumping. As you're rolling and you're jumping out, rolling and you're in midair, just jump and you can make a further jump. You hear the wonderful music, the Donkey Kong Jungle swing with the piano going, it is so good, my god. This music is amazing. I'm not even gonna bother, you know, sugarcoating it. This is some of the best music you'll ever hear out of this system, and it's terrific stuff. Creates such a great atmosphere as I hit the continue barrel. Hit that. If you die, you're coming back to that. And one other thing, you have, well, fine, two other things. Your one-hit kill cases in this game. So if I get hit by an enemy, those naughties in particular, I'll lose my Kong and I'll go back to the other one. I'll get hit with only one, I'm dead. We also have the animal buddies, jump on them, and you can ride Rambi the Rhino. Run along there and run through all of the Kremlings as such. Hearing the great atmospheric music tracks. And yeah, and you're looking for the bonus stages, in this case, bust the wall there to get it. And unlike the later games in this franchise, you don't have to actually beat these. You just have to get through and feasibly just exit, and it'll give you a count for your percentage. The later ones change that. Then we're gonna jump on Clump and knock him out, who was in that animated series on top of that. But alright, here's another bonus stage. And we're getting every single one of these, but we're also gonna be getting everything we can come in contact with, including the tokens here. You line all three of them up of the one you want, and you get the token. As for Winky the Frog, get 3 of those, you play a bonus game of his where you get tons of lives. I swear the first level in any Donkey Kong game is the best place to farm lives. Well, there are a lot of... Well, that's true. And as far as this, yeah, because in the treetops, as you saw over there, I was getting lives by going through that and getting a 1-up balloon and a 2-up balloon. The 2-up balloon, by the way, is the green one, where you get 2 lives off of that. So you're right, you can keep coming back here and doing that. I'm already at 13 lives, and 0 just counts as life. When you pass this area, it is nighttime. And go out. And actually, that's the thing, we're gonna have tons of lives at the end of this. I'm gonna be getting to 99, because I practiced this last night, using the Japanese version, interestingly enough, and I'll go into that a little later, for it. But yeah, I had 99 at the end of this. Actually, just like I did when I did Donkey Kong Country 2. Alright, we are going to the Ropey Rampage next, and it is raining. Which is fitting, I guess, because it was raining outside a little while before I started this. Like, hey, wait a second, is the tech gonna be affected by the purposes? But yeah, this is showing off, of course, what the graphics are really doing. It is the tech of the 3D models of Diddy Kong and Donkey Kong. Be careful of the army there. When you're Diddy, you have to hit him twice on the head in order to hurt him, whereas Donkey Kong just jump on him once. But a lot of people are questioning the idea of, alright, here's the tech of this game. This sure looks great, but is there anything else to this game than that? To me, I'd say the gameplay is terrific in terms of how it operates, controls, and how smooth and how many great secrets there are, including going down there to find a bonus room. Yeah, the music is fun stuff. By David Wise, composer of the UK. He worked for Rare for quite a while. Indeed, he did. And he had particularly worked on a lot of big games of Rare's. Like, as I mentioned Battletoads and Diddy Kong Racing later. But also stuff like, we played Arch Rivals and Narc, which got NES ports from Rare. He did the music for those, but interesting enough, he was not credited. And he did the music for the Double Dare game on that system, which is interesting to hear him, trying to replicate the, that Nickelodeon show. At some point, we should show that game. But you're right, this is more than just good graphics, and also, I guess I got a weird case there, where I was able to roll into the army without getting myself, stuck there with him. He can't kill you unless he touches me specifically, but I was swinging along the vines. But it's not just graphics, because I'll say this, isn't Rare for the UK? Yes, they are from Twycross out in the United Kingdom, which goes to another interesting thing. Well, I'm also going to pay attention to where the life is. It's going to randomize all across each of these, and when it stops flashing like that, pick where it is, and you get it. If you miss it, you don't get it. But yeah, they did come out of the UK, and it was an interesting case with them, because that was a period where it was thought in some cases that a lot of gaming was coming out of Japan. The great games were coming out of Japan. And the question of, is there great game developing coming out of the US, of which there certainly was. I mean, we'll have that with Aladdin in a few weeks, which, as I said, they made this because they wanted to go after that, or Nintendo wanted to anyway. But with Rare, there was kind of the idea of, gaming out of Europe, which there was kind of questions of in some cases, particularly with a company called US Gold, which made a lot of stuff, including a Game Gear version of Mega Man, which was taken off of Mega Man 4 and 5 in particular. That's insanely rare now. It's like a $500-$600 game. But the question of, was a lot of stuff from Europe really of high quality, which there definitely was great stuff, even outside of Rare, but Rare was the case where this made a mark with people. And we're going to be visiting Cranky Kong. Looks like on Mr. Popular Day. Yes, sir. Yeah, we are, because we went back to the intro about 5 times. And this goes to the perspective also of the perspective of the graphics. Games don't look like this when I was a lad. And we're much better off in those days as well. And this is also going into the perspective of the controversy of this game when it comes to the visuals. Bet you thought this was 64-bit. People said they thought this was 64-bit. This was shown at the Consumer Electronics Show in 1994, and they said, this looks like a Nintendo 64 game, and yeah, they weren't wrong about that. But, of course, all graphics, no gameplay, which is quite literally, almost word for word, what Rare said to Tim and Chris Stamper when they were doing a dual interview. 30 megabytes, megabits, no more 30 games in my day, and they'd be great. In between the discussion, he will also give you hints as far as stuff. Someone told me if you hold down the Y button, you can run. Yeah, that was me, my friend. I told our loving and, I guess, interesting audience, or interested audience, Doggy, I've seen enough, that tie, turn it off. Yeah, you can't see that perspective, but yeah, we're going away. Yeah, but I was gonna say, one of the big critics of this game was Shigeru Miyamoto, who made Donkey Kong original, and was going to the Reptile Rumble in the caves. He was in a dual interview with Tim and Chris Stamper, and Tim Stamper was the director of this game. He basically said that Donkey Kong Country's popularity was a case of gamers willing to put up with great graphics or subpar gameplay. He's since sort of reneged on that, but he also admitted that part of it was because Nintendo came back to him and said, because of the success of this game, we want you to make Yoshi's Island look like that, and he refused, but to be fair, he then came with a great way how Yoshi's Island looked as far as it. But actually with that, Rare sat back and took it when he literally said that right in front of the people who made this game. And then the year after that, they made Donkey Kong Country 2, where they made Donkey Kong not a playable character, and they said specifically, we did that because Miyamoto shafted us that way in that interview. And then they also made Donkey Kong Land on the Game Boy, where the plot is literally Cranky Kong saying, the only reason that this game did well, the game you're seeing on screen right now, was because of the graphics and not the gameplay. And then they said, you can't do this on Game Boy, no one would ever give a shit about this game. And then he calls up K. Rool and says, like, steal the Banana Horde again, they want to prove their worth. That's interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. It's also showing the idea of Rare when it comes to the idea of how their sense of humor goes, because I mentioned we played Donkey Kong Country 2, is that they did not ignore that, specifically. They sat and took it at the time, but then they went back and went to that. And you could feasibly also say that they made an argument, I don't know how true this is or not, but just the perspective of it, that Miyamoto is a sexist, because in that game you had Dixie Kong added, and Cranky's constantly saying the idea of, girls in gaming should be the damsels in distress and not the stars. Lore question though. Is Cranky Kong Donkey Kong's dad or grandpa? Rare says his father, but Nintendo went back and said grandfather. That is an interesting one. As we're going to Coral Cave, we're seeing this wonderful water music. But while we're hearing this and swimming along, there are no bonus stage, by the way, in the water stage. Just gotta get to the end. Yeah, I think the thought of this was a couple things. Because as I mentioned, when this game was being developed, Nintendo was saying, hey, they want a connection for reviving a franchise, and they said, okay, what about this one? So they gave it to Rare. Rare said, okay, can we do this with our tech? They said, Donkey Kong, go ahead. And Diddy Kong will play in here, who, by the way, is better swimming in the water because he's a little smaller and he swims a little faster. He's actually a redesign of Donkey Kong Jr. At least that was the idea, but Nintendo said, this is too much of a radical departure, and they changed it. Well, we have Unguard, the swordfish. Go around, you can move the D-pad to swim instead of hitting the B button and stab things with the sword nose of him. Or yeah, I'm trying to remember what the term is. I'm not a marine biologist, unfortunately. But anyway, to answer your question, long-windedly at least, the thought is I think that, because Cranky Kong is supposed to be the Donkey Kong that was from Donkey Kong, the arcade game, and he does have comments when you go back to his cabin where he says, I was fighting off Mario and all that back in the day. And remember, Donkey Kong Jr., the arcade sequel that came out for that, and there's another on guard if you need him, but I do not. And you know what, fine, we gotta kill the sharks here, or the Chomps Jr., boom, they're getting stabbed. Yeah, he's Donkey Kong Sr. Well, he sort of is, but here's the thing about this, is because... You're right, he is Donkey Kong Sr., but the thought initially when Rare was making this game was that... I guess technically it would have been that the Donkey Kong in this game would have been... I guess the father, or the son of, Cranky, and then Donkey Kong when the father of Donkey Kong Jr., but since it's Diddy and it's a different character, technically not. So, I mean, I think that goes to the idea of what's the mix of it. But, so, yeah, I mean, it is weird that way as far as Rare saying one thing and Nintendo saying another, but I'm trying to remember, because I have the sequels to this, or the ones that Rare didn't make, which were, Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Wii and 3DS, and, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze on the Wii U and the Switch. And I don't know if they went into that as far as that. Also, one thing I'm going to show off quickly. Let's show off what Funky's Flights is. This is the only track in the game, by the way, that's done by Robin Beanland, and it sounds like something out of Killer Instinct. He has this jumbo jet barrel. Takes you to any point in the island if it's somewhere you've been to already. And you hear that, hi-ya! Which I do love that perspective. Yeah, it's a complete total bummer, so he says, I'll show this idea as we go along, and I really want to answer that. Yeah, and Donkey Kong 64, Cranky calls him his good-for-nothing son, which I guess would then... Yeah, that would be the case of Rare saying that, and this game suggesting that, because, you know, at Donkey Kong, you know, you're my good-for-nothing case of this. But I don't know if those later games, which are done by Retro Studios, the two I mentioned for the Returns and the Tropical Freeze game, I don't know if they specifically say anything as far as, like, he's supposed to be the grandfather, but, I mean, that would also mean that I guess then Wrinkly Kong would then be Donkey Kong's mother. And, spoiler warning, Donkey Kong 64, she is not a factor really anymore, in ways I'll get into when we get to that. I don't know how I'm gonna play that because of, all the collecting thing of that. I mean, I'll probably do that on multi-month, parts for that. But I guess to answer the question, I'd probably lean towards the, something sort of, I guess, but then that also means, like, where's Donkey Kong Jr.? Just kind of hanging. I don't necessarily have the thoughts, like, this Donkey Kong in this game would be, like, no, abandoning that, or abandoning his son that way, or going to the Barrel Cannon Canyon. And introduced to the barrels, or the barrel cannons, as you shoot. The ones without the stars on it, you shoot out by hitting the Y button, the B button. The ones without it, you shoot off automatically. But yeah, that is an interesting question, I guess, to go to that. I mean, also, the weird thing with the artifacting, I just noticed that. Also, that's a Master Turk, I'm not taking that. Yeah, Mario's the adversary in the Donkey Kong Jr. game, and it was Stanley who was the Bugman in Donkey Kong Land, or Donkey Kong 3. That's true. Also, good thing I got that. You get 3 of those tokens to go in to play with Winky the Frog. We'll see him a little later as far as playing in the stages, but here you go through, get the tokens, and get the 1-ups. Every 100 of them gives you a life. So just keep going and find the massive tokens, or the massive token, which doubles your point total. But yeah, as then went, I would probably maybe lean more towards the son thing if Rare's saying it, but then again, I don't notice if I say that Donkey Kong is related to Wrinkly Kong, and Wrinkly Kong never said anything about that, because Wrinkly Kong was Cranky's wife, who was introduced in Donkey Kong Country 2. So, in that case, I'd probably lean more towards the son thing, sort of, but maybe more towards the grandfather thing, or the idea is like, how related are they really? So, I mean, maybe I can find a definitive answer to that, and I'll put an edit here when I edit this in a few days, hopefully getting a better answer. But you're right, it is, I guess, that disagreement. As I mentioned, it goes to the idea of, you know, I guess Nintendo and Rare being a little bit at odds of sorts with this franchise to some degree. A little, but then again, it's the idea that the Donkey Kong series that Finn, you're mentioning, there are 3 in the arcade to start, that were totally different, and then this is the new version of it, or the reimagining, basically the reboot case of franchise. So, yeah, that's definitely an interesting case for it, although I guess now, Nintendo probably would say the other case, because Nintendo doesn't have Rare anymore. I guess we'll go into that too, because This game was so successful. It was a game that sold about, I have it written down in my notes here, it sold 9.3 million units. I guess it also includes the perspective of bundles in, like, the Donkey Kong set that I got this out of. But after this game came out, it was such a big success, Nintendo got I guess a bit of a stake in Rare, so they basically were a second party developer of sorts for them until 2002 when Microsoft bought them. I love the colors in this game. Yeah, and that's the other thing about the visuals. It's not just that 3D tech we're seeing, which looks awesome, and looked awesome at the time specifically, but especially looking at it from an artistic perspective, look how the greens here as far as the trees, the bushes, the butterfly there with the purple that way. So it definitely creates this great world that you really get lost in. And as I was also saying, the thing with Rare and Nintendo, I guess the idea is that Rare, sort of broke off with Nintendo to some degree, but also the perspective that then they went to Microsoft, and that was the idea. But for a while, it was Nintendo's case. Yeah, me too, as far as the look of the graphics, I'm going to assume, in the colors. And that's the thing, I think, that's made this game age so well visually. Also, the TT barrels, you throw them at an enemy, they'll explode, but if you put it down, I'm holding the Y button to pick up the barrel. And if you're running the whole game like I do, you're just gonna pick up barrels as you go along. If you hit down the D-pad and let go of the Y button, you drop it. But with the TNT barrel, it blows up, and if it's near an enemy, it will kill them. This is the only Donkey Kong Country game that does that. For some reason. 2 doesn't have it, and 3 doesn't have it either. But yeah, you're right, as far as the way this game is looking, it's the total package when it comes to its presentation. But here's the other thing, I'll counter, I guess, the argument, against people who say, like, hey, this game was good for its time as far as visual, and it hasn't aged well, while I get myself killed with my 29 or 30 lives. Not a big deal. When you fall in a pit, you die. Or if you hit by something. You know what, fine, I'll show getting hit because I want to let you listen to that great music again. You hit once, Diddy's gone, hit again, you're dead. And you get that great piano music. I love that. It is so good. But anyway, I guess to go to that, this is the whole package as far as the visuals, but it's not just that, because as I said, this game is so much fun. Look, I'd like to think that a game can look great, and we've said this as far as, like, why does a game look great for different reasons. The tech behind it, the artistry behind it, the colors behind it, the visual design. I mentioned Yoshi's Island. Say what you will on Miyamoto when it came to him dogging on this game, but he was right in terms of Yoshi's Island, saying that Yoshi's Island looks like a kid's coloring book, and it's beautiful in terms of the art style. And I think with this game, you can kind of say the same thing, but the idea is that, look, if it's just on graphics, I'd be impressed by it, or feasibly anybody would be impressed by it just looking at it, while avoiding the zingers, which are scary beasts, for sure, with those eyes through the bzzz, bzzz. But the idea is that if this game wasn't fun, you would not want to play it, feasibly. You would not ever want to, buy a Super Nintendo to play it. I never would have said, I want to have a Super Nintendo, I want to play this game. Or it's actually, in the words of, unfortunately, the late Bernie Stoller, who died this week, or last week. No, yeah, it was this week. He died on Monday. Who headed the PlayStation 1 launch and the launch of the Dreamcast. Well, we're seeing Candy Kong. You come to her. She's sort of the girlfriend of Donkey Kong. They definitely go into that more in Donkey Kong 64. But yeah, you can jump in here and jump in her save barrel and save the game. Yeah, not knocking those games, but can we really call Donkey Kong Country 2 and Donkey Kong Country 3 Donkey Kong games when you don't get to play as him? Yeah, that's the question. As I said, it's because of what Miyamoto said that you can't play as him. That is literally why Rare did it. They said, like, why can't you play as Donkey Kong? That's why. But, I mean, I think it's... Well, I get that idea, and that feasibly, I guess, went to the idea that when Returns and Tropical Freeze came out, they said, fine, you can play as Donkey Kong. And also, in Tropical Freeze, you can play as Dixie and Cranky Kong. And Diddy in both of them. But I think in some ways you can, I guess, the question of, the lore case... And I guess it also goes to what happened with Donkey Kong Country as a franchise, or this element of Donkey Kong, because in some ways, despite that idea, and even after Rare stopped making Donkey Kong games, which are these three, the Donkey Kong Land games on the Game Boy and Donkey Kong 64, Nintendo kept with the lore of this one. I mean, because there's a lot of games based on this. There's Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which is on the GameCube and the Wii, that was had some perspectives of it, and also the Donkey Konga games, which is by Namco. And this is very naughty, the beaver. You jump on him 5 times, he dies. He's very simple. The Game Boy Advance version changes his pattern to make him a little less simple, but yeah, he's dead already. Boom, pound him. I get that idea, but it was interesting to see that, Nintendo kept this going, because I think they realized, yeah, we had a hit in this game. And they realized that, and even Miyamoto said, like, fine, it was out of line for me to say that, and in some ways, the idea is like, it's that grudging respect, I think, eventually, because, like, hey, this is a big deal for Nintendo. This is what won them the 16-bit console war. I'm gonna say that. And it was a simple argument. Instead of saying, you know, Sega had the 32X and the Sega CD, and they're saying, like, you have to buy an add-on to play something like Knuckles Chaotix, Nintendo's answer was, just buy this. And in fact, they used that in their marketing constantly, saying the idea of, you know, you don't have to buy an add-on to that, you don't have to buy a 3DO, that's like a $700 unit back then, for the purpose of getting graphics like this, and gameplay like this. So, that's the perspective as we're in the, Monkey Mind's going to Winky's Walkway. But yeah, I guess as far as whether you'd consider that, yeah, Chad, I don't know, if you want to, what do you think as far as what ElecVerse is saying? Because I get where he's coming from, while also thinking that, you know, they are still getting the perspective of sort of connecting this, so yeah, because like Donkey Kong Jr., he's kind of out of this franchise completely. I mean, he was in Mario Tennis, I think he was in some later Mario Golf games, but outside of that was about it. Or in the Mines, you have this great music, Life in the Mines, that was done by Evelyn Fisher. And it sounds very atmospheric, but also very melodic too. And also, you hit A button, you can jump off a Winky. Also, one other thing I did not know you could do until actually just last night, you can bust those barrel, or those enemy spawning barrels with any barrel, not just the explosive ones. So there you go. I do too, in the sense of what? You are questioning whether this is the Donkey Kong game, or you're questioning... Yeah, feel free to elaborate on that. A nice touch, though, is that the pirate ship in this game, or the pirate ship at the end, comes closer each time you clear an area. It does. It does? I gotta be honest, I never noticed that before. So, I'm gonna love looking back at that while we're getting another bonus stage, with, Espresso, the ostrich. Yeah, this is the only game she is in, except for the Game Boy Advance version of Donkey Kong Country 2, where there's mode, which is racing. Same deal as before, you go around and collect the tokens, but in her case, you run around, and she has, floating. You can, hit the B button while I'm trying to get over this. You should do, like, that hover going down, and it slows your descent. And a lot of cases, also, when you're running through levels with her, finding her in the stages, enemies that usually go under your legs, there's no hitbox on her feet that way. So they'll just run under and you won't get hurt by them. But also it makes it weird for hitting items as well. But bigger enemies will still hurt her. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to look at that, because actually that's a detail I never noticed before. So thank you, ElecVerse, for pointing that out. But yeah, I mean, it is an interesting thing as far as, like, what's the perspective of, you know, Donkey Kong Country in this franchise, and how do they really map it out? Okay, yeah, I just come over here for the double icon. I will definitely show all those off, and I just missed 8 lives. But yeah, you go through this, you can get tons of lives for this, so... When you get used to it, dying is not going to be on the menu, but it also goes to another thing, which is the difficulty of this game, what's, I guess, considered the difficulty of this game. I don't know if I'd necessarily say this is a really, really hard game. Also, this interesting thing I always love saying. Yeah, let's jump on here, he'll just keep bouncing with Winky the Frog. Yeah, as far as the difficulty of this, although maybe it's partially because I played this game growing up so much. I said, I own a Super Nintendo because of this game. So I'm not wondering if maybe the case is that, you know, I played it so much, I know all this stuff, and the pattern memorization and the quick reflexes, almost like Sonic the Hedgehog, really, which maybe is why I liked it so much. Also, by the way, the Kong letters. Click all 4 of them, you get a life at the end of the stage. Although, when it comes to difficulty, maybe this is what people are talking about when it comes to that. And the Japanese version actually made this easier. I'm gonna show that off at the end of the show tonight. This is Minecart Carnage. This is the other thing you usually think about with Donkey Kong Country, which is you go into the jungle, you have the characters of that, but then you also have the minecarts. There's also a warp. If you jump over the barrel here and down right against the wall, there's a warp barrel that takes you halfway through the level, but yeah, we're not doing that. Getting this, you know, dramatic music was going on the minecart, making the jumps. Yeah, you gotta be very specific with these, especially the Game Boy Color version of this, from what I've understood. I hear it's insanely hard with the response, and even as far as the collision detection being very weird. It was, I guess, amazing they ported that to the Game Boy Color. Downgraded, admittingly, but, yeah, they did put it on there. I still remember the, Stop Skeletons from Fighting channel. It was Uncle Derek and producer Grace to do that one. She was saying, or he was saying, you know, you tried to warn me on Twitter about how insanely hard this game is. And sorry, insanely hard this level is, but, yeah, that's the idea. I actually like these. I like them too, honestly. So, I mean, and maybe it's because of, like, the fast reflexes thing. As I said, I'm a huge fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. I made that clear, I think, multiple times on this program. I mean, for God's sake, I did a whole year of stuff, and how did I miss that? Okay, maybe I just missed the touch for that, and there's Crash, by the way. Don't hit him or you get hurt. I did not know how I missed that end, but yeah, whatever. I like these two, I think, because of, you're right, it feels like I'm out of control. It feels, that atmosphere, okay, there's Crash, you hit him, you're knocked off, but yeah, that's the case. Yeah, that case, you have to jump almost right at the end of the track. So I think it's something that, it's very specific how you have to react, and that can sometimes be a stumbling block, but even then, because there's a lot of enemies that are around, More in this version than the Japanese version. Yeah, there's 2 of them here, but in Japan there's only 1. And even this part, there's only 1 cart here on the Japanese version. I think it's 1 or it's 2. But they cut it down significantly. But I like these because of that atmosphere, and also because when you get through it, and there's no bonus stage there, by the way, so it's good for the purpose of just running through it, you feel really accomplished. And I think that's the thing about Donkey Kong Country as well, as far as the difficulty on top of that, is that it can be hard, I guess, if you're coming to it new, but A, you have a lot of opportunities to get lives, and B, it just feels so satisfying. It's not that case of, like, you want to just toss the game down, we're going into Bouncy Bonanza next. You want to keep playing until you get great at it. In fact, I was going into that with, the Crochet Nerd 64 yesterday, because, he's gonna be on the show next week for, the next part of Majora's Mask, and I was showing him, it turned out to be inadvertent, you know, Nintendo Switch Online, release day demoing case, because yesterday was the Genesis stuff that dropped out, the new stuff, which was, Mega Man, The Wily Wars, Zero Wing, all your bases belong to us, Target Earth, which actually I'd never played, and, alright, I missed. Any of you missed, yeah, Diddy throws his hat on the ground and stomps on it. And, Comic Zone. Which actually you need the Wii U Pro, or the Switch Pro Controller, I keep saying Wii U, it's a Switch Pro Controller, or the Joy-Cons to play effectively or really well, because it's a 3-button Genesis controller only for that, system. But yeah, so I was showing him Wily Wars, like, hey, this is the one I never played, because it barely got released in the US. There was the Sega channel only, it was the Genesis Mini that I have it, a portable Genesis unit, and, Nocturne, who's in the chat tonight, she has the Retrobit version of it. Or the Retrobit release. And actually, I have the Retrobit release of Zeroing, so that kind of correlates that way. But I was saying to him, because I was showing him the Mega Man 3 in that, so like, we were fighting Snake Man, and the idea is like, he's like, this is so hard, he wasn't playing it, but I was showing him that perspective. I was saying like, hey, when something becomes really difficult like this, are you going to want to necessarily toss it down and give up? And he's something like, sometimes I would say I would want to do that. But I was like, well, it seems like you're not necessarily showing that. Or even like other coworkers just on stuff and working at work. And by the way, you get hit with Winky. You don't lose a Kong, but he goes away. So I'm going to have to get the last bonus area a little differently. Yeah, how are you, gentlemen? All your bases belong to us. What you say? You have no chance to survive. Make your time. Yes, that is Zeroing from Toplan. Which is a great game as far as the a flight shooting, a horizontal flight shooter. The thing is that it came out only in Europe. Initially, it was Japan and then Europe. And by the way, just because I missed that, it's fine. You still get credit for the Bouncy Bonanza. There's only bananas up there, by the way. Yeah, it's a really good game, but because they translated it not well for Europe when they released it over there, and we didn't get it until the Retrobit version that I have. We didn't get an official port over in the US until then. And so in that case, yeah, you're right. That's what it's known for, but it's also a really good game. Kind of one of those that is really underrated as far as that. And that's despite some of the stuff that Toplan did have that came out over here, but not much. Oh, so we are in the stop and go station. Yeah, I have the rock crocs there. Yeah, they are running on the switches. You see that go barrel? Hit that, turns to stop, and it stops them. Yeah, don't touch them, otherwise you get hurt. And I remember hearing there's a glitch you could do the ground pound with Donkey Kong to kill them, but I don't think you can do that. At least I don't think you can. But I will look at something when I do edit later on this, later this week, to see if there's anything to it. Also, by the way, the barrels won't do anything, because you just throw right through them, and it'll get to the wall here. Yeah, that's really what you want to do. You don't want to look for the walls. Really, pretty much, I guess if you're not sure what to do, Cranky will sometimes give hints for some of this stuff, or you're just like, hey, I have a barrel, take it against every wall I can see. Or try and see where there's, like, banana paths, like right there. The bonus barrel, the next one's right up there. So they give you a little bit of a hint of where there's wall. I'm jumping on the clap traps. You can't roll into them, because otherwise the teeth are going to chomp you. But I do love that for the chomping of the teeth. Alright, yeah, you go. Jump up there, and you got it. Yeah, for these, you usually can't get everything in here, so basically aim for the center one, so it catches you back in when it comes back to the middle as far as the moving barrel, and then get the wiki token over there. Whoa. And the tires, which get you a little bit of a heft going on. And also seeing the other thing as far as the animation, which is that when you're running around as one character, your other character will follow your movement, kind of like Tails in Sonic the Hedgehog. And the idea that, yeah, Donkey Kong runs faster with his animation because Diddy does run faster on the ground than Donkey Kong does. But Donkey Kong is stronger in the sense that you can pick up the barrels over his head. And also, some of the enemies like the army, the armadillos, he can just jump on them in one hit and you're fine. Alright, also you have to move faster because the stop and go barrels turn to go really quickly after you hit him. As long as you keep doing that right and jump over him, you're good to get the G and get another life. Yeah, we're already almost at 50 lives. Yeah, Zed, I've been playing this game for almost 28 years now, can you tell? And I love this game for sure. Got anything worth saving? Yeah, this stream, unlike the first time I played it, but I didn't have the tech behind this show now. Yeah, 21 minutes, we are 23% already. Yeah, it's also a case of speedrunning feasibly this game, in the sense you could run it quickly and have a lot of fun doing that way. This is Millstone Mayhem. Now we're in the temple. This is the voice in the temple. And there's the bonus barrel, or the first one. I usually missed that growing up. And actually, this is where the K is. Otherwise, you're not going to find it. You definitely get this great atmospheric crush, or atmospheric track. Well, you also have the crushes. Jump on them, they go, oog! And you can only jump on them with Donkey Kong. With Diddy Kong, they'll just laugh it off. And next time I see one, I will show that off. We'll also get the naughties in the millstones. Yeah, fine, let's just blow up the critter there. Boom. And that's the other thing, it just looks great. And the variety, you know what, I want to go back to that. Dolphin, you're right, as far as how this game looks, but also the variety of where you're going and the idea that every area feels distinct. It feels like, yeah, I'm going to a temple, I'm going everywhere else, and I think I screwed up with the tire. I think the tire despawned. I don't know if I can get it back again. Okay, I can't. Yeah, I hit the divot in the ground there, and you can get it out. Are you gonna do Donkey Kong Country 3? It's my favorite one. We are gonna do Donkey Kong Country 3 for sure. I'm gonna do a little differently. You know what I'm also gonna do? To get this, I'm gonna take a hit. Because when you get a hit, we get hit, by the way, as soon as your next Kong comes up, you automatically do a jump. So, yeah, that's something you can take advantage of specifically. Also, you type out the letters here, hit the letters. Also, don't hit the Kremlin icons here, otherwise the wheel speeds up. Yeah, we're gonna do Donkey Kong Country 3. We're gonna do that a little differently, and perfect, we're doing On Guard's bonus stage. Same deal as before, just swim around the coral, get the icons, and look for the, for room 4, I believe it is, which is down at the bottom from where you start. Go downward straight, but in the meantime, just go through, get as many as you can before the time limit gets close to the end, and then go get the double points. Yeah, stabby stabby fish. Oh yeah, absolutely, Nocturne, I agree with you completely, yeah. Or, the Super Game Brothers play, went into this, and they'll go into your question more on the Donkey Kong Country 3 thing, which is... They said, perhaps imagining the idea that this is, On Guard swimming in a pool of his victim's blood. Where he's like, no, I'm just going to think like it's Hawaiian Punch. It was fitting, I guess, for, you know, a summer weekend or summer day as it is. So that's the idea for that. So, yeah, we're getting stabby. Or, I always mention this from The Simpsons of, Fat Tony, voiced by the great Joe Mantegna, saying, I don't get mad, I get stabby. But yeah, to go into Donkey Kong Country 3, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it a little differently because I'm gonna revise what I said when I played Donkey Kong Country 2. I said we're gonna play it on the Game Boy Advance. We are gonna play it on the Game Boy Advance, and here it is. Oh, I missed it. All right, fine. I'm not gonna get as many lives. I'll come back here eventually. I'll show where that is. We're gonna play it through the Super Nintendo entirely, but I do want to show the Game Boy Advance version off because actually, unlike this one, and unlike Donkey Kong Country 2. I'm gonna need multiple parts on that. I'm gonna need, I think, at least 2 parts for that. And come down here with the TNT barrel to get it. But for that, I'm gonna show the Game Boy, or I'm gonna show off the Super Nintendo version. I'm gonna play through that entirely. And I'll use the Super Nintendo cartridge specifically for that. Okay, I wasn't sure it was that one or the second one, but I got it. But we'll do the Super Nintendo version to 105%. I'll put the code in to run 105%. And then, what I'll do is, for the second part, depending on how that is, or I'll put a third part for it, I'll also show the Game Boy Advance version off because the Game Boy Advance version has unique levels. And it changes the music. So what I'll do is I will show off, at the very least, the specific levels for that version. Because there are like 5 new levels in that one. And I think... Oh shit. Fine, doing the same thing to take the hit there and miss. And fine, fall off, whatever. I go back to the continue barrel anyway, so not an issue. So we'll play the Super Nintendo game entirely, and I'll run the Game Boy Advance version showing that the extra levels off. And I was saying also, unlike the Game Boy Advance ports of this one, there are extra levels in that, and Donkey Kong Country 2 does have 1 extra level. We ran Super Nintendo for that. So in that case, I wasn't able to show it. But since I do have the Game Boy Advance version, complete and boxed copy of that, we will definitely show that. So we'll show both ways, but mostly Super Nintendo. Yeah, I guess to that question chat, what would you say your favorite game in this series is? I would say it's actually Donkey Kong Country 2, the second one, which I already played, which was actually on the day of its 25th anniversary. But the other thing is that I love Donkey Kong Country 3 as well. I mean, there's the thought that it's almost like Streets of Rage in the sense that people love the first 2, and then the third one, they either like enough or they think like, yeah, they're not completely feeling it. But there's things that third game does that are really unique and definitely stands out nicely. I mean, one thing I will admit, alright, fine, I guess I got him hit there. So just run back and forth against the wall. I can dive on him or quickly to get him back. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country 3 is running on the same engine as the second one, whereas 2, and you can get past that. I just wasn't able to as far as Winky's concerned. Yeah, and be very careful, you know, getting the spin jump there for the bananas there. Fine, we'll go see Cranky so I can go into this further. Donkey Kong Country 3 is a lot like the second, but it also opens things up as far as its worlds and also being a little more open world, the way we had with Super Mario Land 2 last week. I think 3 had the most interesting bosses as well. Yeah, I'd agree with that. There's stuff with the bosses for that one. It's kind of a little bit of a puzzle in a lot of ways. And we'll kind of give a perspective of how Donkey Kong 64's bosses went. And Donkey Kong 64 has great bosses, in particular. There's some really great designs going on, including one of them, Mad Jack, whose voice sounds almost exactly like Donald Duck, although I don't know if they got Tony Anselmo to do the voice. They might have. And if they did, I'll put an edit right here. Yeah, this is real gameplay back in my day, but hey, there was real gameplay in this one, and going forward, yeah, developed with the latest state-of-the-art 3D workable thingies. Oh yeah, indeed. Although, actually, one thing as far as the hints he'll give in this game, unlike Donkey Kong Country 2, he will only give hints for the first world. I don't know if the Game Boy Advance version changes that. You really had to think in order to get a sense of how to defeat them. Remember the original Donkey Kong? Think I'll go play that. Hey, that's a good game. He's got good taste that way. So, yeah, the original Donkey Kong is a great game. And you're right as far as that, because you're seeing with this one, yeah, we're going to see Necky's nuts, or the other way of his nuts, which, given the sexual innuendos that are in tons of rare games, yeah, makes total sense. Yeah, these bosses are really easy, and in fact, yeah, in this case, there's Necky Jr. Yeah, just jump on him after he shoots the one nut out, and hit him. I think it's like 4 or 5 hits. Alright, you know what, fine, let's kill him with Diddy, just because, for variety's sake. Although, actually, the Game Boy Advance version did change a lot of the bosses in this, so actually they are a bit harder. As I mentioned, there's higher jumps that Very Naughty we had in the last world had. They change, they change him a little bit, as far as Necky a little bit, with the way the nut pattern is. And the later rematch with him, actually, no, it's not the rematch, it's his father in that case, Necky Sr. You actually fight both of them at once. But you're right as far as, like, giving the bosses a little more mechanical depth, and you had that sort of with the second game, a little bit with 2, or with 3 in particular, you definitely got that, but now we're in Vine Valley and we're getting some vulture culture. I just love that, like, the name case, like, the rhyming or the alliteration going on, or both, feasibly. As we're in the great forest with the deep, greens of the trees, and, I guess, the haystacks there on the ground, so you hit those, and you bounce off high enough, get something off of it, or you use Donkey Kong, because in his case, his weight usually is bigger, so you can hit onto those things, boom, and get the K. And the bonus barrel's right here. Or that one, anyway, is. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country 1, you had to bounce around. Okay, fine, I missed, but I get to show Donkey Kong getting annoyed by that. Like, yeah, I missed. Or, the Wario case, oh, I missed! Yeah, in Donkey Kong Country 1, you had to bounce on the enemies. In Donkey Kong Country 2, you had to throw stuff at them. And in Donkey Kong Country 3, it depended on the boss, which you had to do. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, because... Yeah, you're right, actually. I never really kind of thought of that on Donkey Kong Country 2. Which was, yeah, because you had Crow, you had... Okay, there's the bonus barrel, by the way, there. I like the 4 stage. Yeah, it is a beautiful stage. It definitely gets you in that great sense of, like, yeah, we're going places. We're getting a great sense of the topography of Donkey Kong Island. Yeah, I think... Okay, fine. The only boss you don't have to throw something at... Okay, fine. There are 3, technically. In the Super Nintendo version, there are... And you can hit them enough, and you get a life. In the Super Nintendo version, there is King Zing, who you defeat with Squawks. There is... Wait a second. Yeah, alright, I'm trying to think of this through. I should know I streamed this game 2 years... That's the game 2 years ago. Hell, I streamed this game 2 years ago. Actually, no, okay, no, there's 2 because of the Game Boy Advance version. The Game Boy Advance version has, trying to remember the name of the bosses. Stronghold Showdown, they give you a boss in the Super Nintendo version that the Super Nintendo did not. Or no, the Game Boy Advance gives you that, not the Super Nintendo. Yeah, that's the only one you don't throw something into. Yeah, because, Crow, Cleaver, Cudgel, Crow again, King Zing. I'm also realizing every boss starts with a K. I think it's Carbine, I think is the name of the one in the advanced version. So yeah, they all start with a K in that game. I realized that too. So yeah, ElecVerse, you have a point. Absolutely there. There's a barrel, by the way. Get that. Get the weird perspective. Yeah, hit it on the side and boom, the cave opens. But you're right, and with Donkey Kong Country 3, like, Belcha, the first boss, is basically, you do have to throw something in his mouth, but you have to focus on throwing it into his mouth, and don't let him hit you to the end of the stage. Actually, it's kind of like the Syndopolis boss in Sonic Knuckles a little bit, as far as that. Okay, I got a little overzealous saying, like, yeah, I'm gonna make that shot. I was like, yeah, sometimes you gotta do that and be careful of the mini-necky when they shoot the nuts out at you. So you're right as far as that. And it also shows, if nothing else, to say this was Donkey Kong Country 3, it shows the evolution of that franchise. I guess the interesting case of, in a sense, that, yeah, they were all developed by Rare, but with the third one, or in Treetop Town, which looks a little bit like Endor from Return of the Jedi, it was a different Rare team that made Donkey Kong Country 3, and it was actually also a different Rare team that made Donkey Kong 64. And with that, you kind of had some new ideas. In fact, actually, the team that made this, they went on to make Banjo-Kazooie after Donkey Kong Country 2. So in that case, you got different blood at Rare who were making that. In fact, I think with Donkey Kong 64, that was like their first game for a lot of people who worked on that. But you're right, so in that case, you got a different perspective, like, what are the bosses going to work like? It's kind of solving a puzzle. And actually, Christian64 mentioned that when we started Majora's Mask last month, where I shot out too early and fell and died. Yeah, we're not getting game over, but I'll show how game over looks later, just because it's cool to see that game over screen. And it really emphasized the fact that, yeah, you screwed up. Yeah, he was mentioning when we did, when I killed a doll in like 30 seconds. He said the 3DS version makes it more of a puzzle, but it hurts the pacing. But with Donkey Kong Country 3, I honestly don't think, in the case of that one, it being more puzzle-based for bosses is necessarily changing the idea of it. Oh, Jesus. Well, look at that jump. That was amazing how I did that and avoided not getting myself killed. That's the thing. You can do some very fancy footwork with the roll jump for this game. It's like, you know what? You can make a jump like that and feasibly make it really interesting just to keep going fast through these levels. Just hitting the barrels like a boom, 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 boom. And it is nice stuff. Boom. Or, okay, get the critter and then get Diddy out of the way at the same time. But yeah, there's Diddy back again. But yeah, I don't want that to happen again so that, I lose him. Oh, okay. I'm glad I hit that. Because, yeah, when you hit the barrels with the explosion mark on them, it shoots you out automatically. But in some cases, you have to time it so that you don't get yourself falling into a pit. Also, you actually shoot off there in order to get the bonus barrel. So, yeah, that's the interesting thing as far as the third game. In that case, I don't know if I would say the third one is my favorite, but at the same time, there's things about that third one that are great, and it's one of those things that it's not a bad game. Far from it. It's a great game. It's just that it's that idea of the comparison between the first two, and the other franchise that gets into that a lot, or has that problem usually to it, that people usually kind of balk at the third one, is Streets of Rage 3, which is another one, and we're gonna play Streets of Rage 2. We're gonna play that in August now, by the way. I'll give an update on the schedule as far as everything, because everything is in line. I was trying to figure that out through the week, but I have the schedule in. But yeah, Streets of Rage 3 is another one where, and also Streets of Rage 3, they censored it for the US, so that's part of that as well. But it's another case where actually, Medix, who I work with, and who is gonna be on the show in 2 weeks for Parasite Eve, he is a big one on Streets of Rage 3. In fact, I'm gonna ask him, I'm gonna say, like, do you wanna call dibs on Streets of Rage 3? Because he loves it so much. It's the one that he says, before Streets of Rage 4 came out, and I'll verify, like, if he thinks Streets of Rage 4 is better. I don't know if what he thinks on that one. He's played it, but I don't know if he thinks it's better than 3 or not. 3 was his favorite. And I like that idea, too, of saying, for a franchise, especially a franchise like Donkey Kong Country, like with Streets of Rage, like with Sonic. We talked about Sonic with the 2D Sonic stuff. People have different Sonic games they like a lot. In my case, I love Sonic 3 and Knuckles. ElecVerse, I know you like Sonic CD with Japanese music. Nocturne, I know you're with me on Sonic and Knuckles, or Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I should say. And Protoreva's big one on Sonic 2. I know people love Sonic 1 the most, because of the idea of the precision you can have on it. Alright, I hate this level. Or you hated Treetop Town, I guess. Because of the specific stuff with the barrel shooting. And yeah, this one is a little tough as far as, getting through the forest here, avoiding the zingers on the ropes that are going along. And also finding where the bonus areas are, because you have to really pay attention where they are. And some of them are cases where you wouldn't necessarily think to look for them. In fact, in this level, you actually have to go through over half the level to find any of them. But just make the jump specifically, and you will be good. Whoa! Okay, I overshot that, but I didn't fall off. Thankfully. Yeah, this is where it gets a little harder also because the zinger's coming out, and you basically have to pay attention where the pattern is. I think, okay, that's where this difficulty, the difficulty of this game is coming from. In some ways, I guess it's sort of pattern memorization, so it could be a little trial and error, but it's also something, even when I first played it, the thought that, I can still do some fancy footwork and get through something, be able to have, like, a quick reflex. And yeah, the first bonus barrel is right down here. You barely see that there is a little bit of a barrel down at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, Sonic and Knuckles, or Sonic 3 and Knuckles is one of my favorite games. And I was thinking of you with that, with Sonic Origins. I mentioned that last week to start. We'll get the Rambi token. I think we're going to Rambi's stage. Fine, one more we are. As far as the port they did, which is mostly good, but there's problems as far as certain things, and from what I understand, also the way they wrapped the engine for that. It was Simon Tomlin and Christian Whitehead who did. They said, yeah, make this Sonic 3 version for us, but then Sega took it, and I think they wrapped in the Hedgehog engine, the same one they're going to be using for Sonic Frontiers, I think. And it has some glitches for it. In fact, I can show at the end of this game, when we're done playing tonight, I'll show some of the videos I took, because I have some weird stuff of this game, too. And by the way, you take the barrel down there, and hit that. Yes, you have to be careful of where the critters are. Don't hit them with the barrel. Yeah, it's a great game. Yeah, it is a great game. And I guess that's the other thing. We're running the case like a lot of great games, for sure. And there is the other guard token. Or another one. Yeah, you just, after you collect 3, you go down to 0, and you collect 3 more, you can go into it again. There's also a code I'll show later. You can do that. Feasibly, you can run you could get a game over and run that to get a lot of lives. Yeah, that was Forest Frenzy. Now back to the temple. We are in Temple Tempest. Yeah, I think that's the idea also of certain things, which is, by the way, the K is over here. So jump on the naughty. Oh, okay, no, never mind. It's the Ramby level. The hardest of the bonus stages with the animals, because the timer goes down really, really fast. For some reason, it's the one that goes down really fast. That is not 10 seconds you're seeing there, or even 20 now. And I don't know if the Game Boy Advance version fixed that. Chad, if you know the Game Boy Advance version or the Game Boy Color version fixed that, let me know. I'd be very curious to know. Or I'll put an edit here for that. But alright, yeah, what you do is you go through there, you get as many tokens as you can, make very specific jumps up here, don't slip off or you're not getting that double token. And also, by the way, when you get the token, the timer will stop. You have time to collect those icons to make it a little better as far as the lives you get. But yeah, with a little bit of skill, you're able to still get a ton of lives. But yeah, the timer goes down extremely fast, and this is the only one that does that, and I don't know why it is. And every version of this game, porting Super Nintendo version at least, does do that. Alright. And even like the sound effects there, like the ow of the naughties. Oh crap, I made a mistake. Yeah, I'm dying because I needed that barrel. Yeah, I'm gonna show off this game. We're 101%ing it, and the way to do that is I shouldn't have destroyed that barrel. Yeah, that's a DK barrel, but yeah, you're outrunning the millstoned naughties there. So you have to take that here and go on the wall. So you do have to kind of think your way through, and also in this case I can jump over the neckies here, but if I cartwheel them very specifically, we'll see this. You can go across and get a life doing that. And by the way, how that works is that there are very few examples in the game you can do this, but if you jump on 8 enemies consecutively without touching the ground, you get a life. But again, there are not many situations you're going to run into where that happens, where you're going to be able to even do that. In this case, there is Espresso. I missed the O, but either way, that's where it is. Alright, one thing I didn't show is that the naughties, I could feasibly run underneath them. In fact, I'll show that in the next level, because the next level also has Espresso in it. You just keep running and avoid the millstone. If it catches up to you, you're going to get yourself hurt. We'll get to the next bonus stage. In that case, they're going to label it specifically. Or to go to the Donkey Kong 64 perspective, welcome to bonus stage. Yeah, actually, I think I've mentioned that a couple times. At some point, we should definitely do that one. But as I said, given how long that game is, and how that operates, I mean, that's going to need multiple parts, number one. And number two, I'm very curious on how I'm going to be able to make that game interesting, because a lot of that game is collecting stuff for 5 of the different for the 5 characters you get. And it's coming the levels 5 times for it. So Chad, if you have any suggestions on how you'd want to have that game handled, let me know, because I'd be open to that. Or feasibly, this is the other benefit, because this is a discussion program. We could make it work just because of the fact that, hey, we're gonna have to go through these levels multiple times. We'll have the discussion going on certain aspects of things. Oh, yeah, alright, fine, KN. So yeah, because I missed the O. Also, unlike Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3, you don't have the no animal sign. So yeah, you can take them to the end of the level. I probably should have mentioned that before. Yes, keep going. Whoa. Oh, okay, I didn't even know that was there. Actually, fine, in that case, I'll stop here. I love how many of the bonus areas exits drop you off in a way that at least kills an enemy or two before you can control your character. That one didn't do it, but there are many that do. And we're showing every one of them that's going to do it. You're right, because in that case, here's the other thing, because you talk about a game design case, which is, you know, this game is seen as very hard, and fine, I can bypass him, like, except he stops there, so like, yeah, fine, I'm not getting through. So yeah, unfortunately, well, actually, no, I want to see something. I've never actually seen this happen before. What if I off-screen? Does it disappear? Okay, it does. So, alright, fine. The millstone, that's the way to do that. But from a game design perspective, that's interesting too, because you think that there are a lot of games that could give you the perspective, hey, you come out of something and you drop in front of something, or you get dropped in front of an enemy and die. So the idea, like, it's not a fair design. Or as, Nikki, who I've mentioned before in it, we're gonna figure next year for, the Freddy Fish game, she always says, this isn't fair. And, like, she's right. I mean, I put her in front of Sonic 06. I said, you're doing the silver boss battle. After she did a great job of handling, Tropical Forest, you know, carrying Elise through. It's like that one. She's like, it's no use. Like, this isn't fair. It's like, yeah, you're right. It's not fair. But, that idea. So, from the perspective, the fact that there is great game design on this game, it is not just visuals. I mean, it looks awesome. And that's what sold it, for sure, to people. But then people played it and they realized, you know, no, this game is awesome just because of how it plays. And we're in our last, jungle zone of Orangutan Gang, and seeing the great sunset, oh my god, it's gorgeous. It goes to the visual design again, that it is art direction. It is not just the tech, the 3D tech. It looks awesome. There are other games that try to do that. I mentioned before, I'm not a huge one on Vector Man, which tried the same graphic style as this. That first one felt soulless to me. I'm sorry for all you fans of Vector Man. I like the second game because the second game kind of injected a bit of a soul more into him and to that perspective, although I like Vector Man 1 itself as a game just fine, just to clarify that. And so we could do that. That's why I was like, oh no, we're not playing Vector Man just because I'm not huge on it, but the idea is like, they were paying attention to this game for the purpose of that. Whereas this game, it has that character, it has that heart and soul that just makes me remember it. I guess it makes a lot of people remember it. The idea that there's a lot of people in this chat, I'm realizing now tonight, who love this franchise and love this game. And that was weird. I thought I hit the one on the right there, and it didn't look like I hit the one specifically. That was weird. Yeah, fine, beat your chest, my friend. I just love that animation as well. The idea that, yeah, there's such character to this. Or even the idea, you know what, I'll hold here. Anyway. Yeah, Diddy takes his cap off. He is scratching himself. Or even like on the soundtrack, the idea that you have this great bonus game music. And they're saying, by the way, while you're going through it, you're having the music of, like, the monkeys going. Okay, yeah, by the way, that's what I meant as far as, yeah. She is walking through, or Claptrap's walking through the hitbox, but that's by design, because even the manual says that, yeah, small enemies will go right underneath, Espresso. Not Manky Kong there, who actually is a throwback to Donkey Kong on NES, and the thought is that, he was supposed to be, or he wanted to be part of the Donkey Kong family. I guess maybe... Okay, you know what? ElecVerse will go back to this. You're saying, is Donkey Kong the father, or is Cranky Kong the father, Donkey Kong the grandfather? Maybe that's the idea of Manky Kong there. Like, the idea of, like, I don't know what that is. Oh, crap, I lost Espresso. Shit! Okay, I'm gonna see how this works. Because you're supposed to take Espresso back here in order to get the bonus barrel that's over here. There are 5 bonus barrels, by the way, in this level. Whoa! Yeah, okay, you can't make it, so I'm gonna have to die and go back to the checkpoint. The good news is right where Espresso is. Yeah, that's not the case. You have to kind of know to go backwards to go get it. But, yeah, so I don't know necessarily if they said Manky Kong is specifically related to the Kongs that way or what. But, yeah, he's throwing the barrels at you. So, actually, it's like Donkey Kong in the Donkey Kong arcade game. So, yeah, this is a game that's remaking it and rethinking the franchise, but it's definitely paying its, tipping its hat off to what Donkey Kong itself did. At some point, we can definitely do Donkey Kong Original, of which, when we do Donkey Kong 64, at some point, the arcade version of Donkey Kong is ported in that. And it actually is one of the first arcade perfect ports of that ever came out. And there's also a Switch release of it as well. The Arcade Archives has it, which is about $8. Alright, yeah, you come over here, you get this, you spell out the character name. So there's Winky. I don't know if I have multiple tokens for them, because something you probably notice about the indicators is as soon as you collect something, it appears and then it goes away. So the interface is not cluttered. Yeah, you sell out each of them, you get a token for each of them, but if you miss, you lose. I guess a little harder, yeah, because there's unguards. Yeah, you just basically spell out their name. It is just such a happy game. You know what? You're right. I mean, fine, I said that, but yeah, Chet, you're right too, as far as just that idea, the atmosphere puts you in, and the mood to put you in, you know? Like we said with Super Mario Land 2 last week, you just feel up, and you feel, you know, excited, and you feel just, like, anything feasibly that's going wrong in your life, you just put this game in and just feel that sense of, okay, that's great, but I missed, and yeah, Diddy's pissed. Or I guess it goes to the sound that he makes in Donkey Kong 64 when you lose the bonus game, which is going that, ah! It's like, alright, there you go. Alright, the last 2, by the way, are down here. Oh, in fact, no, there's 3 here. And most of them are stuff in the ground this way, so just boom, boom, and get the bananas. Yeah, so it's not like the later games of this franchise where you actually have to beat them in order to get a collectible that goes to the end of the game. This we're just going through to find everything that's there, and yeah, it's down here. And also with Diddy, because he holds the barrel in front of him, you can kind of just run in the walls that way. Whereas with Donkey Kong, not completely. Yeah, there's Donkey Kong up there, but that is a tough thing for that. You have to kind of jump specifically just to avoid it and jump over him, so you take the barrel over here into the wall. So yeah, you do have to get a little fancy with your footwork. But there's Espresso again. Yeah, we left Espresso before, but Espresso's coming back. Alright, so that is 69 lives, because 0 does count as life. Actually, one thing I do want to show before I leave here, also because I don't want to hear this, the rest of this music, or hear this music more. I think when I end for the show tonight, I'm going to end on a level that has this. Also, there's a glitch I saw when I was doing test play with the Japanese version for this. But yeah, on these vines, when you roll down them, you keep rolling down without, you know, stopping. In fact, I'll show that with Donkey Kong. Yeah, the cartwheel Diddy, but you have the barrel roll going down with Donkey Kong. He just keeps going without you stopping. Unless, normally, it's just like it just spins once, and there you go. And if you hit enemies more when you roll into them with either one of those attacks, you will have more momentum going on. Anyway, since we did this for every world so far, let's take a look at Cranky, and also give me a case of being able to take some water. I didn't expect to see you here today. I didn't expect to play this today, but I did expect to see you here today for that reason, because we saw you twice before. He will sometimes repeat his dialogue, but they do randomize it out. Okay, yeah, he's already repeating dialogue, but there you go. Couple of you kids, you're all too soft. Man, how right he ended up being about that. All games are far harder when I was young, and actually, that's something that's come up. Edwack, who I also work with, mentioned this. The idea of, actually, we mentioned it with Sonic Origins, because Sonic Origins has the anniversary mode, which is infinite lives, which honestly, I didn't have a problem with, but I played that game so much, so maybe it wasn't an issue for me. But the thought of, you're right, you can't have infinite lives, or you can't have limited lives in the, anniversary mode. So, unfortunately, a lot of the stuff you and I were talking about, saying, like, what are they gonna do with Sonic Origins? It seems like they didn't listen to a damn thing we said, for some of it anyway, as far as some of the designs. And not that it's a bad collection, it's a fine collection, it's just that there's some weird stuff with it that, honestly, like, first, I get what you're saying, we're just like, no, I don't want to buy this yet. Also, because there's no physical version of it. So, in that case, that is a bit of a disappointment, but there's things about that I'm still playing through. I was like, yeah, I'm still liking them. They're not badly ported, exactly, or badly designed. It does some interesting stuff, and we can definitely show off Sonic Origins itself, and we will use Sonic 2 to show that. And actually, with Sonic Origins, they also rationalized co-op play for Sonic 2 and Sonic 1, because you can do the Tails Flight in both of those. But in order to get the widescreen for Sonic 1, you have to backdoor it, which is bizarre. You have to use a code in order to make it happen. Otherwise, I don't know why that is. Yeah, but in Clam City is where we are. And you have the Clambos there. They shoot out the pearls. Don't hit them. Get your more of this peaceful music. The aquatic ambience is so wonderful. It tends to be the favorite piece of music in this game of all of them. And actually, okay, fine. I'll answer this question. I'll put this in the chat as well. Favorite piece of music in this game. I like this track. I like the music for level we're going to see in the next world, Slip Slide Ride. I love the Donkey Kong Island Swing, the one we hear in the jungle stuff, or find in the, like, the jungle hijinks areas. I'm trying to think of, like, some of the other really great pieces of music. The bonus music I particularly love. The boss music I like, but I like the boss music in 2 a little bit more myself. But there's not a bad track in the bunch, really, of this one. And I like the Fear Factory, which is the, we'll see that in a little bit. And the last part of it, you have the Croctopus, the Croctopi. They go on a track like that. Usually stay in the center, you'll be fine, but also there is a little bit of a, if you're not careful coming up here, you're gonna get yourself killed by that Clambo shoots at all of those pearls. And we'll go through the G, so be careful getting that, so we have Ong, not Kong, unfortunately. But alright, that is Clam City done, and we're going to the boss. Yes, Bumblebee Rumble's the boss. The boss is named, King Bee. Oh no, you got ONG. Oh, that sounds familiar. Doctor, help me out on that one. I should know what that is. Let me know what that's referencing. Oh, fine, I got hit, perhaps. I don't know, is that the idea? Alright, yeah, this is Queen Bee. This is the boss. You hit her with, the barrels. The Game Boy Advance version changes a little bit. Actually, it's like, King Zing Sting in the second game, where she'll have other zingers attached to her. But yeah, in this case, seeing this as a kid, like, yeah, I have a thing with bees as far as, like, being scared that way. It's like, yeah, but seeing, like, a red bee coming with those big-ass eyes and the big wings, like, yeah, get that shit away from me. And, like, just take the barrel out and, boom, kill her. In that case, drop that down. And just leave, beep, beep. Yeah, you're done. Alright, that is the end of Vine Valley. This is where stuff is going to get a bit harder. So yeah, it's not that this game is getting, you know, is easy exactly. Definitely getting hard. We're going to see that when we're going to the Gorilla Glacier. Especially here, this is Snow Barrel Blast. This is also where the graphics are really showing off their skills even more than they already have been, which is saying a lot. Yeah, first you want to do is you wait for the necky to come here, just fly it slow, so jump off of it and jump up over the igloo. We got a free Ribby token, or find a free Winky token if we get this. It's worth probably showing Winky off because this is the last time in the franchise he's around. In fact, actually, a bit of a dark joke in the second game. Actually, yeah, I didn't show his double token, so yeah, perfect. At least I don't. No, I did. I think I showed his, but anyway, we'll do it again. But yeah, in Donkey Kong Country 2, I guess he got killed off screen because in the Monkey Museum, Cranky Kong actually has the taxidermied version of Winky in it, whereas at least Express was lucky to get a Game Boy Advance enhancement, or Express was in the Game Boy Advance version with the race stuff that's in that, or the races that you could run with her. So that was the case of Rare still kind of having that, you know, unique, rare, British, you know, kind of wry, dark sense of humor. I mentioned that with Conker's Bad Fur Day, which Robin Beanley did, one of the pieces of music in this game did the music for too, where basically what happened with that is that you had Banjo and Kazooie. Banjo has his head on the... He has his head over the fireplace at the Cock and Plucker, which is the name of the bar, by the way, in that game. And Kazooie's the umbrella that's over on the side. Next, like, the Fire Demon, where he said, like, yeah, you could enter cheats with him, and if you enter, like, a curse word, it'll say, like, charming, or, that wasn't very nice, was it? At some point, we'll have to show Conker's Bad Fur Day, and I think I can get away with showing that. And I'll show off the N64 version, but I think what I'll also do is, like with Donkey Kong Country 3, whenever we get to that one, I will show off the Xbox remake, particularly the, extra story bit that goes with it, which also has uncensored language in that part of the game only, as opposed to, the Conker's Bad Fur Day part of that one. But yeah, that'll be, coming down eventually, because I think I can get away with showing that. There's no nudity, so, Twitch is fine with everything but that, so I'm like, alright, fine, no issue. Yeah, but as you're seeing here with the Snow Barrel Blast, it's starting to snow a little bit. It was sunny, and then it was cloudy, now it's snowing a little bit, and that's getting to be a bit more of a case. Also, the steel barrel has that whoop sound effect here for some reason. Yeah, just write it down, boom, there you go. Hear that great of the neckies. And get me ready for where it's coming here because, yeah, now we are in blizzard conditions. Also show this off when you jump on... Yeah, there is the Crusher when you jump on him with Diddy, or when you use the ground pound, it won't hurt him. So you have to jump on him. There's also another version later you can only kill him with the barrel. This scene is great. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Absolutely, Gollyfin. I agree with you 100%. And as I said, it goes back to the variety of this game. You're going so many different places, and all of them feel like something that's lived in. Which is unique, honestly, when you think about it, for this franchise, even. Well, initially, even up to this point, fine, there are only 3 games, really, in this. But the idea that it's almost like a nature documentary in a weird way. And because of the way the graphics are designed with the ACM Silicon Graphics stuff, it looks awesome. By the way, there is a bonus barrel down here, so shoot straight down. In this case, you also have full rotating barrels in here. You have to time it so you shoot out the side or miss and go back. Yeah, it's great graphics with the snow, but as I said, it also is sort of getting in the way of your vision by design, but not bad. You can still see where Donkey Kong is, and maybe because of the way they're running the colors with this game, you're not going to be a case like, oh, the snow is going to blind you. It's not going to be like, okay, fine. In that case, I got myself hurt. And there's Donkey Kong shocked at that. Which actually, I did when I did my test play of this yesterday. But yeah. Alright, he's shocked. We are still in the snowy area. But I guess Ramby's off somewhere else. He's like, yeah, I'm in the snowy area somewhere. Let me just go get some tokens. I guess, or maybe you got a call from Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong saying, yeah, I just, Donkey Kong just got hit by something. We need some help. Just keep going through this and get some more tokens. Yeah, be careful with the jumps. This is the hardest part of it, because if you miss one of these, you're going to be not getting it. Or not getting the bonus token, or the double token. There we go. Yeah, we'll get a nice 7 lives off of that. So yeah, Rambi doesn't want to be anywhere near the blizzard, but yeah, Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong are. Also, by the way, when you come out of one of those bonus stages, one thing to keep in mind, it puts you back where the continue barrel was, but it also means that any of the barrels you hit are gone. So that also means one other thing, which is down there is where the bonus barrel was. Unlike the later games in this franchise, the bonus barrel disappears when you go in it. So if I go down there, I can get the Kong barrel I didn't get, but I also will have to kill myself because I can't get back up. So we're not going to go down there. In that case, also, the Rambi token isn't there either anymore. Also, I'm going to do this the hard way. So, yeah, you have to time the barrel shot. Basically look for where the white outlining is there and aim it towards that area diagonally. If you miss, you're dead. And if you hit into the zingers, you're dead too. You have to time it so that, you know, you don't run into the zingers. And the way the speed of the zingers work, you sometimes have to wait around so you have a free shot. You hear that great music as far as the atmosphere. So you're right, Dolphin, as far as that. It's not just the visuals. I mean, it is the visuals. They look great. But this sounds like I'm on a snowy mountain, and we're on a snowy mountain. And yeah, there's some danger there. There's some bees. They're somehow alive now in the snow, but they're giving me trouble. Oh, yeah, especially when they start moving faster. So yeah, it's this great, I guess, build-up as far as the way these levels tend to go. Which is what I really like about this game. Alright. I just want to wait to shoot. There we go. And then they start moving. So yeah, yeah, good luck on this one. Shit! And that's what happens a lot. You either hit the button too early or you miss the shot and you fall and die. And there's one area a little later in that sequence where you can actually skip it. I'm not going to skip it, only because I want to show it off specifically. And it goes to the perspective of where the difficulty is. And as I said, this is not an easy game, I'll say that for sure. It's one of those cases where I think it's more of a demanding game than it is an insanely hard one. Although I'd say if you're going to pick the hardest of these three, I'd say the second one. 3 in some ways is one of the most forgiving in some ways, also because unlike this one and the second one, you can save it basically any time by leaving a level and leaving the world to go see Wrinkly. There we go. Yeah, get the G as we go along. Oh, okay, fine. In that case, I'm fine, because I shot straight up. I believe here if you shoot straight down, there's a barrel that'll take you all across, but we're not taking that. In this case, also, the way the zinger's moving, sometimes it can be in your way of the shot, so you have to wait. Or it goes too fast. Yeah, there you go. There is your case of challenge. Yeah, usually as a kid, I would take the shortcut barrel, so I don't have to do this, but yeah, we're not doing this. I'm a man, damn it. As far as this. Yeah, you have to shoot diagonally upwards there, and yeah, because it's moving so fast, you have to wait in order to get out. Alright, and then you have to make very specific jumps here so you don't slide off, because you do have ice physics. They're noticeable, they're not bad, but it's like, yeah, you have to, especially there. Because yeah, if you miss that, you're falling down and dying. Fine, I'm getting bit by the claptrap, but I don't care. We're at the end anyway. Bye-bye, Diddy. We'll see you next level. And we did it. And by the way, when you get the end of a level, if there's an exclamation point next to the stage's name, I forgot to mention this, I probably should have, that means you got all the bonus barrels. So yeah, in that case, you could scream out, Snow Barrel Blast! And that means you got everything. Next is Slip Slide Ride. This is one of my favorite levels as far as its visual stuff. The only level that's also looking like this, the Ice Cave. And this is, the music here was done by Evelyn Fisher, and it sounds terrific. In this case, you also have these ropes here. The blue ones will take you up automatically. The red ones will take you down. And also up there, you can maybe just barely see that there's a warp barrel. There are warp barrels around. They'll take you through most of, if not all of the level. And they're things that are actually really hard to find. You'd actually have to try and find them very specifically. Also, because Donkey Kong holds the barrel above his head, there's a bonus barrel here, so I either have to stand back and throw it, or I'm by the wall, hit down and Y to put the barrel down, and it'll just bust it as it pulls down. Also, don't hit the banana there, otherwise you'll lose. Oh, ooh, coo. Oh, okay, yeah. Actually, yeah, that was, unfortunate what showed on that. I'll have to feasibly put a censor bar on that when I edit this. But alright, let's get going. Alright, in that case, we have the, what is it? Yeah, we have Diddy in the barrel there, and the army. So yeah, in this case, just run Donkey Kong, pretty much. Just you jump on them and go up the rope like that. And the red one will take you down, or the magenta one. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, yeah, I screwed that up, because the bonus barrel's in here. Or the next bonus room is there. I don't know if I have another barrel I can use. So I might have to kill myself unless I can find another one. We'll see. Let's see how far I can go without... Alright, yeah, this is your challenge run. Let's see if I can't, you know, not get this thing broken coming down. Okay, crap, I did. Alright, fine, you know what? Let's find a pit, because here's the other thing. If I die in a pit... Ow! It also means that I don't lose the other Kong, but fine, I already lost him, so fine, let's get stung. Yeah, he'll fall down all the way until he hits the ground, so there you go. Alright, let's try that again. Actually, you know what? No, I was gonna say I'll use the warp barrel, but fine, if I die again, I'll use the warp barrel. Actually, no, I can't, because I have to get the bonus barrel coming up, or the bonus room. Okay, fine, let's get the K, because I need it. Yeah, in that case you have to jump very specifically so you don't hit the zingers on the way out. And if you're Donkey Kong, it's way harder. So at this point, you spell Nintendo and get a life. So basically I'm gonna make up the life I just lost. Alright, so there we go. You get that great victory music of this when you either beat the boss or beat the bonus stage. And Diddy will throw his hat around. Oh yeah, get out of the way, I don't want to touch you. Yeah, talk about great scenes as far as this. I just love, like, the flashing, elements of the crystals. And it just gives you the sense of, yeah, you know, you're in the ice cave, but also, like, the music. It almost sounds like a Christmassy feel. Actually, with Donkey Kong Country 3, there is a Christmas perspective to that with the Merry code that you can put in for that. And when we play that game, I will definitely show that probably for part of that game. Not for all of it, but for part of it. Oh, shit. Also, the other thing is, you actually sometimes have to jump back and forth between the ropes of the color there in order to make your jumps or get up to something higher. In fact, actually, yeah, just wait for him to come by. There's not a bonus barrel up here, but there is the O, I believe, up here. As well as a pressure point I can hit on the way down. Alright, so yeah, we were swimming with Guard again. I'd say the perspective of, you know, him in the icy water, but we had that in Donkey Kong Country 2. We were in Arctic Abyss. Or, in some cases with Arctic Abyss, you can go through it without him. Which I don't know if they designed... Well, they didn't design you to do that. But for Challenge Run, you can do it. Alright, so yeah, when I get closer to the time limit, I will go back to where the token is, because yeah, I realized this is the one I didn't show off where it was. And hey, if we're gonna play this game, we're gonna be showing it off in its full glory, because it deserves it. But as I said, even games that maybe aren't good, or maybe contentious as to whether they're good, yeah, they'll get that played here as well, so we get a sense of, like, understanding them more, and I love that. Yeah, it's right there. You know what? Fine, I'll do it now. You come down here, you get the double. And I'll at least get 5 lives off of this, which is that it's fine. I'm gonna max out the life meter anyway. Actually, well, here's the thing. It doesn't necessarily max out, because what happens is that it goes up to 99, so you'll have 100, but it will count all the lives after that. As I said, when I did my test play on this yesterday, that's what happened. Alright, there we go. And with that, we are getting closer. Or closer to 99, and closer, I guess, to further on in the game. So yeah, as I'm going along, chat, feel free to go into anything else you got on Donkey Kong Country, or anything else you might be playing game-wise, because in my case, I mentioned, it's the stuff that was on the Genesis, or was up for Genesis on the Switch Online. Also, there is the other bonus barrel, which are not marked in this version the way they are in the Game Boy Advance port of this, and the later entries, 2 and 3. But yeah, most of the stuff I've been playing had been, like, a lot of the retro stuff. It was the stuff that was on the Genesis, app for this. And then also, well, this game sort of, for practicing this, not that I necessarily need much with all, you know, I don't want to be prideful on this, but I'm playing this game for so long, I definitely have a perspective of what I'm doing. But I always want to make sure. And then I gotta, actually more, I'm playing Press Eve, because we're doing that in 2 weeks. We're starting that, and I need to be ready for that one, because I'm not super familiar with some of the later parts of it. That's why I guess I'm gonna defer to Emetics on that one when we play that in 2 weeks. I'm definitely looking forward to it, for sure. Definitely a different perspective. So that's Toy Story 4 for the first time. The movie, yeah, tell me, what was your take on that? In my case with Toy Story 4, I liked it enough honestly, I'll say this as far as the Toy Story movies, and feel free to go on this if you, you know, want it this way. I like the first two the best. I probably like the first one the most, and then the second one very slightly less, but not by much. The second one is still terrific. It's my favorite of the sequels. 3, I think, is good enough, but I think it's overrated, honestly. Especially the third act, where it's very predictable, and the kind of thing that... Okay, fine, the emotional punch at the end is good, but it's kind of freestanding from how the third act of that is basically you can predict it every way, every step of the way, which, for a movie of Pixar's, is something that I did not expect to happen, and shit, I died. Also, I remember, actually, one of my memories of that, which is that there are people who are not happy when I only gave that a 3-star out of 4 review, saying like, oh yeah, how dare you not 4-star this movie, and saying your views are more in line with, the Ku Klux Klan. I don't know where that came from. I think the guy was drunk, honestly, when that happened. So in that way, I kind of still held that over, but when 4 came out, just to go into that, I thought it was interesting what they're trying to do in some degrees, and honestly, that's one where I think the third act of that is actually better, in some ways, because of one moment that I kind of expected to see, but then another one that I didn't. I won't go into it for people who haven't seen the movie, but it's something interesting. I think it's the worst of the 4. Okay, I mean, for me, I'd say, if in order of my favorites, I'd say 1, 2, 4, and 3. I think it's better than 3 myself. I like 3. I like them all, but for me, whereas I think 2 and 1 are the 4-star pictures, the other ones are 3-star pictures. And I think it's also, maybe that's the idea in my case, with 4, actually, I've heard from people that way with 4, they love 3, like I said, I don't love 3 as much as I like, and it ruins the ending of 3. Okay, yeah, to an extent, yeah, you're right, it does. To a certain extent, you're right. And it's one that I honestly didn't think at the time necessarily of that. It's almost like the Wreck-It Ralph sequel, where it was only about a week later after I saw it, I forgot to realize, oh, wait a minute, this movie's violating the rules of the universe. And I was like, I should have said that when I saw it, but, you're right in terms of that, but I think in my case, maybe because with 4, I don't know, maybe I was a little not expecting as much out of it. I thought, like, fine, 3 was maybe oversold, I think. That maybe was my problem with 3, and it felt unnecessary, which is what I know people said because of how 4 ended, or 3 ended, I should say. But, yeah, so that's kind of where I went. I mean, but there are things about that movie I do like, although I will say, in some ways, it's more for some of its dramatic pull, particularly the end of it. There's one part, honestly, with one of the villains, I'm not going to go on this too much as far as it, and there's something with a young girl at a fair. That's all I'm going to say. If you've seen the movie, I think you might know what I'm talking about. I really liked kind of how that went, and it really took me by surprise. But maybe it's also the other thing, which I guess we'll get into this because we mentioned Pixar stuff. We mentioned Toy Story 2, the game, a couple weeks ago. Or Find Express here, you have to take to get to one of the bonus barrels. But actually, there's a bonus barrel up there, but I can't really get to it effectively with her. So I kind of want to go through the rest of the level, and I don't want to hit the checkpoint for that. So what I'm going to do is keep going and go to it. Or go get to it. But yeah, with Pixar stuff, actually it's interesting, because I was in a discussion with this with one of my coworkers. Yeah, okay, I was like, what did I get hit by? Oh, okay, I got hit by the nut of the mini necky. Maybe in my case, over the past couple years, I've not necessarily been feeling as many of the Pixar movies recently. I mean, after Up came out, which to me is probably the best thing they've ever made, which is saying a lot given some of the really great stuff, like Ratatouille and the first 2 Toy Story movies to me, and WALL-E. But, okay, come back, Express. Oh, no! Alright, she's dead. Fine, I'm dying too. Which is fine, this is we're going through Icy Jolly. Probably should mention where we're at. But honestly, it's one of those cases where the only great Pixar movie, I think, since Up has been Finding Dory, honestly, for me. And another one I thought, on the surface, seemed like maybe we didn't need it, but it really elevated itself wonderfully. To the point where I was like, yeah, no, we definitely needed this. In fact, I like it better than the first one. That's how much I like it. But I guess with the Pixar stuff, maybe with 4, at that point, I was like, I'm waiting for the great Pixar movie again. The one I think is great. It's like, well, fine, maybe I'm an odd man out that way. I mean, I'm the one who likes The Incredibles 2 better than the first one. I didn't like the first one because it lacked some of the ingenuity I would have expected out of Pixar, especially compared to a movie like Sky High, which is a terrific live-action Disney movie that kind of was everything I wanted that to be. Everything I wanted The Incredibles to be. Also, yeah, careful there as far as where the claptrap is. WALL-E is a great movie, at least I think that's how I spelt it, and either way it's a great movie. No, you're right. Yeah, it's WALL-E, the Waste Allocation Lunar Loader E-Class. Yeah, and there's a game based on that, which is on a bunch of systems. So at some point we could feasibly show that. Also, yeah, the blue balloons. This is, I think, the first time you see him. If you get that, it's worth 3 lives. So I'm going to try and grab it. And I got it. Yeah, WALL-E's a great movie. I remember going to see that when it came out. It was the best romance of the year, without a question. It was actually my second best movie that year behind The Dark Knight. And also, it was the kind of thing that as soon as I saw it, I went over to my local Blockbuster Video as soon as it was over, and I said, I want to rent Hello, Dolly, because it's the movie that WALL-E loves in that film. I was like, okay, what's the perspective of this? So yeah, I was like, watching that movie with Barbra Streisand and Louis Armstrong, who I've mentioned actually on the show. We played Kirby Crystal Shards. By the way, I missed the other bonus barrel, but I sort of did it on purpose, so I'm going to go back and get it. As you go into that, so, I mean, to the Pixar thing, I guess in some ways, like, maybe with Toy Story 4, I was like, alright, fine. In fact, I'll tell you what I did. I did what I did with Ratatouille, because, like, The Incredibles is another one. I saw that after people had already said it was great, so maybe at that point, I was like, was I biased by the fact that everybody said it was great? I came in and thought, like, okay, fine, I'm not feeling it as much as other people are. So I went to Ratatouille the day, actually, 2 weeks before it came out, because what happened was that they did a sneak preview of it, so actually I saw it before everybody, and by the way, I killed myself, but that's fine. Because, yeah, when you get a bonus barrel, you can come out and you're fine. Also, one other thing I will show. Go into a level you've beaten already, hit start button, hit select, you can instantly exit, and you can do that for any bonus barrel you get. But yeah, I guess with that Pixar stuff, like, with 4, I thought, like, alright, fine, it was, like, whatever of it. So I went to 4 right away, same way I did with Ratatouille, because Ratatouille is like, I love Ratatouille. Ratatouille is amazing. But with, which also is a game based on it. In fact, every Pixar movie pretty much has a game based on it. I think. Almost. It was super. Oh, shit! Yeah, this is the Croctopus chase. Yeah, the Croctopuses will chase you, and if you get caught in a corner like that, or, slow down, yeah, you're gonna get caught and it's gonna hurt you, and you're gonna lose a Kong. But yeah, with my case, I mean, okay, Dolly, when you're saying it's super, you're talking about Toy Story 4, you're just talking about Pixar stuff, feel free to go into that any way you want, because as I said, we're an open book in this program as far as discussion stuff. But yeah, I think with Toy Story 4, for me, it was the idea that, alright, fine, maybe I didn't set my expectations high, and I went right away when it first came out. I went the day it came out, so like, okay, fine, I'll do this. And in that case, maybe, excuse me, I liked it more than I expected. WALL-E. Okay, so that's your take, Dolphin. Yeah, it is a great one. And a unique one, for sure, as far as what's doing. And one that I know a lot of people were kind of talking about with Lightyear, which came out recently. And sort of crashed and burned at the box office, interestingly enough, or weirdly enough. Because that was also a case, I guess, with that one, going to that. There was question with that for 2 things, which is that the opening of that movie, going to Toy Story thing, it's not a spoiler to say this, I haven't seen it yet, so that's my perspective to it so far, so I'm not gonna say if it's good or not. The opening of that movie basically says, Andy wanted a Buzz Lightyear toy because of the movie you saw with Buzz Lightyear, which is this movie. But a lot of people are pointing out with this one, the new Lightyear film, is that it doesn't really have much to do with the 1990s. It seems like it's kind of off on its own thing, and a lot of people, ElecVerse, I know you brought this up before, were mentioning Buzz Lightyear The Star Command, which has a game based on the Dreamcast, so at some point, I know you asked for Toy Story 2 on Dreamcast as well. I'll definitely have to pick that one up so we can take a look at that and go into it, because I believe it does have all the voice performers from the show, including Patrick Warburton, who is in The Emperor's New Groove, and Seinfeld, and Family Guy. So, I mean, I think that was kind of where I was as far as, like, the stuff with Pixar, and also the Lightyear thing, where it's kind of something different, and people saying, like, they liked it, sorta, but the idea, like, maybe it felt a little pedestrian, and same with, Toy Story 4, I guess. And by the way, you go over here on the left, in the Croctopus chase, find a life, and you find Ungard. Yeah, we're gonna kill the shark there. Boom, he's dead. Yeah, just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, you have Ungard stabbing everything. Yeah, even the sharks, even, fine, Chomps is the name of the shark there. But yeah, even Jaws wouldn't be safe. And Jaws does have multiple games based on it, most that are not very good, from what I understand. Including, Jaws Unleashed. Okay, yeah, there he goes. Yeah, let him go, he'll swim. While avoiding the squidges there. But there is your Croctopus chase. I will take a perspective of Cranky's Cabin. One weird thing, I guess, to go to what ElecVerse is saying as far as the pirate ship getting closer and closer each level you go past. And I'll look at that in the editing when I do this, because I never noticed that detail. We're going to Cranky's, but it is out in the forest still. So, yeah, the topography is not changing. Yeah, I was just heading out. Probably back to the forest or something. I don't know. Also, because they picked the dialogue randomly here. he's sometimes, like, talking in the middle of or he talks to him with a thought there, like, hey, it's not talking into anything that he came back. Like, we never saw anything like it. It's like, you just said you're gonna leave. Enjoy this demo while you can, because it can't last much longer. Yeah, one other thing I guess to go into. Yeah, Cranky, how the hell did you get rid of the snow from your place? Well, I mean, Donkey Kong 64 does go into the perspective of him having the potions that do all these weird things. So maybe he made a potion, perhaps, to get the snow to melt for heat or something. And actually, the Donkey Kong Country animated series goes in that too, actually. As far as him with the potions. In fact, actually, the Uncle Al abridged series, the second one he did, has this very, bizarre and very, you know, nobody would ever want to drink this potion that turns him young for that. Yeah, I'll see you guys later if you're lucky. No, we'll be fine. We will get that going. But yeah, that is, I guess, how Cranky sort of did it a little bit. But that goes to that interesting perspective of, I guess, you know, the topography going. And actually, I don't know if the other games really went into that. I mean, and also Donkey Kong 64, at least, he's in a barrel. He's in a house, specifically, or somewhere else that's not surrounded by anything. It's not an outdoor place. So that's the idea. All right. Next is Torchlight Trouble. And this is also why I'm playing the Switch version. You're wondering, why don't I use the Super Nintendo game? Yeah, it's dark in here. And there's a clump who died. And there is some oil. I could feasibly go through this level without this, technically, but by hitting this box, there's Squawks, the parrot. This is the only appearance of him in this game. He has the flashlight. The thing is that it will light your path, but when you do a turn, it's not going to have a problem with this one. Yet it'll put the light towards you, and I'm gonna try and actually pause that. Yeah, it actually has a flashing light. It's basically like an actual flashlight. So when he turns, that light will shine bright in your face, and that effect was actually cut down for all the other re-releases of this. And also, Donkey Kong Country 2 did that as well for Glimmer's Galleon. And 3 doesn't have something like that. So basically, it's the idea, like, we've sometimes said this on the show before, and I'll say this. I've said this multiple times too, the idea of flashing light warning or, you know, a potential seizure case, because it's not, here's the thing, we talked health sort of on the show at the beginning of it. I'm not in a case where I have a serious health problem as far as, you know, flashing lights or anything, or epilepsy, or even me saying, like, okay, fine, that it has to be, you know, no flashing lights. With gaming, you're gonna have to get that to some degree, inevitably. But just the idea that, even though I wasn't growing older, I was playing this on Super Nintendo, I was realizing, it's a little strong, more than I remember. I was like, well, fine, if that's the case, like, if it's giving me, someone who doesn't have a tendency to that, a question of, man, this is strong, I was like, yeah, what is it gonna be for other people? Or, as I said, Wizard of War, where, Wizard of War, that old arcade game, the flashing lights are massive. I put, like, 1,000,000 warnings on that one when we played Mario Arcade Treasures 2. And also to follow up on that, the Mario Arcade Origins collection, even though it is a newer release on 360, PS3, and I think it was PC as well, it still has a pretty strong flashing light case, so they didn't actually eliminate it all, unfortunately. So in that case, I'll have to put a flashing light when we do that collection. Alright. Yeah, in this case, it was a little harder, because, yeah, you don't have the lights there, but even the way it's dimmed, you know, in fact, you know what, I'll tell you what I'll do. After I kill the Claptrap here, and he's invincible for a brief period while he's doing the flashing there, and if he bites you that way, you're out of there. I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna get out of this, so we're done. And I'm gonna go to Candies. And after I do that, I'm actually gonna run through that level just with the lights off. Because it will not be too dark for me to see. So fine, we'll do the challenge run. I guess that's the idea of, you know, making it, you know, be more challenging. Or I guess feasibly the ROM hack community of this game. Actually, Nocturne in the chat tonight, she pointed me to actually a really interesting one for the second Donkey Kong Country game. And I will put a link to that in the YouTube site for sure for that. Because it was an interesting watch to kind of, in some ways, do what I think is interesting as far as a ROM hack case, which I don't know if I've actually explicitly mentioned that, or I guess for the purpose of reference what that is, which is that they'll take the elements of a game like this, or Super Mario World, there's a lot for that one, or Sonic, or feasibly anything, and they'll change the level design, they'll have original level layouts in the engine of the game itself for something more challenging. Like, for example, these minsters, they might have, like, more of those in the level. But sometimes it comes down to levels, or fine, the way it's designed. So, like, hey, it's gonna be maybe harder or frustrating one way, but maybe not so much another one. Yeah, it's the one where the guys playing it jokingly call Squawks Squeaks. Yeah, that is true. for sure. As I said, I'll put a link to that unless, Nocturne, you happen to have the link to it now, in which case that will be added when we edit this in a few days. Alright, but there you go. Yeah, I did go through the torchlight trouble without the torchlight. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to fly away. Now, going to the Rope Bridge Rumble. This is the second of the, not indoor levels, but this place is frozen over. Also, unlike Treetop Town, you don't have as many barrels going along here as far as shooting you out, but you do have the bonus barrels that's right there. I'll say, if something else, to make this one a little easier. Okay, this is definitely easier than the other one. Winky. So jump on him, and you go along. Oh, shit! Alright, that was weird. I hit that. Yeah, nice. Yeah, definitely so. Oh, I guess, alright, nice of going through the dark perspective of Torchlight Trouble. As I said, I didn't necessarily do that necessarily because, oh, I won't necessarily show off. Fine, I wanted to show off that it's possible to do it. But I also, I guess, wanted to show the idea that you can, because I've mentioned this before, and there are times when we played games where I haven't had the brightness up effectively, and I don't know if on the Super Nintendo it's bright enough to do this. It probably is. But in some cases, the idea that maybe they make it brighter for the visuals for a port of it, that it then becomes something you can manage easier. I mentioned that with Skies of Arcadia all the time. And in that case, as I said, the seizure case is why they did that for that one. It washed out the graphics a lot for it, but it makes it a little brighter to see. And when we play that game, we're going to do it on the Dreamcast, and I'll put like a million seizure warnings on that game, because I'm going to have to, for sure. But as I said, I was just showing that as far as like the visual difference and the idea of like, hey, you can do that. And went into the idea of like the ROM hacks, of which I guess, weirdly enough, I gotta tell you, I don't know if I've necessarily played a whole lot of specific ROM hacks myself. And as I said, with the PC stuff, I could feasibly show one, but I need to have another PC to do it. I'm only running with one as far as how this stuff is operating, so I have to get another one in order to connect it so we can do PC, because I want to do PC stuff. And yeah, Nikki is already called out, so like, I want to do Freddy Fish. Like, yeah, we're doing that next year at some point. And I think that'll probably be a Friday show for anything she or Edwack want to do, because they have scheduling stuff, but yeah, I'll make that happen. So I guess in that case, chat, if you have any other perspectives, like any good ROM hacks that you really like, we're going on a really naughty rampage. Alright, so here's Naughty again. He is red. What happens here is he'll jump higher. That's the main difference. He'll do that one time extra for each of the hits you do on him. And then when he comes down, you can hit him. You can't hit him when he's in the air like that. In the Game Boy Advance version, this is the pattern he has the first time you fight him in Congo Jungle. And when you fight him here in that version, what happens is... well, I hit him in the face again. He will throw stalagmites out to you, and you have to avoid them. I should be able to find that link and send it to you later. Thank you, Nocturne. Appreciate that. As I said, that will be in the link list below. Because as I mentioned, anytime you or I have something as far as, you know, links of interest that go with something, or go with random stuff, because that's the other thing. I love the idea that we can just kind of go wherever we want as far as some of the discussions, really. Yeah, we put it in as like, hey, this is the full perspective. Here's stuff that I referenced, or people who are guests on show referenced, or any of you in chat referenced. There you go. Alright, next is the Kremkrog Industries, and yeah, I think you're right, ElecVerse, I think it is getting closer. And good call on noticing that, I never did, so there you go, even 28 years after a game came out, you're still gonna find new stuff about it. Alright, well, in the, right on the eyebrows of Donkey Kong is the factory. So yeah, the Kremlings set up shop over here, and this is Oil Drum Alley, and this is a great level as far as its music. That was not done by Robin Beanland, but given the sound of it, which sounds like something out of Killer Instinct, I thought it was. Yeah, this is the Fear Factory. You can bust the oil drums with the TNT and come down here for the bonus barrel. Also, this one has one of the weirdest bonus stages in the game, because there actually is a bonus stage in the middle of another one. Or, fine, within another one. Not even the case of, you know, when we've been getting the animal tokens for those bonus games. As you go along in the Fear Factory with everything going on, and it looks great, it sounds great, it sounds very menacing. It really builds up the atmosphere, and I guess the perspective of, yeah, hold right there, jump, boom, hit that, hit the TNT, bust that to open it. Alright, now, in this one, usually you think, like, fine, I want the Winky token, or I want to go for, a little life. You can get the single banana, and if you, in this one, if you get all three of them, you get the one banana, usually. In this one, it's a little different, and you have to get the one banana combination in order to make this happen. And it actually is always going to be the second one, so actually I'm going to get Diddy out here. And you're also seeing this arrow over here, like, what's that about? So I just have to time this right. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Got it. Okay, instead of a banana, you get a barrel. Here's the thing about this. I pick it up. I have to jump specifically so I hit the wall and they get my animation to walk into the room for the next bonus stage. If I just walk into it, my feet will stop and I'll be thrown out. So you gotta jump very specifically and get it. Boom. There you go. And this room, you spell out Donkey, Kong, and Country. And for each of them, you get more lives progressively. Getting our Donkey case going on. Okay, you know what? Let's finish with Donkey Kong. Here he is. Indeed, the Banana Slammer, because that was his tagline on that cartoon. Just to go into that. Whoa! And they will go faster, by the way, when it gets to the next one. There's 2, and then the last one's a 3, and then Country. So, boom. So, yeah, I'm definitely getting tons and tons of lives. So, yeah, game over's never happening in this perspective of it. And there's your 3. Boom. So, yeah, it is the only bonus stage in the game that's like that, where another bonus stage is within it. And I think, I'm trying to remember if the other games do that. I think there's one in one of the other ones that does it. I know in Donkey Kong Country 2, there's one where they put the DK coin in the bonus stage. That's in Canon's Claim. But I don't remember 3 does something like that. Or for that matter, how, or if, Returns and Tropical Freeze we do that. Because I played them, but I haven't beaten them exactly. So at some point, I should do that. Because they're good games. They're by, Retro Studios, the people who made, Metroid Prime. Also down here is not a pit, it is Rambi. I was going through and hitting the Manky Kongs with my, horn. Whoa! Alright, that's fine, don't worry about that. He'll run there, there's not a pit. But there's another bonus barrel, or bonus room that's here. Fine, there's bonus barrels, but then the room. Yeah, just in this case, hit B, we got it. Here's the end, and we're good. But also, in this case, the oil drums will have fire coming out of them in intervals. So you have to time your jumps very specifically and be right on the line with it, otherwise Rambi's dying. But he'll be back, don't worry. He's back in Donkey Kong Country 2, and then in 64, Tropical Freeze and Returns. Woo. I guess in that case, Chad, what is your takes on the Returns and Tropical Freeze game? Do you, or both of those, do you like them, or are you, thinking just they're okay? I mean, and I guess also feasibly the unofficial third one of those, which is Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which is on the Xbox 360, oh no, the Xbox One, PS4, Switch, and PC. It's actually really good. I definitely should show that one off. It's the case where they went 2D with Yooka-Laylee and they like it better than the original one. Yeah, we're done with Oil Drum Alley, and later I'm going to let the whole perspective of that music play on the next one. The next is Trick Track Trek, and this is the first of the conveyor belt platform stages. This is where you have to be very specific of trying to understand where the bonus barrels are, because they don't give you many hints. I think they're okay. Yeah, I mean, I like them as far as what they are. In fact, it's this one. Jump right here. Oh shit, it's not there. Wait a minute, where is... Oh, no, I'm thinking ahead. That's, Tank of Trouble has one like that. Never mind. Yeah, I like them too. As I said, for some reason, though, I just never beat them. And in the case of Returns, I have Returns on the Wii. I don't know, did you play Returns on the Wii? And I guess also for... And I played Returns on the Wii, and I played, Tropical Freeze on Wii U, so when we run them, those are the versions we'll do. But, in the case of them, I have the Wii for Returns, which has the motion control that they require you to have for the purpose of doing the roll, which is fine, but it is something that I kind of wish you could turn off. But it is a game I do really like, and I also have gotten the sense that it's pretty hard of what it is. And it's a great perspective of it, but it definitely has a different feel from the stuff Rare made. And that's not to say that, oh yeah, you know, just because it's a different company, that means it's not as good. There's definitely a different feel, though, it has that kind of... I don't know. I played them... Okay, I played both the versions of Returns. I played the 3DS and the Wii. Okay, gotcha, like, first as far as that. And fitting for this, because basically you're just on the track this way, and you have to pay attention to where some of the bonus barrels are. Which is that there's not much of an indication telling you where they are. Yeah, so in that case, you have the traditional controls on the 3DS version and shit. I jumped off a little too early for that. Yeah, I don't know, is it better on 3DS because of the fact that you don't have to do the roll with shaking the controller? Or is it the idea that, hey, they're porting that game to the 3DS so it has some, I guess, technical things? Because from what I understand, I think it runs worse on 3DS. But I guess give Nintendo credit for saying, like, yeah, we're going to port Wii games and a Wii U game in the case of Yoshi's Woolly World to 3DS. Because it was Xenoblade Chronicles, and it was Donkey Kong Country Returns. which I guess you could feasibly say is Donkey Kong Country 4, but then again, I guess Donkey Kong 64 is the 4th one. Yeah, I do like them. It's just that I said, I don't know, for some reason, maybe it's because, I don't know if it's because maybe I don't have as much time, usually as much in my life, which is I think why I do the show. Like, I want to have some gaming time, so we can focus on stuff, play games that I've had forever and never beaten, or play stuff I've beaten a million times, like this one. I think it's the same. Okay, so, alright, that's interesting then. So, 3DS and Wii U for returns is basically 1-to-1. Because I know with Xenoblade, people say like, hey, even the new 3DS that it needs to play that is not necessarily the case. That also, I think... I know. Oh yeah, yes I do. With this one, I always forget where they are, because there's that one and there's another one later. So you have to do a rolling jump off of that. No, but I get that for sure, and as I said, they are good games, and it definitely is interesting to see that, you know, Nintendo still wants to do stuff with Donkey Kong Country, but I mean, even in some ways, I get the sense that maybe even they know, yeah, this is not exactly the same experience as the Rare stuff because of how they varied up, and even the fact that Tropical Freeze, they have David Wise doing the music for that, and they have some remixes from the old Donkey Kong Country games, especially a great remix of Sticker Brush Symphony that's in that. It actually is way better than some of the other remixes I've heard of that. Well, fine, the official ones. Because I'm okay on the Super Smash Bros. Brawl one, but that one in Tropical Freeze is amazing. I'll link to that, because that's an awesome listen. Yeah, in this case, yeah, you have to do the roll over here in order to get the barrel up here. And this is also a case of Nocturne, what you're saying. Thank God they give you that and put you back at a specific place. Also, by the way, they have jumping clap traps. As soon as you jump, they jump, so be careful. But yeah, I can imagine the idea like, hey, they put that over a pit or something if they're not designing the game well. So, you appreciate that idea of it that way, too. And those Donkey Kong Country games Retro makes, they are really well designed, for sure. Just they have the different feel, and as I mentioned, it's definitely not the same case as this, which I guess maybe is why Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair has maybe... In fact, I've heard people, I'll say this, I don't know, ElecVerse in chat, if you played Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, if you haven't, I'd recommend it highly. And we play it, I have it on the Xbox One, we'll run on that. But for that one, I've heard some people say, like, they like it better than the Donkey Kong Country retro games. So, I mean, maybe because it's Team 17 who made that, which is made up of... Or no, it's Playtonic. Team 17 is who published it. Playtonic developed it, which is made up of a lot of members of Rare, or ex-members of Rare, including, well, David Wise and Grant Kirkhope, who did the music for it. So, yeah, which is definitely an interesting thing for that. And it's funny, because when I played that, I did feel that one, that's also not the same as these three, or the three for the Super Nintendo, for as far as Donkey Kong Country is concerned. But for some reason, maybe it's because it's the same people, but I don't know, it felt maybe more in line with it, and in that way it made it easier to, I guess, adjust to the things that it does unique, because there's a lot of things that does unique. Including the fact it has the same system as this, where you get hit with one character and the other one's gone, but it's basically you get hit, Yuka's left alone, and Laylee's going away, but if you're quick enough, you can catch up to her and get her to hold on to you. And actually, like with Donkey Kong Country Returns to Tropical Freeze, you have extra abilities when you have Laylee with you. And yeah, the other bonus barrel is not down there, I made a mistake. I'm thinking the last level, shit. Because this is the one, as I mean, okay, fine, I'll say this. As far as the practice stuff, the main reason I practice this game, not was because I don't know what I'm doing with it, but just because I know where I want to be fresh with it. It's because of this stage in particular. It's like, I always tend to forget where the bonus barrel is on this one, but alright, I'm thinking a little ahead. It was actually at the end. So we'll keep going through this, and yeah, feel free to hit us up with anything else you got, as far as anything else you want to go into. Yeah, we don't have to go through that bonus barrel again, because we already got it. Well, actually, here's the other thing also to go in with these levels. This one and Tanked Up Trouble, which we'll see in the next world. You can't do a Kong switch on the platform. Hitting the select button and the A button, you can't do it, so it's not going to work. Also, that clump will not come down for some reason. Oh. We are getting the great atmosphere of the cave, especially the lights kind of flickering like that as far as, like, the candle lights. Yeah, we're going deep in a cave. Like, yeah, you're doing spelunking. Ooh. Yeah, because I was thinking of him, Manky Kong. He's where the bonus barrel is. Not that one, but another one coming up. Yeah, but for Crusha, if you have Diddy on here, just stay on the left. So then he'll just walk off and kill himself. Okay, so what you do is there's Manky Kong. You have to roll into him, and right down here is where his Winky token is, and that. Thank God there's not a third one, otherwise I'd have to go back to the start of the level, or the checkpoint. Alright, yeah, it's a formality just getting lives now, but may as well, because, yeah, there we go. I've kind of lost count of how many lives I have, but yeah, it's well over 100, and it does count past that. So yeah, at this point, I mean, Nocturne's like when we played Sonic 3 and Knuckles together, and also, we were talking about Sonic Origins with this, the idea of unlimited lives. I mean, I basically have unlimited lives now, but it's because I played to get it. While running into elevator antics, which actually is one of the hardest levels in this. Including getting the bonus room up here, you have to make that jump very specifically to climb up the rope. Yeah, I'll try to get the life, because why not? I mean, hey, if there's lives somewhere, I'll try and get them. Not that I necessarily need them. So at this point, as I said, it is unlimited life mode, feasibly for this game. And as I said, when we played Sonic 3 and Knuckles, or played Sonic Jam for that specifically, I said at the time, we'll go back to that, for it, the thought that, you know, well fine, I'll go on that in just a second. I bet that life counter maxes out 255 or 511, even though it shows up to 99. Yeah, which goes to the way a lot of games are designed around, which they design it around a single-digit integer, which oh fine, not a single-digit, two-digit integer. Oh fine, no, the single-digit is 250, 0 to 255, so 256, and 2 is 511 or 512. Yeah, that is my tech knowledge rearing its head that way, which is a good thing for the purpose of that, but also understanding that as far as gaming. So like, yeah, it's my career. It's not just the fact that, you know, game case. Not that it's like, hey, I do game design or anything, but just the idea that I have a tech background for that. So, yeah, you're right as far as that, Nocturne to that, and it probably is an answer as far as like what that is, why I stupidly got hit by the zinger. But yeah, as I was gonna say with that, is that, yeah, we said with Sonic Origins before it came out, the thought that, hey, they have the unlimited lives in the infinite mode, or in the anniversary mode, which feasibly is a good practice for people who hadn't necessarily played these games before, but then the question, like, hey, could we play with the widescreen option with just the live system, which it doesn't have, and also the classic mode, the 4x3 mode, it basically is just putting a border around the 16:9 mode. So in that case, it's honestly, they're cheating with it in the sense that it's not a straight port of the old versions. Oh, fine. They had to change stuff, including the Carnival Night, Ice Cap competition, and launch-based music, but also the idea that they can't, I mean, that they basically are, you're losing screen real estate there. And that goes, I guess, to one thing that sometimes I go into, the idea of aspect ratios. I know, not Nocturne, Protorova mentioned this. When we did Ocarina of Time, I said, he was like, hey, he wants to stretch the image out so it takes up the whole HD television, the whole HD screen. I said, no, because the game was not designed around it. It was a 3DS version we could stream, then maybe, but otherwise no, because we're running it correct aspect ratio. But in this case, it was that original mode is doing it in reverse, where it's basically taking the 16:9 option it has and then just cropping it. Like, okay, that's kind of a problem in the opposite direction. I rarely seen that. I mean, Sega, if you're listening, please patch that game. I think people are asking that so that we can have that as an option and some of the other things, including the bugs. You know what? I'll show them off. So I'm going to show bugs with this game anyway. And even simultaneously, as I mentioned, and Nocturne, I don't know if you were on, we did Sonic, or Super Mario Land last week, so, or Super Mario Land 2 last week, so I'll reiterate this. Yeah, Simon Tomley was coming out saying, like, yeah, the code we gave Sega for that, for the Sonic 3 port we did, why I stupidly got hit by the Minieki there, that was not what we turned in. They introduced bugs to that, and we said, hey, can we fix this? He said, no, we can't, because we have to get this out on time. So Sega rushed it, basically. But that being said, the reason I'm not as angry at it for that one is that it's not a train wreck. It's not actually a worse way to play these games. In some ways, it's a better way. But in other ways, it's not the ultimate way, which I think it feasibly should have been. But it's still something I'll still play, because, like, hey, it's good, and there's some interesting stuff in that that is unique. In fact, you know, since it's digital, you know what I think I'll do is, Chad, if you don't have any objections to this, and also since we're going to be finishing this game pretty soon, this is not a long game, I might show you some of the little quirks of that, because we're actually not going to be coming back to Sonic until, actually September. Nocturne and I were trying to figure out what scheduling is going to look like. We decided for Sonic Mania, which we're going to do in August, we're doing it in September instead, just to give a perspective to that. But at some point, I do want to show off Sonic Origins, like, yeah, maybe this is a reason just to do it. Hey, it's on the same system, it's digital this way, though even if it was physical, if I had the card in the system, that would be set. But yeah, Sega's not announced a physical version, and I hope they do. Alright, but here's the last bonus stage here. Also, in this one, unlike the other ones with the barrel shootout, you can actually move left and right, so you can feasibly get all the bananas. Okay, so there is your elevator antics finished. And there's Candy right by the lake that way. I mean, alright, this makes sense as far as where she is, by the mountain. Mountain, sort of. Everything worth saving? Yeah, I do, but I'm jumping out of the way of your kiss, because that is Donkey Kong's deal. Alright, now we're going into the last water level of the game. This is Poison Pond. You go to the left right at the beginning, going down at the bottom, you're going to find Ungard. Or Ungard. I always called him Ungarde, but it was like, no, it's not that. It's Ungard, like the sword. Because he's a swordfish. That's the idea. Whoa! Also, he technically doesn't have a voice, it just does that, which isn't technically his voice until, Donkey Kong Country 2 came out where he goes the, ow, ow! And then they higher pitch it for 3 for some reason, the, ow, ow! Yeah, we'll get to that when we do Donkey Kong Country 3. As I said, we did 2 already, but, actually, you know what? Also, what I might do with, since I'm gonna do the advanced one of 2, or 3, I think I might pick up the advanced of 2 just so I can show the extra boss that we didn't show. Because we ran Super Nintendo. And if you missed the Super Nintendo play of that, I have it on the YouTube site. It is an older one, so it's not 100% with the audio quality as far as the voice of me is concerned. But it still was to completion, and actually I backdoored my way to the end of the game in a pretty humorous way. So yeah, there you go. You have that as well. And I did use Switch Online for that one as well, for the same reason as this one. For, in the case of this one is Torchlight Trouble, that one is Glimmer's Galleon. And actually, in that one, unlike this game, you can't go through that level without the flashlight. Alright, well there's the O, just an O. Oh! In this case, there's a lot of the minsters in the water, in the poison pond, which will not poison you, thankfully. You will not die from this. And yeah, actually, Donkey Kong does not drown in this game. It's not until Donkey Kong 64, I believe, he has a drowning case. Right, there's also another Ungard if you need it, but we don't. So if you do the idea there are multiples of the animal buddies, although actually I think Ungard's the only one you see multiples of available in the same level, I think. Because usually they have only one box for everybody else. Also, there's a Rambi token, which I did not get on a test play, but yeah. You sometimes will notice that because the camera will shift a little bit. Oh, shit. Yeah, but thankfully in that case, like, yeah, I get to take an extra hit. So it's almost like, well, I guess Crash Bandicoot would kind of take off from this. You know what, fine. No, you know, we're not leaving him here. It's a poison place. Oh, shit. Alright, fine, we're taking Donkey Kong with it. Fair enough. Whoa. Because this is actually the last level we're going to see him. Or see, oh god, shit! I think he will come back. The idea is that when he hits a wall, he will come back to me, but if he's too far off, he might despawn. Yeah, I think he did. Alright, bye-bye, Ungard. We'll see you in Donkey Kong Country 3. Or, no, we won't. We'll go back and get him again, because he died. Because this is the hardest of the water levels, because of the minsters. And like all the other water levels, there are no bonus stages here, so you just have to get to the end. Also, yeah, I guess I could show this going this way. This is how you go under this in order to get Ungard if you don't already have one. Yeah, kill the shark. Alright, there is that. Okay, actually, one other thing now I'm thinking about this, I just realized, or I remember to mention, unlike Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3, when you hit the DK barrels in this one, they will always break. The ones that are floating in the air. So, feasibly, if you hit that, it'll go away, but in the later ones, it'll only break if you don't have the other Kong out with you. So, technically, I guess it's a little easier in that way with the other ones, but I would say that the... I'd say 2 is harder than this. This, I think 3 is about on the level of this one, although 3 has its parts that are definitely harder than this. I'm thinking, especially you have Rocket Rush, is it? Actually, all the Crematoa levels are insanely hard. But especially Rocket Rush, it's Rocket Rush, I think it's the last one. That one I remember dying constantly when I was growing up, although actually when I played it a couple of years ago, I did not die that quickly. Oh shit, oh no! Yeah, those fish are not gonna... fine, those fish aren't really much of a threat, except for the fact that they touched me and I died. I was like, yeah, they don't look bad. Alright, fine, I died to them anyway. Yeah, and that was unfortunately near the end of the level. Usually when we see that, that arrow signpost, that means usually at the end. And this is a long one, so yeah, that's the idea. Alright, so let's get in guard. Again for third time, unless I get minced. Damn. Yeah, like I said, I have 99, fine, more than 99. I have like 100-something lives. So we're not getting any problem with this. Just keep going. Oh, shit! Yeah, I thought I hadn't hit him yet, but alright, fine. Yeah, that's my problem. I need more water. I mean, I have 4 bottles enough. I'm already through 2 of them, so there you go. Yeah, because I think as some friends of Protorovas emphasized, they've tuned the show before, they said, man, this guy can talk. Like, yeah, that's true. But I have a lot to say, but also, chat, you have a lot to say, and I like, you know, having that discussion that way. But as I said, if you're gonna do that, be hydrated, get a lot of water. In fact, in that way, I'm maybe healthier than at any other point in my life, because, like, yeah, I'm getting tons of water and giving a lot of money to the spring water companies. Alright, so fine. I'll be careful not to hit into the mincer this time. Yeah, because it comes forward really fast. If you go into the alcoves there, you'll avoid it. Ooh. I see a little bit of slowdown, but honestly, this game does not slow down that much. So it really goes to the idea that, yeah, technologically speaking, this is a pretty impressive one as far as how it looks great, but also runs very smoothly. Or it's like how we said last week with Donkey Kong, or not Donkey Kong, with Super Mario Land 2. Oh shit, I just got back onto him and the mincer hit him. Yeah, but thankfully Unguard will not die to the mincers, he'll just get hurt and I'll have to go get him again. Alright, fine, at that point, yeah, keep going. Where is he? Yeah, let's take him out. Alright, out of the poison pond with you, and out of the water. We are done with water. So let's also take a look at Cranky, because, yeah, I said, I need to drink more. Aren't I safe for sore eyes? Yeah, I guess so. You keep saying that, and we were much better off in those days. What days? Like, yeah, the days I was a sight for sore eyes. I mean, if nothing else, I guess you're getting a massive amount of Cranky Kong here. Got more gameplay on my little finger than you got on this whole game. Ugh. Now, I'm showing that's not right. And we know that with the graphics and no gameplay, but we're disproving that live on Twitch now. So there you go. I guess it also goes, he is right when he says 32 meg. That is 32 megabits. This game is encased in a 4 megabyte cartridge. So that is the interesting case. And actually, I think all the Donkey Kong Country games were 32 megabits. Yeah, now you're telling us what happened in the first world. Yeah, we took care of that. Steel ring barrels will break only when they hit a wall. Actually, oh, right, he's right about that, because some of the barrels that you'll see do have, like, a little ring on them, and some of them will roll on the ground a little easier, and those are some. Alright, we got the next minecart level. This is Minecart Madness. This one does have bonus levels, but how this works, you jump in, like the other one, you jump out of the cart. It's another one you really have to pay attention to the environment in order to get a sense of where the bonus barrels are. Yeah, like right here, jump on that rope. You jump here, and pay attention where the bananas are not, and jump right there. Right in the middle. Oh shit, I forgot this is one of the ones that rotates, and not shoots out straight. In those cases, you just have to hit the B button and you're all set. Oh right, okay, there's an Unguard token down there. I don't necessarily need to go down there for that. I was thinking, like, wait, did I miss one of the bonus barrels? But I did not. Oh, wait, did I... Okay, no, I'm thinking ahead. Yeah, because I just don't want to miss him. But the way I'm going, I think we should be fine. Okay, yeah, because the camera pans down a little, makes you think that, oh, wait a minute, there's something down there, but there's not. Except the end. Yeah, but now we have on, so it is on like I'm going to be sued by Nintendo if I finish that sentence, which is not an exaggeration. Oh, shit. Wait a second, let me look back at that. Okay, I just missed the minecars. Like, wait a second, how did I hit that right or wrong? Yeah, thank God for the couple second delay when I make a mistake or do something and I look back at the capture device window and see, oh yeah, okay, there you go. Okay, that was my mistake right there. Like, I knew I had to jump a little bit there in order to get to that tire, so yeah, just let myself fall down. So yeah, this is the one that's giving me more trouble than the Minecart Madness. But I said it's also because I'm looking for the bonus barrels. Yeah, usually for that tire, in order to get it, you have to basically jump right there and get on top of it in order to get to the barrel. There we go. And you know what, fine, we're not going to do anything with animals. Yeah, I know you're disappointed, Donkey Kong. We got some other animals we'll see as we go through the levels. And there's one more bonus barrel at the end, and shit, I jumped too early. I saw that happening. But when you do die, by the way, you don't have to go into the bonus stages again. You've already got them. Actually, I think every game in the franchise is like that. Or every game in the franchise is like that as long as you beat them in the later ones. Alright, so let's keep going and be a little more careful this time. Oh, shit. Yeah, in that case, I have to be very specific in order to jump onto that. And I will say this also, going back to the Minecraft stuff. The Minecraft levels in the Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze game are way harder. Especially the one in Returns, or the ones the Return has. Although Returns does have cool motifs there, basically in that one... Okay, I'm doing this so I could skip this area, so that's another thing you do. Even if you went in already, say that, oh, I don't want to go through that part. Okay, alright, fine. I was gonna say I can get Rambi, but I was like, fine now. So that's basically an element of strategy, but yeah, in the Returns game, you have one that's in a sawmill, which actually looks really great. At least I think that's the one that has it. Oh, there we go. Ong. Also, yeah, we have the crashes there. They're just sitting there, so yeah, just jump on them and knock them out. Because they're literally no threat here. So you just have to jump far enough to get to each of them. Yeah, and the last bonus barrel is right there, but yeah, we have a massive drop coming up, so you gotta jump off quickly enough so you don't die. Oh shit, I hit the naughty! Also, the other thing I could do is I could do the rewind of the Switch online of what it offers here, but yeah, we're not doing that. Playing this old school, baby. Yeah, because I'll say this, back in my day, I didn't have a save state. Back in my day, I had to do this with the lives I had. But as I said, I have over 100, so it's not a problem now. Right, fine, okay, fine, there we go. That's how you're supposed to do that. At least I got to show that happening. Shit, no! Yeah, it's weird. This is the one that's giving me a lot of trouble, but I was like, fine, I'm being reckless. And it goes to, I think, maybe... I'll say this, and chat, feel free to go into what your appeal of these games are, or of this one specifically. I think maybe part of the appeal I have with each of these is, because I mentioned, I'm a big one on Sonic as it is, and a lot of platforming games of that era. Yeah, so it doesn't matter I'm dying, who cares? So I get to keep going on to this. I think with a lot of these games, I love that perspective of the forward momentum of just being able to go really fast and react in a split second and do a lot of fancy footwork, but it puts you at risk of dying a lot, and so for that juncture, it means that, yeah, you know, you're gonna die if you're not careful. Okay, it looked like I just missed that. And I also do a count at the end of this, when I edit this, to see how many times I die on this level, because there's not a single level I've died on more than this one. That I do know. But it's fine. We'll get through it. It's not gonna be, I'm not gonna be, like, wasting 100 lives. Just at the end, I want to get the naughty out of the way, and I was, reckless. I guess it also goes to how specific the collision detection is. Not that it's bad, it's good, it's great. It's just that it is very specific. So if you're off, you can hit you, and it's like, fine. It's not me saying, like, oh, it's unfair. Yeah, fine, you know what? Kill him. And be careful there, and jump on the tires that are suspended in midair. Got it, thankfully. Yeah, fine, let's have some fun after, you know, all of the trouble I had with Minecart Madness. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, Nocturne, what you're saying. Exactly right there. Drops me right down on the naughty and he dies. So, it makes it more satisfying. I came out, I did well on that, and then I got to kill a little beaver for that. Yeah, we're finally done with Minecart Madness. Count of deaths here. Now we're going to the Blackout Basements. This is another factory level where you have flashing lights, or fine, the lights going on and off, but again, with this version, you could just barely see the floor here. And I don't think in the Super Nintendo game you could even do that. But you can't see the enemies. The enemies are hidden. So yeah, they are set to that. You can't see them, so be careful of that. You can't see the Kong letters, but you can see the bananas. And this is another one we have to go through the level for a while without seeing a bonus barrel, but that's fine. Let's just listen to this great music. Here's the part I didn't let you listen to when we went to Oil Drum Alley. Alright, yeah, in that case, I'm really holding this, just making sure, like, yeah, I'm not gonna get ambushed. So if usually you just kind of take your time and just get a sense of, like, where everything is, that way, boom. Hit there and get the O. Yeah, and there's Clump. Yeah, you jump on him with Donkey Kong, he dies in one hit. Whereas with Diddy... Actually, you know what? Oh, let me show that with Diddy. If he doesn't walk up and die. Okay, never mind, he did. Sorry. Clump would rather commit suicide than die by the Kongs. It's fair enough, yeah. I can't take this anymore. Alright, there he is again. Never mind, I guess he didn't die. Actually, here's the part of the song I love the most. Yeah, that doot 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 is so good. It gets that great perspective, the great atmosphere. Fine, I'll show this there. Yeah, he grabs his helmet. So yeah, with Diddy you can't jump on him, but you can roll into him fine and he dies. Yeah, we're almost there, and almost to the bonus stage, or one of them anyway. There are two of them here. Whoa, shit! Alright, fine. In that case, I hit the checkpoint, but that's fine. Alright, yeah, and I guess it's good to, I guess we're getting this music now as we're getting later in the game, because it means that, yeah, we're getting close to, you know, going after K. Rool. He has to go down. I guess maybe that's the other thing. Oh, shit! I didn't realize that wasn't there. Okay, so you're seeing where the difficulty on Blackout Basement is, but alright, because I guess that's the other thing with those returns, and, with returns of Donkey Kong, Country Tropical Freeze, you don't have K. Rool as the villain in them. Which is, an interesting case. Or strange, but yeah, he's not there. Yeah, his, actually, I think, I'm trying to remember if there's a game after Donkey Kong 64 where he's the villain. I think there is, but I don't remember. Chad, if you remember, let me know. I'd be curious to, know which one I'm missing. Oh, yeah, okay, it's harder when the claptraps come, because, yeah, they'll eat that way. Okay, now you also get the falling platforms with the arrows. They'll go in the direction that you, that they point when you jump on them. In this case, they're going downwards. In this case, you have to ride this one down in the banana. You get a life, cool. Yeah, and yeah, they still have the blackout thing going in the bonus stage. Yeah, so if you're gonna get to the middle, yeah, good luck. Yeah, in this case, also, I could do this. I could use the steel keg and hit that. Whoa. Yeah, just, yeah, make Donkey Kong nothing. Oh, or... Okay, there you go. That was interesting. Yeah, they died off screen. I didn't see it. Oh, shit. Actually, I screwed up because I need to use the barrel in order to get into that. So, and since I have to go through the rest of the level anyway, actually, you know what? Oh, right, it doesn't respawn, but at least that shows that idea. Actually, no, in that case, what I'll do is I'll do that again. I'll just ride it all the way to the end because you're invincible. I think you are invincible just in general when you ride the steel keg. Which is enough, Donkey Kong Country 2 did not have the steel kegs, 3 did. And actually, that's goes back, I guess, to the other thing as far as, like, the puzzle case, which is that in Donkey Kong Country 3, you do have the, you have the steel kegs, and you have a coin, where's the DK coin in each stage. You have to find him, and then find the interesting way to hit his back to kill him to get it. Alright, so let's get going. Yeah, because some of the ropes will kind of stay still. That one will, but some of the other ones will not, so that's where the difficulty lies. Yeah, okay, that was risky jumping in the dark, but, like, yeah, fine, whatever. As I said, I like to play risky with this game. I think that's maybe the reward of it, the reward of it when I play it. I get to that case where, like, yeah, fine, I take a risk and I come out of it really nicely, and it just feels so nice to do that. Oh, shit! Okay, that's fine. I don't need Diddy for this necessarily. I just need to get... Oh, actually, wait, no, Okay, actually, you know what? I'll go back to this. Nocturne, you're saying as far as putting you in an opportune position, you actually have to go into this bonus stage in order to get this. Okay, awesome. So, alright, fine. It's not a bonus stage and another bonus stage, but it's one you need to go into in order to get the keg that you need to get into it. So, yeah, jump onto it and just ride on nothing. So, yeah, that's a sight. There we go. Yeah, and we have to get the balloon, but yeah, the lights are going on and off. Alright, it is this one. Oh shit, it's not this one, okay. And by the way, when you have these guess where it is games, the life balloons will flash faster and shuffle around faster than the animal tokens. Oh shit! Yeah, I don't want to die to that again. Alright, so we're done with Blackout Basement, and next is Boss Dumb Drum. Another one that changed the Game Boy Advance version, but in this one what happens is he'll come down like that, and each time he'll hit one more time progressively. Shit. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be hard now, because of the last one. You have to do that 5 times and he'll come down and kill himself. But on Game Boy Advance what happens is that you do that, he'll drop a TNT barrel, and you have to hit him with it each time he comes down. And 5 of them he dies. So basically it's a, it's kind of a hybrid of this fight and the one with Cudgel in Donkey Kong Country 2. Yeah, and this is definitely getting harder with Diddy because of the last one. I'll see if I can do this with just him. And he will come down where you're standing, so be careful. Whoa! Yeah, right there, because the army. Damn, I can't believe I got him. Okay, wow, that was lucky. And there he comes down and explodes. And it won't hurt you when he comes down at that point. Okay, that was lucky, because with Diddy you have to jump on the armies twice. So yeah, I died there, I was doing a test play for that very reason, but now we're good. Alright, so yeah, there we go. There is the pirate ship next after where we're going here. This is the Chimp Caverns. This is Tanked Up Trouble. It's another one of the cave platform levels. This one's a little different. You have gas on this one. Get the barrels there and keep going, but also jump right here downwards. Yeah, that's where it is. Nice, thank you. I appreciate that for sure. Is it also, that's the other thing about this game, which is that, and as I said, this is why I guess I like to be reckless with this in some cases. Because it's also one of those games, it's like Sonic, or it's like with some of these other games where it's very momentum-based, and the idea that you can kind of get into a case where you can kind of show a nice sense of skill, so something, and also, in some ways, make it interesting to watch as much as it is to play. I mean, I'll say this, I've seen people do stuff with this game, or any game in this franchise, that's kind of an amazing thing. Not even just like the speedrun concept, but that as well. Just seeing like, hey, they're doing all these fancy maneuvers, and seeing that like, wow, that's cool. And also getting to that point where, you know, you can feasibly make that happen yourself, or, as has been the case with the Crochet Nerd 64, being witness when he does something amazing. Well, actually, in his case, he did 2 things amazing. He did that hard pattern we did Space Channel 5, which that is still something I gotta get my hat off to him for that one, and also the Postman minigame in Majora's Mask without the bunny hood, which there you go. Yeah, go back to part 1 of Majora's Mask if you missed that. Which is fitting because part 2 is next week, so you'll be set for that one. And that's gonna be mostly him playing that, except I got some stuff with the archery ranges I have to deal with, including what we ended on last time, and I am dreading that. But alright, we're going through this, and yeah, as you go along, the fuel canisters have fewer fuel bars that it'll go. By the way, when it gets down to 1, it'll flash, and then it'll fall and you die. So keep the fuel going so you don't die. Which I guess is actually like Rocket Rush in Donkey Kong Country 3, actually. But honestly, I think that's way harder than this is. You also hear the great build of this track, Life in the Mines, as they call it, which is Evelyn Fisher's track, and it sounds terrific. Fine, I'm not going for the end, I don't care. Well, this is what you have to time it so that you shoot down and don't fall in pit and die. Oh, and yeah, in this case, they're only giving you ones that are one point on the canister. You do have a little bit of a shit, and also it will stop. Okay, fine, it won't stop enough when you get back to it. Oh yeah, fine, it's saying like, fuck you, I'm going on. Which is fair enough, but I mean, I'm at the checkpoint, so we'll keep going. Alright, come out, Diddy, we'll... Oh shit! Fine, that was me being reckless, slipping off, but alright. By the way, this is the second to last world, so we don't have much more of this game to go, honestly. In fact, I'm amazed I've already gotten 2.5 hours out of this. Because, yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can get through this game pretty quickly, compared to its sequels, where, it was a little over 4 hours, as far as how long it took for, 2, and for 3, I think 3... I'm gonna split 3 into 2 parts. I think 3 is gonna be about 5.5 for the Super Nintendo game, and I guess for showing off the advanced stuff, that will be... Oh, shit. Oh, fine, we're gonna see what happens now with that. Yeah, there's the fuel, but it doesn't matter because there's nowhere to go. I remember hating this level when we played it together that one time. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, probably. I don't know how many times we died. And then also, because the other thing, the multiplayer perspective of this, It is hard, but I mean, as I said, we're at the second to last level world of the game, so I get it. But honestly, as I said, so far, Minecart Madness is the one that really gave me the most trouble. So if nothing else, I do reflect the idea of, A, why these games seen as hard, and B, why the Minecart level seen as hard. But yeah, I mean, because you have to be on your game for this for sure. At this point, it's like, yeah, you know what? You gotta be ready. And I'll say this, Nocturne. Have you played this on the Game Boy Color? I want to ask you that. Also, if I can make this jump very specifically with Diddy. Oh, okay, I just made it back. Yeah, on the Game Boy Color, because it is a redo of that. I believe it's on the Donkey Kong Land engine. No, I have not. Yeah, it's way harder. So you have less time to react, and making your jumps is a lot more difficult. In fact, it's interesting. I was getting into that with, actually with the Crusader 64, because I was talking about Mega Man Wily Wars when I was showing that yesterday. Ew. Yeah, you can just barely make that jump with Diddy. I don't know if you can make that with Donkey Kong. I think you might be able to. But I can't do a switch to find out. But I was saying to him, I was like, hey, the difficulty of some of the Mega Man games, and I guess the idea of, he's like, hey, I didn't necessarily know the Chill Penguin in Mega Man X was the easy one. But I was saying, like, yeah, that's true, but then again, also, if you take that barrel, it's a master shortcut, we're not taking it. But I said to him, like, hey, I recently downloaded, Mega Man Extreme for the, Game Boy Color from the 3DS, because I'm preparing for that 3DS shop closure, and, Wii U shop closure. And I realized when I was playing that, it was harder to fight Chill Penguin in that game because of the fact it's a smaller screen, a smaller, I guess, place you have to go, even though he has the same pattern as he had in Mega Man X. And I'll show a picture of what that looks like, just for reference to that, because I bought that digitally, so the only way you'll be able to see it, unless I can get a copy of that, or I know somebody else who has that, then I would have to, you know, mod my 3DS, or fine, get the capture device on 3DS, and that's going to be a element. I still need to grab the two Zelda Oracle games on 3DS. Yeah, Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. Those are awesome games. In fact, I will say this then, PSA time for that. The way that's working for the shop is that you have only until the end of August. I'm trying to remember what the date is. I'll put the date specifically when I edit this in a few days, as we're going to Manic Mincers. And Ramby's here. You only have till the end of August to add money using the Nintendo eShop cards. And you can't add with a credit card anymore. They turn that off at the end of May. So if you don't add money by then, you're not getting them, because the other thing is that redeem codes you could redeem, but I don't think any redeem codes for the Oracle games exist anymore. They're not being sold any of the retailers I saw online or anywhere else. So, and the shop will then shut down next March. So if you want to get in on those, get on them quick, because they're awesome. I do have them physically, so at some point I can definitely show them. And it's also one of those cases that I think I've kind of gotten this perspective from some people, since they remade Link's Awakening on Switch, if they'll remake those on Switch. Which would be really nice to see, because those are awesome games, and they're, in some ways, maybe some of the most underrated games in the series, to some degree. Oh shit. Not there? Oh wait, I think I missed one of them. You know what? Okay, that was weird. I just missed him. You know what? I'm gonna die, because I think I need to go back. But yeah, there are definitely things on those stores that are, of interest. Actually, I'll go into that, because actually... wait a minute, hold on. Oh wait, no, I have to take this over to the pit. Okay, I gotta remember that. What you gotta do is you make that jump, come down here, and go here. There we go. Oh, and he blew up as I went in. Awesome. So yeah, if I died going in, yeah, something else died and I didn't know. But I got bitten. I guess let's go into that. Fine, me dying again. Let's go into some of the stuff that came out of the Nintendo Direct Mini that was this week, which is mostly on third-party stuff. So it's kind of, well, fine. There's one sort of first-party thing, which is the release date they announced of Mario and Rabbids Spark of Hope, which is October, by the way. But there's some really interesting things they announced in that, and they definitely go into stuff with classic gaming, including let's just say the big one. Fine, the biggest one really that everybody was saying. They're saying, like, when are they going to have this? Because they announced this for everything but Switch, and that is the releases of Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden, and Persona 5 Royal for Switch. Which Persona 5 Royal is the first one that's coming out, and then 4 and 3 next year. But then also on top of that, they announced the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. So, oh shit, I made a mistake there by not busting that. Okay. Is there another barrel? Because I forgot the wall over there. Yeah, but they announced that, which is going to have all 10 of the Game Boy Advance Mega Man Battle Network games, which is good, because some of those go for quite a bit of money, especially the first two. But they haven't said necessarily if it's going to be, if they're going to have the DS versions of, I think it's 5 and 6, I believe, the DS versions. And they also said no on, or so far, it's pretty much a no on Mega Man Battleship Challenge, which was on Game Boy Advance. But that, like, in that case, like, fine, let me buy that on Virtual Console for Wii U, so I'll run that way. For the purpose of that, yeah, die, crush it, die. Whoa. But yeah, it's definitely interesting that way, and also the idea of, like, collection, and it goes to some other stuff to that as well, for that. Also, yeah, let me look at my notes on what I got here, because I did take down some of the stuff, because I didn't want to go into that. But yeah, they announced Super Bomberman R2. I know, like, for you've asked for Bomberman stuff, and feel free to let me know what Bomberman game you want to start with, because there are definitely a lot of good ones we could hit for the purpose of that. But they announced that it's coming out for all the consoles as well as Switch, but it looks rough as hell on Switch, I'll say that. Frame rate looks really bad, which is why I'm glad it's out next year. And it's also on stuff that's not Switch, with all due respect. So yeah, you can easily have a version that runs better. And actually, I'll also show this, because I don't know if... Yeah, did I get... Okay, I did get to the end of this before. By the way, if you hit the mincers here, you don't die, but you get tossed out. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the TNT barrel and go in here. Perfect. Yeah, they also announced a remake of Pac-Man World, which I was kind of surprised to see them do that. Pac-Man World, repacked, I believe, isn't it? I think. Yeah, repack. Singular. They also talked about the Return to Monkey Island, which is coming out. I'm looking forward to that for sure, because I like those Monkey Island games. Oh, and, Nocturne, since you're here as well, this is one that I think is near and dear to your heart, and a game I know you have called dibs on. We do it, and we're not doing it on this system, but it's nice to putting it out. Nier Automata, that is getting a Switch port, and it's also a case where people are looking at, well, we're going in the Misty Mine here. Fine, let me go back and get Donkey Kong for the purpose of this, because, yeah, there are the enemies there, and you get the mist going. It is a nice effect. But yeah, they are porting Nier Automata to the Switch, and it is running pretty well on Switch. I'll say that based on what they showed. It's out in October. It is running at 30 FPS, which goes to the idea of what we've sometimes said on the show, the idea of when Kingdom Hearts was brought on Switch, they did cloud-only versions. I questioned that for 1 and 2 specifically. I said, well, I get it for 3, but I take that back now. I don't get it for 3. If Nier Automata can run on Switch as well as it's running, I'm like, yeah, there's no excuse for Kingdom Hearts, but yeah, you're not getting those non-cloud versions, I don't think. So, unfortunately, that's the idea for that. Speaking of repack, people are pissed that they're replacing Miss Pac-Man in the game. They are? Okay, I didn't know that. Do tell. Because I guess if you played Pac-Man World, I actually have not. I've played a little bit of Pac-Man World 2, which I know a lot of people told me is a really good game. Oh, fine, I played a demo of Pac-Man World 2. But in Pac-Man World 1, the idea is it's Pac-Man's birthday party and all his friends are kidnapped, and Miss Pac-Man is kidnapped as well. So, okay, so what you're saying then is that Miss Pac-Man is not in it. Yes, huge slap in the face that the Kingdom Hearts stuff is cloud only on Switch. Well, fine. I was questioning that until it came out, and I played it with the way the latency was going, even with better internet, and it was awful the way it was. I'm saying Nier Automata is a PS4, Xbox One game, so that's the idea. But okay, fine. You have systems that play Kingdom Hearts, probably that I think everybody in this chat has, most likely. We're getting Espresso token on Espresso, so fitting. So yeah, those versions exist for a reason. So that's your idea to that. But yeah, with but Nier Automata shows that yeah, it could run that way. But for Pac-Man World 1, I guess what? They're replacing Miss Pac-Man in that because they think she'd be a damsel in distress? I mean, because, yeah, but yeah, I guess it goes to the idea, like, remaking a game, and I guess... Fine, I'll go into this. Potentially being more politically correct with it in some ways. Although, in that case, I'm like, that one I don't understand, really, as far as it. I mean, I know people were saying that when they did the Grand Theft Auto trilogy, there's one character, I believe it's Phil Cassidy, who has a shirt with a Confederate flag in it. They took that out, which I guess, given that Rockstar usually couldn't give less of a fuck about censoring things, I'm surprised they're doing that with the remakes. But with Pac-Man World, I don't get that one either. And here's the other thing, feasibly, is like, look, if Pac-Man World Repack does well, feasibly the other thing they could do is remake the Miss Pac-Man game that came out after that, which was Miss Pac-Man Maze Madness. I never played that, but I always wanted to, and I heard it was really good. Especially on the Dreamcast, where it does exist, and I heard it's a pretty good port. Alright, let's get going. Take Espresso there. Oh, yeah. She goes, eek, eek! Alright, can I catch up with her? She runs really fast. Okay, yeah, it's in a area like this, so yeah, you will not lose her. Oh yeah, and this is also one of the other areas you can jump on You can wait for the naughties to come out, jump on item, and get a life. Not that we need them, but there you go. Okay. Oh, right. There's the bonus barrel. The bonus barrel's over there. Yeah, fine. Oh, shit! Actually, no. Is there a DK barrel back here? Yeah, I'm going back just to see if I can't find another barrel to carry all the way over here. While we go into stuff about this. And that, as I said, that's why I kind of like to go into this stuff just more. I know what. Actually, no, we'll go in here again. Because I believe going into a bonus room will reset the item, will reset the barrels and everything, I think. Yeah, okay, well, awesome. It's because Namco doesn't own the rights to Miss Pac-Man, supposedly. Really? Okay, I mean... Okay, I know... shit. Alright, I know that... I'll say this. With Miss Pac-Man, I know the rights on that... Fine, it doesn't matter, I got bit. I want to get that, bonus barrel. Bonus room. I guess... With that, because... Miss Pac-Man, when it first came out... I know Namco did not actually release it here themselves. They were in, a partnership with Bally Midway to get it released for the arcades here. And same actually with Pac-Man 1, but... Okay. So, I don't know, maybe it's the remnants of that, although... This goes to what we were saying with Sonic Origins, which is the question of... Well, fine, the music thing, the licensing with Michael Jackson, which it seems like, Sega doesn't... By the way, just go to that. Sega seems to not want to, you know... admit that, you know, they... Look, if they came out and admitted they don't want to have that because they don't like the untoward things he did, I'd give them a round of applause. But they aren't doing that, and they're basically not coming with a good reason as to why. But for Miss Pac-Man's case, we'll go into Winky stage again. I guess maybe there's remnants of them, that partnership maybe, but Pac-Man had the same thing, and they still have that, and they've re-released Miss Pac-Man in collections before, although I guess that would explain one thing, because the Pac-Man Museum Plus came out recently, which is on all the systems as well as Switch and PC. That didn't have Miss Pac-Man in it. I wonder if maybe you're right. Maybe the idea that, you know, Miss Pac-Man's rights are lying around there, but then again, okay, two things. One, if they're remaking Pac-Man World, why would they not get the rights to a character who's part of this franchise, number one. Number two, why then would they, I guess, would they remake it at all, number one, number two, I should say. Number one, why would they remake this game without her? Number two, why would they not go get the rights to that? And also, like, what is that looking like? Because that's strange. Thank you for telling me that, because I didn't know, A, they're cutting her out, and B, why? Because at first I thought, Namco owns that, they have to. But I guess they don't. So, I mean, yeah, that's weird. Oh, so I mean, okay, then, alright, then here's my question then. She's not in this. Well, fine, it's not out till August, but it's not too far away, so yeah, they announced it pretty quick. Oh, shit, what was that? You saw that, right? The army just went up in the air like that. I've never seen that happen. Okay. Coming out of the barrel, alright. Okay, what are they replacing Miss Pac-Man with? Or who are they replacing Miss Pac-Man with? Someone maybe connected from, like, the Ghostly Grove show or something? I guess so goes one other thing, because I was just, for some reason, sparked to this. Another thing that, was announced out of that, the Nintendo Direct Mini thing was, the re-releases of Portal 1 and 2 on Switch, which run great. Crusader64 bought it, and yeah, they're great versions. I might potentially buy them again. That's how good they are, and I'll check as far as the content to it, as far as it, because yeah, it was reminding me, like, God, I love this game, I want to run it, and at some point we will. Actually, I think, Dolphin asked for that, so that's the idea. It says Namco owns her, so who knows? Okay. Because, alright, here's another question, because I know Namco's been re-releasing... They've been doing a bunch of Namco Museum games. Oh, fine, sort of. Like, they've been doing the Namco Museum Archive thing. And they're doing the Arcade Archive releases on the Switch. Yeah, that was not one of the ones they released. And they're doing a lot of Namco stuff. They did Pac-Man 1, they did Xevious, they did Rally X, they did Tower Draga. Oh boy, that's an interesting one. At some point we should do a Namco night so I can show that. And they did Motos and Mappy. And I have Mappy. Mappy's awesome. And I want to get Motos, because that game is terrific. Talk about an underrated Namco game. But, alright, yeah, that was not one of them. So, maybe you're right. Maybe that's the idea. But you're saying that they do, so why not? I'm assuming they're placing her with Pac-Mom, who is Pac-Man's mother. Okay, where was Pac-Mom? Because we've honestly, the only exposure we've had to Pac-Man on the show, and I know it's fucking wrong, that's this one, was Pac-Man 2: The New Adventures. which is not a good game. I played that, I think, a couple years ago. Actually, it's the first video I have on the site that the oldest one I have on the site, because the only one I have the recording of still, and I gotta bring this out. Where are the... Yeah, by the way, we're in a loopy lights, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, there are lights here, and they're the jumping claptraps here. Yeah, keep hitting the switches to keep the lights on. In this case, they're just gonna keep going on, or off, so just keep jumping. Though, unlike Blackout Basement, you can still see the items in the abyss. You kinda have to leap of faith that one, because you don't know there's a tire there. Specifically at the end of the last, thing there. But yeah, what game was, Pac-Mom introduced? Because we saw Pac-Baby in that game. That game is a laugh and a half, and as I mentioned before, that's the worst version of the game. I wanted to do the Genesis version. In fact, I'll tell the story for the purpose of this. At the time I wanted to do the Genesis version, this is when I was basically figuring out on my own the resolution differences between how HD TVs handle retro consoles. And I connected my capture device for Genesis to my stuff, my TV, but one of the TVs I was running has a 480i mode. The one I'm running on now, that I run now everything, doesn't. So I was saying, like, wait a second, the graphics aren't coming up, what's going on? And I didn't know at the time was because of a resolution difference. So at that point of panic, I bought the Virtual Console version off Wii U, which is the Super Nintendo game. So I played that one, which is worse because of the screen resolution and also because of other stuff with its field of vision and things like that. It was a Pac-and-Roll. Oh, right, which is on DS, wasn't it? I remember hearing good stuff about that one. And I think Pac-and-Roll is in a couple of the Namco collections. I think there's one on the Wii that I think has that. I think it's the Namco Museum Remix that has it. At some point we should do a Namco night, specifically. And, yeah, what Namco Museum would you like to see first? Okay, fine. What Namco Museum would you like to see first that I already don't have plans to show? Let's, leave it at that. Let's put it that way. But okay, in that case, yeah, maybe we should expand out that way. And it's like, that's the other thing about this show, which is the idea that, look, chat can mention whatever they want to see on this show. I can mention things I'd want to show, and we can make those things happen. Woo! And given the luck I tend to have of overestimating how long we need on the RPGs, we easily might have a free show in September, depending upon that. But we'll see on Parasite Eve when we start that in a couple weeks. And also when I do my test play, so I'll get a sense of what that is. I look forward to Emetics joining the show on that one. Alright, so yeah, this is Platform Perils. You have those platform things there. And you also have, I don't know if I showed this effectively earlier. You have, Super Crushes. They're tinted red a little bit, and what happens with them is that... Fine, you know, I'll kill him. Actually, I've had times where I hit the Q barrel, the explosion kills the zinger. But I didn't that time. But with those, you actually have to use a barrel to kill them. You can't jump on them, even with Donkey Kong. And there's parts of this stage where they're going to be on the platforms here. Yeah, you have the naughties here, but talk about elevating things or scaling things up. Yeah, there you go. You have the naughties, but then you're going to have more difficult enemies going along. As we are in the last... Oh, actually, wait a minute. Okay, no, not yet. In the Pac-Man Wiki, there's a section about the legal rights for Miss Pac-Man, which is right here. Thank you very much. Okay, alright, fine, there you go. At least I showed killing the zinger coming out of it. Okay, you come out of it, it kills them. Thank you very much for that link. I will definitely put that in the link list. I will definitely go into that specifically as far as, you know, looking into that, and we can follow up. I'll follow up next week, or I'll figure some point that, Shader and I can talk about that. Because I'm glad. I mean, as I said, here's the other thing. I thank you, ElecVerse, Nocturne, and everybody out there in Chatland for this. You're adding to the show. I've said this multiple times, and this is proving that for sure. Like, hey, you're saying something that I don't know, or maybe the chat doesn't know. Or maybe, I mean, look, it's not just me saying things that maybe people don't know. Maybe they do know. Or maybe I'm just doing it as a formality of showing the fact that, hey, you know, we're playing this game. Actually, no, I think it's right here. Okay, never mind, it's not here. So, I like that perspective of it, that you're giving that value to it, and helping understand all of our perspectives. As I said, we get into the guts of gaming here, and I mean that we case. It's all of us, and I love that we're filling those gaps to it, even if stuff with this game. As I said, I've been playing this game 28 years, and I did not know that, K-Rool's ship is coming in closer with each world I beat. So yeah, that's that idea. Nocturne was the one who introduced me to the, like, the ROM hack case of Donkey Kong Country 2, so there's that perspective as well. So it is terrific seeing that, you know, element to it, and that's why I see it's a kind of a community show that way. Yeah, there is the Super Crush. You have to use the barrel to hit him. And it's easier with Donkey Kong, honestly, here because it's over his head, so you throw it that way. Because usually what you don't want to do is you don't necessarily want to be with Diddy and just jump into him, like, holding the barrel in front of you with his hand like that. Because sometimes you can bounce off him, you don't hit him just right, and you'll die. So that's the idea. You have to time it specifically so then he goes, and I love that sound, the OG. Alright, no, the last, okay, the last one is actually right here. So this is what I was thinking about. The last one of these, write it down. And make sure you jump there, otherwise you're gonna die. And there's the last bonus barrel of the game. No, fine. For the purposes, let's try winning it. Yeah, you're seeing it is going slower than the life is. Yeah, it's right here. Alrighty. So give us the round of applause, DK. I guess that goes to another memory. When I was in elementary school, my friends were such huge fans. My friends and I were such huge fans of this game. When something exciting would happen, we'd do that animation of Donkey Kong, like clapping and putting his hands in the air. Right, let's take another visit to Cranky before we go CHK Rule and see the boss here. Yeah, he's talking to myself. Also, look at this a little more. Pac-Man is Miss Pac-Man, but without being Miss Pac-Man because of that legal dispute. Okay, so, Alright, so that's interesting. They create a different character that I guess is their own, so they don't have to have a legal question about the character that they don't have ownership of. Which I know there's been cases in games and other media at some point where they've tried to figure that out. Actually, no, there is a game that's that way. I don't know if you're familiar with this one, Ninja Bread Man. It's on the Wii. It actually started as a sequel to Zool. If you're familiar with Zool on the Sega Genesis and the Atari Jaguar, there are two of those. Actually play a lot like Sonic, honestly. They tried to get a sequel to that going on the Wii. They couldn't. They were trying to get the license. It fell through, and then so they made Ninja Bread Man, where it's basically just a character they made on their own. And it's supposed to be horrible, but the idea is that it did start out as a game based in that franchise, so that's the idea of it. It's an interesting story about Pac-Man. Yeah, and it also gives a reason why we should definitely do some more Pac-Man stuff. Or take a look at Pac-and-Roll, feasibly. On top of that. Yeah, feel free, and as I said, chat, we're an open book on the show. Anything you mention in the chat as far as games you want to see, at some point, they're going on the master list, we will do them. The sky's the limit, so don't worry about overflowing the show. It just means you're given a lot of good content, a lot of good shows going forward that you're making happen. Alright, we got another boss. This is Necky's Revenge. So here's Master Necky Sr. What he does is he shoots out more nuts each time you jump on him. So I hit him twice, or once, he shoots out 2 nuts. The Game Boy Advance version changes this, so along with doing that, at least I think he does that as well, and also having less of a time that he's going to stand out, he will... Oh, you'll have Master Nicky Jr. fighting alongside him. Oh, shit! Yeah, usually what you want to do on this boss, by the way, is jump on the tire, time the jump, and usually being Diddy is the easier way to do this. It's also easier usually when he's down lower. It's random whether he appears high or not. Also, if you hit him like that, yeah, you miss if he's still spitting the nut out at you. Whoa! Yeah, and you have to wait till he shoots all of them, so yeah, you can't cheese that way. Just keep counting, you should be set. Whoa! Also, get him before he goes off screen. Thankfully, the hitbox is generous. So, like, yeah, even if you hit into his nose, at the end of that, you should be good. Whoa, shit! That was lucky. Got him. One last pound for good measure. Boom. Yeah, it is an interesting story, you're right, and as I said, it's something I didn't know as well. So we're all, you know, it's a sharing of ideas here, for sure, and yeah, ElecVerse, you're right. There we go. There's Gangplank Alien. It is way closer. I did realize that as I was playing through the game. Alright, this is the last level. This is where we're gonna fight King K. Rool. With this great music. Oh my god, I love the boss music here. It's this great sea shanty, which sounds really great, you know, exciting and, you know, medieval sounding, like... Also, he'll throw the crown, jump on him for that. But he has 3 phases, so what'll happen is first he'll run back and forth, adding 1 run each time and running faster each time, and then jump on him each time. You have to time your jumps so you don't get hit by him. You have to wait till he tosses the crown off, otherwise you can get hurt, so there you go. That's phase 1. Phase 2 is him doing the jumps. I always love doing the jumps with him in sequence, but yeah, in this case you have the cannonballs. And do that shake, like, yeah, he's got, like, some kind of a manic side to him, which definitely does, we see later in this franchise. Oh, shit! Also, he throws the crown a lot faster. Actually, it's a little easier to defeat him with Diddy, so yeah, there you go. Actually, we'll assume for the sake of argument, the SuperOldGameSaturday narrative of Donkey Kong Country is like, why is Donkey Kong not in the next game? Yeah, fine, because Miyamoto badmouthed this game, but also because, yeah, feasibly he died as far as him getting hit by the crown by, you know, K. Rool. So that made it easier for K. Rool to kidnap him. Although there actually is the other story of why he did, which is like, yeah, he just came by, kidnapped Donkey Kong when he was on the beach drinking banana milkshake. Which they do have a cutscene variance of the Game Boy Advance version or in that. It's actually out of the Super Nintendo manual, and yeah, he'll do it 1, 2, 3 times, boom, got him. Alright, so he is dead. Character reference from Pac and Roll's Pac-Master wife, the mother of Miss Pac-Man, not the Pac-Man. I checked this again. Okay. Fair enough, but there you go for that, and it is an interesting story either way. But yeah, we're getting the credits. Coding, Claptrap, Characters Crusher, Coloring Critter, Concept Clump, Commander K. Rool. They love them the Mortal Kombat K case. The end. Question mark? Yeah, I love that from the Angry Beavers, but yeah, that is not the end. Or to quote Cranky in the next game, the end is not the end. So yeah, he does the jumps there. Stand right next to him when he does the first one, he won't hit you, but then the next one, he'll do that and roll right underneath him. I'll do it twice and we get him. So one more time. It is easier with Diddy because he runs faster. But you can do it with Donkey Kong, no problem. With practice. And with that, one more hit and he is done. We are done with the game. Boom. And there's King K. Rool down on the ground and we are set. Well, I meant that she's not Pac-Mom. Yeah, fair enough, but there you go. Alright, well done. Okay, fine. No, never mind. Donkey Kong came back. We thought a young whippersnapper like you would have been able to take out that bunch of no-good Kremlings. Yeah, he didn't, technically. It was Diddy's case. Yeah, go look in your hoard. I think you'll be in for a surprise. Yeah, indeed. And if you get everything, he'll say this. What a player you are, Donkey, my lad. You've beaten the Kremlings. Yeah, indeed we did. We beat them down very nicely. Found absolutely everything. You're nearly as good as I used to be. So there you go. We got his respect, for sure, with that. And as he said with this, yeah, there is our reward right there. We're going in there, we have our banana horde back, and that is the end of the game. But not the end of the show. We got a little more going on for tonight, as we have the character roll call. With this great credits music. You're seeing the names of all the enemies we defeated as they were walking through my house. Which they also changed that in the Game Boy Advance version where they have it taking place on K. Rool's ship. They actually have an extra story take explaining, I guess, how Donkey Kong Country 2 happens. And some of the enemies that are in the water, actually in the water underneath the ship. And there's Donkey Kong holding on to nothing. Alright, but yeah, that is that. And as I said, we'll have a little more going on as far as some extra stuff. We'll do the Sonic Origins thing, because why not? May as well. Look at some glitch stuff. Look at the Japanese version very briefly, because I do want to show one thing specifically off of that. Because it's mostly the same, but there are a couple things that are unique. And as I said, since I have the Japanese Switch Online case, we can show that. You also get some little humorous asides here. Yeah, you have the Chomp Steer going after the Squidges, but yeah, he comes back with friends. Or seeing the Kremlings walking here, is like, yeah, you're not invited in my house, but yeah, like, we got rid of them anyway. And there's Clump, who is not wearing anything as far as a top, and he has a belt and a helmet. There you go. It goes to the idea, as I said, just how much thought and kind of creativity to put into this game, as far as, like, all these enemy types. You can think, like, hey, there's not going to be many enemies, really, but there are. And same also with the bosses. Putting very naughty right there. Even the way it's, like, the punning they do, like Master Neki and things like that. Queen Bee. He's like, yeah, get out of my house, Bee. I don't want you here in particular. Yeah, really naughty. Dumb Drum just kind of slides over here, so not really much there. Master Senior, by the way, that's all you see as far as both of the Nekis. They don't actually have anything else animated there. But yeah, there goes K. Rool, who we took care of in Donkey Kong Country 2 already. So next time, well, next time we see him, we'll see when that is. We also have our animal friends come through. Yeah, bye, Winky. It's nice knowing you. Unfortunately, and Squawks definitely gets a bigger role going on in the next game, and in 3. Actually, in every one. In that case, actually, it's him, Ungard, and Rambi, who are the only ones who are in all of the Donkey Kong Country games. Yeah, surely it's me next. Yeah, Cranky's getting impatient, but yeah, there he is, Cranky Kong. And we pressed him for sure. And there is Man Diddy and our other man, Donkey Kong, and here he is. Him with the tie, there you go. That was the idea of the design. It just looks right, you know? But they're having a little bit of fun. Yeah, look up there. Let me stomp on your foot. Donkey Kong says, fuck you, you're getting hit in the head. So, yeah, there you go. Now they're griefing on each other, or feasibly, I guess, assaulting each other. They'll be fine, I guess. But it goes to the idea of, like, the playfulness, and I guess, as I said, here's the thing. I mentioned Sonic the Hedgehog for this. I think Nintendo was also looking at, like, the Sonic the Hedgehog thing. Also, Craigie says this, I did this using One Life, and I only did it in less than an hour. Despite what you might have heard, that is an empty boast. If you beat the game in under an hour, get everything, and you can do that, he doesn't change that dialogue. I think maybe the Game Boy Advance version would change that, maybe. But I don't know. Yeah, that is Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo. To go into final thoughts on this, while we have a little bit more of the show to go, I love this game. This is a game that shaped a lot of myself as far as gaming in the 90s and gaming period. This, Sonic the Hedgehog in particular, those two franchises, along with other stuff in between, they're my childhood. You're looking at it right now, as far as this one. And it still holds up terrifically today, as far as how it looks, its art direction, how much fun it is, the terrific audio and music, and for really creating a great dynasty and creating something unique that really gave Rare an identity. That's the other thing I guess I didn't mention. Well, this is the first game of Rare's that I knew was theirs that I played. I think the first game I played theirs was Jeopardy on the NES, which they also made. And also the instruction manual, which is the funniest damn thing you might ever see as far as video game instruction manual, aside from the Donkey Kong 64 manual. I will put links to those because I know there's PDF versions of those online, because those are hilarious. Even the idea, like, within the margins, you have Cranky Kong saying, like, yeah, a game this good shouldn't need so much explanation, or, you know, none of these things are in the game, the manual is lying to you. And it was written by Dan Owson, who voices the, does the voice in Star Fox, or did. No, he did. I remember we mentioned that when we played it. Yeah, I love this game. If you never played Donkey Kong Country, it is on the Super Nintendo with the flashing light case, sorta, but it is not expensive, I don't think. I think it's like 20, 30 bucks. It's also ported on a bunch of systems, Wii U and new 3DS for the time being. It's on Switch Online. If you have a Switch Online account, you have this game. You can play it right now. And it is also on the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance if you want different takes on them. So, boy, if you ever want to see those just to see, like, what the hell are these things, we can do it. In fact, I guess if you want to, it's up to you this way. If you want to see the other versions when we do, you know, the Game Boy Advance thing of Donkey Kong Country 3, because in some ways it's going to be just showing off really the exclusives to that, sorta, for it. We're getting that nice paint effect. Also, one other thing I'm going to do is, I'm going to go back home. I'm going to show the Japanese version of this game off, which is what I use for practice, by the way. And in that case, I will also show off two differences that are of interest that I noticed. Oh, actually, no, three. Also, I have them organized differently because actually the names of these games are different. Also, we didn't show the Super Nintendo Japanese side. So yeah, what's new on this, or exclusive to this, that isn't on the other, the US service? There are things that were already there. Like, this is Dead Dance. I believe that's Rival Turf. That's Demon Blazer. What, Demon Blazing? Yeah, Demon's Blazing, which is Demon's Crest. The two Fire Emblem games. There's Genealogy of Holy War, I believe, as well as another one. I think one of the first ones Super Famicom got. That's here. Harvest Moon is here. It is not on the US side, and I think that might be a weird licensing case, which actually goes with a announcement from the Nintendo Direct thing. Doraemon's Story of Seasons. They're doing a Harvest Moon game, but it's Harvest Moon by the people who make Story of Seasons, whereas Natsume is the license for Harvest Moon is the name. So I don't think they can re-release this, so that might be why only Japan has this. I gotta thank Chasm22 for pointing that out, because I think he's like, is it a licensing thing? Like, you know, you're right, I think it is. As well as other stuff. And you're definitely getting the sense of the different, you know, box art cases. And is there anything else you want to see on this that's only on this? We can play, for sure, including, let's see. Oh, the 3 Shin Megami Tensei games that are on here. Shin Megami Tensei 1, 2, and If. As well as the Japanese versions of other stuff. Yeah, here is Donkey Kong Country, but it's called Super Donkey Kong over there. So Super Donkey Kong 1, Super Donkey Kong 2, and Super Donkey Kong 3. As well as this other stuff like Super Formation Soccer, that's exclusive. This game, whose name I don't know, and I'm going to put an edit, or I don't remember the name off the top of my head, I'm going to put an edit when I edit this in a few days. It's this great kind of physics platforming where you're this girl who has this like hook onto things. It's awesome, and I really liked it. As well as Wild Guns, Wild Tracks, which is Star Race FX for Japan, and Yoshi's Island. But yeah, let me quickly show you Super Donkey Kong. It's mostly the same, but there are 3 things that kind of stood out to me. One of them is the title screen. It's totally different. some ways I might like this one a little more in terms of all that's there. But, yeah, that's definitely a different case. Oh, yeah, I did 1 hour 38 last night. I bet they're going to translate Genealogy of the Holy War and make it limited like they do the original. I hope they do. I mean, I wish they didn't make that one original, or that one limited. Although, I guess one other thing is that that original one is on the Switch Online for Famicom. If you have the Japanese side of things, you have that to play, although it's in Japanese. I don't know why they made that a limited thing. That really didn't make much sense. And also, there is a remake of the first one, which is Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon, which is on DS, which is a great game, and that's on Wii U's Virtual Console. If you want a good recommendation of something on Virtual Console that maybe you're not sure about, that one. That's a great one. And it's only $10, so that's the idea. In fact, I am also tempted, feasibly, in my great buying spree of stuff when I get, money every so often for that. We're also taking a flight. Show one other thing. Yeah, also, in this version, unlike the US version and the European version, yeah, you have the exclamation point on the world when you get 100% on everything. You don't in the US for some reason. And one last thing I want to show us is Minecart Carnage. It's mostly the same, but it's easier. And you're going to see this as we go along. Yeah, I'd like them to do that too, but it's also the case of, like, yeah, why did they limit it that, number one? And number two, they haven't done it yet. Although the other thing, feasibly, is there are fan translations or reproduction cartridges of that Genealogy of Holy War. In fact, Nocturne has it, I believe. So in that case, yeah, you can get that going that way, but is it, hey, that's that idea. Yeah, I'm really enjoying, I enjoy playing this. I enjoyed doing that at some point with the reproduction cartridge with the English patch, but I need a guide to do it reliably enough to stream it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because we haven't touched Fire Emblem yet, have we? Actually, we haven't really done stuff as far as strategy RPGs either. Yeah, and I guess the idea is like, what? That's supposed to be one of the really, really hard ones? I mean, actually, weird enough, in my case, the only Fire Emblem games... By the way, one other thing you're probably noticing here, there are not as many minecarts in Minecart Carnage, or crashes. You don't have nearly as many in the Japanese version. So yeah, there are two over there. I mean, oh, there's one there. Yeah, no, he was not there. So yeah, if the American version's too hard for you, play the Japanese version. Did you change the levels a little bit for the purpose of that? Also, one other thing I will show that does remind me, I'll show this for the Japanese side because it's the same way. I'll show the game over screen because of that. But yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Doctor, you want to call dibs on that one? Oh, I want to see it. Damn. Feel free. But I was just saying, the only Fire Emblem games, yeah, there are only two of them there. So yeah, there's that third one that's totally missing for Japan. But yeah, I've only played the first one, which is the one that they released on this system, which I do have, the translated of the Famicom version, and that DS game, which is a great game. Okay, so that's that for that. I just want to show those couple things, and then I'll show the album. We'll take a look at Origins briefly. Okay, so and I have my glitch stuff with Origins, so fine. Let's show my glitch stuff with that. All right, here's something I had going on with Poison Pond, but yeah. I'd like to do that too, so yeah, sure, we'll have to figure that out. Is it, feel free to call whatever RPG you want next. Oh, fine, next after, I'll have to figure that, because the RPG is going, far, honestly. Or we can do some stuff concurrently. Alright, I'm trying to remember what I had or why I had this one here. Because every time I see something weird, I just hold down that capture button. I was like, yeah, what the hell was that? Oh, so yeah, in the Poison Pond... okay, I don't know why I took that, so never mind. Alright, this was me showing off the fact that, yeah, I was trapped down here, as I mentioned before, on Snow Barrel Blast. Where I was like, yeah, that's not there, so I have to walk off and die. Also, weird enough, okay, that's weird, when you're doing the recording for this, it's kind of warping the borders on this. I never saw it did that, although maybe it's because it's rendering differently. Okay, so that, I didn't mean to show that off, but... Okay, that was what it was. I just... missed hitting that. Okay, yeah, it was me trying to go back. I just missed hitting the barrel there. I don't know if I have good enough stuff to do in the rewind. I'm not sure when I'd actually want to do it because there's other RPGs I want to do before getting any Fire Emblem stuff. I mean, would we count Nier Automata as an RPG? Or would that be something else? I mean, that'll be a multi-part case for sure. But, that's that idea. Alright, let me look at... Yeah, this is Orangutan Gang. Oh, right, this one. I tried to kill a Manky Kong. This is the Japanese version I was using for this. I jumped on him, he didn't die for some reason. And then he died again at that point. I don't know why. So that was something weird I saw. I think that's a longer one of that. This was something I saw in, Millstone Mayhem. What the first of the temple levels we saw. I'll edit what the name is because like yeah, I'm not remembering the name right, which I should because I fucking love this game. But yeah, feel free to go into stuff with that. All right. I was trying to show that. Oh right, the fact that Crush disappeared. Yeah, in that case, it's like, yeah, he's blown up for the purpose of that. Okay, so yeah, he just disappeared for some reason. I don't know why that happened. And as far as the other Donkey Kong stuff, I don't have anything else for that I haven't shown before, because, going back a ways, I believe when I did, Super Mario 35, which is unfortunately shut down, so whenever you try to open it, you will see this. Online servers no longer available. They retain your interest. Note to Nintendo, please, we'd like to see this come back. It was great. But yeah, outside of that, yeah, fine. You know what? I'm not, having Sonic hijack this perspective, but we're going to have some Sonic stuff going on now for another hour. I consider Near Town an RPG, though I would say it doesn't follow many mechanic tropes as some others, which is fine. I mean, we're playing Parasite Eve in 2 weeks. Nocturne, have you played Parasite Eve? It's from Square, it's on PlayStation. It's kind of a mix of an RPG, a survival horror game, and kind of an action shooter game. It is not a traditional thing. No, I haven't played it. Yeah, we're going to play it. Emetics loves that game. And also, in his case, I kind of was doing something with him that I did with you, which is the idea of, weird controller connection cases on PlayStation 3, because he has the PS3 download version, as do I. And me trying to figure that, but he's like, I love this game. I said, do you want to call dibs on this? Like, sure. And it's a short RPG. We can do that in between Sailor of the Story, which we finished a couple weeks ago, and Shadow Hearts, which Chris Shanier 64 is going to run. So, but yeah, it is an interesting one, and it's definitely not conventional either. And in fact, I liked that, especially from what I understand from Shadow Hearts. Shadow's not going to be a conventional one either. So it's up to you if you want to handle it that way, if you want to count it as an RPG, because I'll say this. We're going to do Shenmue next year at some point. I'm not counting this as an RPG. I'm going to count this something else. Oh, feasibly, it doesn't really matter if we count it as an RPG or not either, really, because I've gotten to a perspective saying, like, maybe I'll do some concurrently that are shorter, and also feasibly the idea that, I might have multiples going on at a time. But as I said, I want to at least hold some variety on that for the purpose of games we're playing, so we can get that running concurrently. Because one of them I was wanting to do at some point was going to be Rhapsody Musical Adventure, which actually I didn't mention this. I should have mentioned this like a couple months ago. They're porting that to Switch and PC. The Nipponichi Software Classics Collection, or the Prinny Presents Collection, the third one. It's that and Lapisil Tactics, as the PSP version of Lapisil Tactics has extra stuff. So yeah, I pre-ordered that. I got the collector's edition that's coming out at the end of August, and I am looking forward to getting that. At some point we'll do that game, but as I said, I can mix stuff in between. But alright, Sonic time. We talked Sonic Origins. The idea of it, because yeah, this is it running for this with the anniversary mode. You're seeing with the widescreen and the coin thing there. Yeah, I recommend Parasite Eve, I'll say that. Parasite Eve is really good, and we'll show you that in a couple weeks, for sure. So you might want to stay tuned to that one. Yeah, I am in, Metallic Madness Act 2 with the Japanese soundtrack. This is something weird I noticed. I hit that, I got the invincibility, but it just stopped really quickly. I don't know why that happened. And it was with the Japanese music, because I know ElecVerse, you love some Japanese music for this, and it is awesome. And you do have both soundtracks for this release. So it is the same feasibly as the mobile versions and the other ones they delisted, except unfortunately they do miss some sound effects. They missed the Sonic sound of him saying, yes! Or the one where you stand for 3 minutes and he jumps off the screen and says, I'm out of here. He still jumps off the screen, but that's the idea. Yeah, my definition of an RPG could be a little loose. Yeah, I get that. I think that's really, what kind of goes to it, Nocturne, really, which is that there's a lot of different ways you could say, like, what's an RPG to that? I think that's kind of an interesting thing with this show, which has been the idea of games that either you have asked for, ElecVerse has asked for, Dolly Finn's asked for, Chris Shanier 64 has asked for, and he's going to be playing with Shadow Hearts and Emetics with Parasite Eve in a couple weeks, that it is this different perspective and different ideas as far as what games did we come to far as an RPG growing up. And I've realized that's been kind of a great thing so far, where it's been the RPG that first made my connection with Super Mario RPG was ElecVerse's with Kingdom Hearts, Dolly Finn with Sailor Moon of the Story, and then Emetics with Parasite Eve and Shadow Hearts for Chris Shanier 64. So yeah, we have a great variety, and I love the fact that we can do that. All right, here's another thing I noticed. When I'm running through Stardust Speedway Act 3, running against Metal Sonic with the and with the Good Future gotten done, which also is a nice appendage specifically to when we played Sonic CD, the Sega CD version. And some way we rationalized playing this new version, but yeah, at the end of the race, there you go. It is run slower, that's because of the buffering thing. But this is not. Yeah, the way the camera's shifting. Yeah, that's weird. It's like, yeah, that was not in the other version, so I don't know why that happened with this one. But I guess going to the glitch factor with this. Alright, this is when I got caught in an area when I did a transport or a time travel in Stardust Speedway Act 2. And getting to see the great glitz of this. Actually, we didn't see it with the good future we played, because I got the last time stone after completing this level, which is the last place in the game you can get it. I'm trying to remember. Okay, no, that was maybe just me hitting into that, because that's usually what happens. Oh, right, me moving backwards. I don't know what that was about. After I got hit by that spike thingy, I moved back for some reason, and I don't know why. And honestly, this is one that's kind of serious. I am in the past for Stardust Speedway Act. I think it's 2 as well. I did I'm doing a future transform, or a future transport, which actually, since they add the drop dash from Sonic Mania into this version. So when you do that, okay, no, that was me doing the drop dash and no, it was me hitting the boost pad and me just going off slow for some reason. That was weird. Okay, this is the one I was mentioning. Yeah, and you do hear the Japanese stuff for that as far as the music, the turn it up. Which actually, I think sounds a lot like Bring the Noise by Public Enemy and Anthrax, which is fitting because that came out on Rockman 4 on Thursday. And I bought it day one. I was like, yeah, I want that. Alright, fine. I'm doing a past transformation, or a past time travel case. Yeah, the people who worked out in Sonic Origins are unhappy how it turned out. Yeah, they're probably unhappy about this. Yeah, me falling... Yeah, that. Me falling and dying. So, yeah, that is weird. I never saw that in the other one version. See, it's weird. I'm doing what I did with Sonic Colors because I'm doing this live. But unlike Sonic Colors, despite the fact of what I'm showing you, it's not something I feel like they necessarily ruined these games, despite what it looks like. And there's also me going through here, because I was just showing a weird case of me getting stuck, but it also shows, if nothing else, I'll say this. Sonic Colors Ultimate is a broken mess, regardless of what system you get, and despite the fact they patched that 3 fucking times. This game is not a broken mess. It's just their fault to it, and to be fair, the Sonic games in the 16-bit era have things to it. Also, when you jump on it, you hear that, which is weird. It's kind of more metallic in this, where it's more of the thing when you pick up Tails or get picked up by Tails. The thing is that this is not a busted mess the way that is. This is not disgracing those games. It's just the kind of thing that you think that you know. Yeah, as you said, Simon Tomley saying he's not happy with what this is, saying, like, we wanted to do this. And, yeah, they'll go on the link list, so thank you for indicating that to go into it, and also providing it for chat's perspective now. But... yeah, you're right, and hopefully they will get that going. I think it's one of those things that I'll tell you my feelings on that just to give a sense of it. Well, I know there's also a little bit of a weird thing I'm going to see in Untitled Tempest Act 2, I think, here. Which is that it's not a bad collection, and it plays mostly fine. It's just that there's little niggling things that were not in the original games, or in the original remasters that happened. So it's a question of, you know, the way they designed it. Okay, that was just me being able to use the drop dash to do the time travel stuff a little easier in this version. Actually, that's one thing this has over the iOS, Android, and 360 PS3 editions is drop dash for every game. So there is that. Alright, this is another weird case running into Sonic 2 with the fucking slicers for all of you John Ortiz, Some Call Me Johnny fans. And Knuckles and Tails you can play in this game. So you can co-op it, but there is a big problem with this game. I will show that in a bit, but this is something that just looked fun. So I'll say this, because they're running this feasibly 60 FPS, which doesn't look like it the way the rendering is, but yeah, if you want on that, you can kind of just spin on that, which I think that's kind of funny. That's cool, like, Sean's like, okay, that looks cool. Like, Knuckles like, yeah, what am I doing here? He's like, oh no, what's happening? Yeah, that's the case of that one. Yeah, I hope they get to work on it more. Yeah, I do too, and I think, because I said, it's not that's a bad collection, it's just that I'm showing you all these little weird things. And it's the kind of thing you're like, yeah, okay, that was my fault, you know, getting onto that and getting killed off screen. That happens in the normal games. I can't blame the game for that. But this is something for Oil Ocean Act 2 that's weird. I would like to see them do that because, as I said, these games are awesome. The game was still fun. I like the fact they remastered them, for sure. There's a lot of things that are in this that are not in the other collections. Like, we did Sonic Jam. And that way it's a unique one in connection with Sonic Jam. But there's a weird thing when you hit this plunger here. I got stuck on that and rolled into it and died. It didn't shoot me off right. And to be fair, these don't happen often. It's just that when they happen, it's a buzzkill, really. And you think that, okay, if we're going to talk about busted ports of the old Genesis Sonic games, at the bottom of it, you have Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, which is a total train wreck, and I have to show that, probably out of obligation. There is Then a little above that, another train wreck, which is the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1. Yeah, what the hell with that oil ocean glitch? Yeah, and from what I understand, because I'm playing this on the Switch as it is, it's also on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series S, and Series X, and PC. I hear the PC version's worse. Although, because there's modding cases in the PC, they're, like, fixing the stuff on the PC version, like, right now. Yeah, I never saw that either. As I said, these are based on the mobile versions from 2013 for 1, 2, and CD. But I never saw that playing the mobile version. Also, I don't know if there's something weird in this one, but we'll see. Yeah, we're back in Oil Ocean as it is. Okay, fine, you're hearing one thing. You're hearing those jumps, you're wondering, like, what is that? Because I'm playing as Knuckles and Tails, right? As I mentioned. There is and this is something they absolutely need to fix, and this is not cool, for sure. Because this version adds, you know, 2-player cooperative play. Okay, that's fine. There was also me jumping on the side of Spike and dying. So that's another what at. But fine, I'll let this play again, because you're hearing that jump of Tails out there. There's a bug for Sonic 2, where when you play as Sonic and Tails or Knuckles and Tails, Tails does not respawn when he's off screen. So he'll keep jumping forever, he'll never come back to me. And since you can fly with Tails in this version, and that means that there's cooperative reason to play that the way that Sonic 3 and Knuckles plays, yeah, that kind of hurts it. So if you're not completely on screen, like Nocturne, we played Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Imagine if we didn't have that. If I off-screened you and you weren't there, I have to go back to get you specifically, and that would be the end of that. But Sonic 1, that doesn't happen in this. Sonic 2, that doesn't happen. Or Sonic 3 Knuckles, it doesn't happen. That one, it does. So that's one, like, they gotta fix that. And to be fair, that's something that was not in the older games in the sense... Fine, it wasn't in older Sonic 2, because Sonic 2... Oh, fine, Tails came back, but he did not... You couldn't fly with him. Yeah, that would suck for doing co-op. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, if we're doing co-op on that, I would put that on hold specifically for it, for the purpose of running that way, but... And yeah, so as I said, it's more showing than nothing else, like, this got rushed. It's not a horrible game, it's just that these games are fun. I still had a blast. In fact, you know what? Let me see something. I'll come back to this in just a second. I want to show my, my playlist. Where is it? Yeah, my profile. It shows time I put in. Okay, fine, it was 9 days ago, because I bought this the day it came out. I was going to see, like, hours I put into this, and probably in a couple days I'll be able to put a number right here, because I think after 10 days, that's what it starts saying, like, played for however many hours. So I've still been putting a lot of time into it, and I'll show that when I go into it briefly, but it's something that, yeah, I wish it was, you know, a lean, mean machine, and a good amount of it is, it's just that not all of it is. Because, like, yeah, I can airlift Knuckles with Tails, that's cool. But with the, some of the design stuff, or some of the glitches that are in this, is, like Bruce was saying, Simon Tom was saying, like, we couldn't fix this. We saw that we were kind of not liking the fact that Sega wouldn't let us fix this before the game came out. And the question, what's the post-perspective of this game going to be? Okay, fine, that was me falling through that. I don't know if that's in the Genesis version as well. It might be, for all I know, because, hey, there's weird glitches the Genesis version has. And we showed Sonic Jam, so there's weird stuff that has as well. Oh, fine, we'll show the, something with the special stage. I'm trying to remember what this is. Okay, this is giving you more value for your not money, as I say, because no money ever is going to be exchanging hands for you coming on, or for you being on the show in the chat, or on it, or, you know, watching it. So basically, oh right, here we go. This is a glitch. Value for a time then. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you hearing that? Tails' helicopter sound effect is playing. If you go on the special stage while you're airlifting Knuckles or Sonic with that, it plays forever. Until you come out. So that's another weird case for that. And the iOS Android version didn't do that either, which has the Tails flight in it. So yeah, if you do that in this version, the Tails flight will go, so they basically will not, you know, stop the sound effect properly. And I guess that goes to what Simon Tomlin was saying like, hey, we loved making these things, so we're going to show that. Alright, fine, let's show some Sonic 3 stuff, and then we'll go into actual, Origins a little bit. Yeah, they also had a sound effect for the collapsing of the springs there. Alright, so that's that, and it does do the fade out. Okay, so for this one, I'm trying to remember what I was really showing. Yeah, I don't know what I really was showing on this one. Sometimes I'll take these because, like, oh yeah, weird stuff happens. Let me take a little video of this. It's 30 seconds, by the way, when you hit that. Alright, let's show this in Hydro City. Yeah, I'm gonna drown feasibly, but, no. No, I'm not. Actually, no, I think I know what I'm showing here. I'm showing a new animation they added for Knuckles here, which actually I think is really, really cool. Yeah, because they did do the retro engine with Tom Lee and Whitehead and the team who did Sonic Mania who did that, and then put this in, and then Sega's engine feasibly had problems with it. Yeah, watch this as it comes out. Yeah, he has frames of animation as he's going out of that, which I thought was cool. So that's not a glitch. That's they added this and it's awesome. And then Knuckles in Sonic 1. So yeah, you can play as Knuckles in Sonic 1 on top of that. Yeah, you're right. Value for your time, but also the idea that, hey, look, everybody comes into the show, I think you kind of expect this out of me at this point, and you're thinking, like, you like the idea of it. You like that, you know what, I could give you Donkey Kong Country as far as that, but let me give you a little something more. Alright, fine, that was normal. Just show the fact that that fades differently as far as the Orbinaut on the water, which is a fix from the not the Japanese version, the original release. Oh, right, there. Me climbing into the wall. That was something weird for that, so that was what it was. And I think that's all I got. Well, no, actually it isn't. Fine, we'll do this, and then we'll do the rest of the stuff. We'll actually look at Origins a little bit, and then we'll go out for the night. Alright. Yeah, Knuckles in Spring Yard Zone, Act 1. Or, Act 1 or 2. One of them. Anyway, he's in Spring Yard Zone. Having fun. And he said it's fitting to when we played Sonic 1, but yeah, we didn't have Knuckles there. Oh, right, the music didn't play. That was what it was. I think this is actually an extra exit that was not in the original game. Right, you climb up here with Knuckles. They added that for the iOS Android version, but when you go up here in this one, the level music, the does not play. And I don't think it did that in the iOS Android version. At least I don't think so. Alright, one more for, okay, that was interesting, me being able to run down the wall. That was just kind of cool, honestly. And actually, one thing to that is that I know Tom Lee mentioned that, and we'll see this when the game boots up, they actually changed some of the physics a little for all of them for the purpose of it being able to handle running down slopes a little more smoothly than the original games did. But, yeah, there's definitely some interesting stuff for that, at least. Okay, fine, that was me climbing to the wall again. And also, there's the coin thing. When you're running Anniversary Mode, you do have that replacing all the lives. But alright, that's that. And then... yeah, this is also Marble Zone. I'm trying to remember what the context of this was. But yeah, hopefully, chat, you're enjoying this. And feel free to go into anything with either Donkey Kong Country that we already played, or this. Although, fine, it makes sense we're playing this, because as I said, if Donkey Kong Country was also my case of, you know, loving stuff with gaming and growing up as a child, so is this. So honestly, it fits. Fine, that was me just sliding across, that's fine. Which does create a new dynamic as far as how that works. Alright, not really much on that. That was just, I don't know, I guess I took that for some reason. Alright, now in Sonic CD, I'm playing, in the mission mode, which actually is great in this. I really like the mission mode in this. Where you basically have to kill enemies in the Tidal Tempest Zone for the purpose of that. Yeah, me timing that actually harder than it looks to get the S rank for that. Hit them. As soon as you kill them, that happens. But here's the thing. When I jumped in the air, I'm kind of floating. Just kind of running in place. But I'm still getting air bubbles as I go along. Yeah, Sonic's just running down that way. Although, to be fair, at that point, I kind of get that in the sense like, alright, fine, it's the end and they stop it. Alrighty. So next, this is another one for the mission mode. They changed the Starlight boss. So basically they have a version of it where you actually have to be over a bottomless pit. So it's a bit harder. Which I appreciate, but there is one thing about it that was weird. For this play. Okay, fine, I missed that. That was my fault, but... Get a second in an area where I did not miss this. Actually, this was hard to do because it's... oh, right there, right, I fell right through it. So yeah, that was weird to it. But that's also a thing that... okay, because so, actually, this is what I noticed... actually showing up, because as I mentioned, Edwack, who I work with, he said, I'm not buying this game until me, the Sonic expert, tells him if it's worth it. I was fighting, the Carnival Night boss of Robotnik's in the boss rush, but unfortunately I had a weird case going on. Also looks like maybe the, rendering of that's a little weird for the lightning. Maybe the screen is kind of going weird. I'm trying to remember what this one was, or was just me showing this, battle? Okay, yeah, I think what happened there was that it was either that one or was this one. It's one of these two, and this is the last one. Well, you're also hearing the, new music that they had, or fine, the old music. It was the original music before the Michael Jackson stuff came in. It was Michael Jackson, and Sega stopped denying it. But, yeah, I was only doing the electrical animation for back layer. Okay, I don't know if that's because of the rendering on the capture or if that's because of the game itself. Oh, look at that. Yeah, right here, I think, is what happened. Right, I died there. Or the front. Okay, so yeah, the hitboxes were weird. So that goes to what, you know, Tommy was saying. So like, hey, this is weird as far as how it's operating. Okay, so we're going with Sonic Origins with the Super Nintendo controller, because it can do that. And actually, when it comes to using the Genesis controller, I will use it, but the problem is that you can't have the L and R buttons, and they put the Super Transformation on a separate button. So it's on the X button for this, so I don't have an equivalent for the Genesis pad that I have for the Switch. Right, yeah, this is Sonic Origins, came out last week. Yeah, the Path Tracer, headcanon Path Tracer, that's what it is. They use path tracing for the purpose of the running of that. Right, the sports autosave, that's the idea for it. So take a little bit of a brief preview to this, and we'll come back to this for sure. Feasibly when they patch this, and I guess when we do Sonic 2, not when we do a co-op Sonic 2. At some point I'll show Sonic 2, because I want to show off what's unique in Sonic 2. If you have your perspectives of Sonic Tales on the islands, there's your museum. The anniversary modes as far as Sonic 1, that's on South Island. Little Planet, or where Little Planet is or where it appears as far as, what's the lake name of this? It's like, no, it's like Never Lake, I think it is. Or if it's wrong, I'll put an edit in. Sonic 2 over there, and then Sonic 3 for Angel Island. And they do give you blue spheres in this. Weirdly enough, they don't 16.9 the blue spheres mode, but they give you an enhanced blue spheres mode that is 16.9. But you can still play the original 16.9 mode by putting in the stage select code for this, weirdly enough. Alright, I'm going to show a few things. I'll show the museum. Because it's also going to go into one other thing that I guess has been a bit of a contentious thing with this release. The downloadable content question. Okay, fine, I'll say this. And good thing you're here, Nocturne, because basically consider this me pretty much doing the unfinished business of what happened a couple months ago when we were doing Sonic Jam, and thus saying, like, what's going on with this? What is it going to look like? We had questions, so I'm going to have the answers for you tonight for the purpose of that. And it's good you're here for the purpose of having that, just so we get that full picture. Yeah, the DLC case, let's talk about that. I bought the Digital Deluxe version, which is a $45 game. It's $5 more than the normal release, which is $40. And the point has been brought up saying that, hey, you have the Capcom Fighting Collection that came out around the same time, actually the day after it, I believe, that has more games in it for the same amount of money. We have the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection that has a bunch of games in that collection, 10 of them, which are going to be on everything but the Xbox systems, weirdly enough. It is not coming on the Xbox consoles for some strange reason. But yeah, that's probably going to be $40, I would think. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's going to be $40, because they said they're going to do what they did with the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, which is if you buy it digitally, it's split into two, 5 games a pop. And I'm going to assume they're going to be $20 a pop, the way that what was it? The X Collection was. The X Legacy Collection was. And they did say they're going to physical it, so it's going to be physical on that, and it's going to be all in one place that way, for one price. But yeah, for this one, for $5 more, it came with unique graphics, sort of, or fine, not illustration movies. You can unlock illustration, you get those coins, you unlock stuff as far as pictures, box art of other games like Knuckles Chaotix, Sonic 3D Blast, the instruction manuals are scanned in. Other stuff I haven't unlocked yet, so at some point we'll come back to looking at all these things. Comic book covers, and then the Premium Collection, which, these are things you unlock with your coins. And they do give you more coins when you get that Digital Deluxe Edition. I think they start with 100, where you normally get them by getting lives or for completing the challenges. I'll show a couple of those challenges off for the purpose of that. Actually, a lot of stuff that was in Sonic Jam, as far as the pictures, but also other unique stuff, like Sonic Boom. This is like a CD jacket that was something from the 90s, as well as the Sonic & Knuckles album, Sonic the Hedgehog remixes, Virtual Sonic, which was in connection with Sonic 3D Blast, sort of, but apparently had stuff from Spinball. Sonic Team Power Play CD, which had stuff out of Sonic CD, Sonic R, Nights, Christmas Nights, and Burning Rangers. This Sonic Music CD was, I guess, connected with Sonic Chaos and stuff for Comic Zone, apparently. Sketches as far as things, some new, some not. Animation documents as far as what they're doing with Sonic there. And you can zoom in on these, I just don't have a controller to do the zoom in specific, or you can do a full screen. Okay, never mind, I do, so I lied. See the concept art of what they did for Metal Sonic and everything. Backgrounds for Sonic Mania Adventures, which is the online, series, the online shorts that they released, which, by the way, they're all in this. So you can watch all of them in this. In fact, I'll show that. And you don't have to have the DLC for the purpose of this. They are there and you can unlock them. Also, the opening cutscenes that go to each game. Some are actually pretty interesting how they do stuff for tying to that. The original opening and endings for each of the games, although they speed up the Sonic CD ones and have the volume really, really loud for some reason. I don't know why. The Premium Collection, they have snippets of the 30th Anniversary Symphony, which is a great listen. And the whole thing is online free as well for the rest of the stuff. Stuff for the animation stuff, the stills, or the, I guess the concept stuff for the Sonic Mania Adventures. The new cutscenes they put in here. And then, actually no, it's in movies, so let me go back to that. Yeah, because, yeah, you have the Sonic Mania Adventures here. In fact, you know what? Let's watch one of them. I'll play this. I will be right back. Oh, no, I want to keep full screen. I want to hide the guide. And thus, Eggman died. And I guess there's going to be a question of whether Sega's going to have a problem me showing that. But hey, it's online free, so I don't think they're going to. Alright, there you go. So, and I do love these little shorts. I love that they have them all in here. So if you never saw them before, they're all here. But anyway, to go back to the thing with the DLC. One thing they did add as far as the DLC, they did add specific pieces of music that are unique to this. But unfortunately, the one thing, and this is one thing I'm disappointed in, honestly. They don't give you an element of that. As far, okay, let me rephrase that. Okay, I love the shorts too. Alright, so yeah, Dollyfin, you have a perspective on these, and they are good stuff. They are in this game, but they're also online if you do not have the game. But yeah, they gave you, for the DLC cost, they gave you extra music that you can't play, you unfortunately can't switch them back and forth during the games. And here, most of these are stuff that were in other things. Like, here's the Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Angel Island Zone. The title screen theme for Sonic Generations. The Green Hill X for Sonic Generations. The Invincibility from Sonic Generations. Actually, a lot from Sonic Generations. The Rival Battle Metal Sonic for Generations, which I do love that. That's awesome. And Tails. In fact, yeah, that's one other thing. You can hit the A button. Or, is it A button? Oh, no, D-pad. You can change character here, what's showing there. There's Sonic and Tails and Knuckles and Metal Sonic and Robotnik. And they'll change their animations for sure. This is cool to see. For the purpose of that, seeing, like, do different things. Even the idea is like, yeah, he's like those tippy toes there. It's weird the way that the foot there is there in the center that way. It looks like it's 3. But feasible, I guess maybe that's in the actual games. There's Amy Rose, loving Sonic in the Sonic CD look. Yeah, and a lot of stuff, actually, a lot of this stuff mostly is from that. There's not a whole lot that's really new here. I mean, I like it. It's good stuff. A lot from Generations, as I mentioned. The Skill Shop. Yes, you have the Sonic 2-player victory thing. The Mushroom Hills from the 3DS version of Sonic Unleashed. Sky Sanctuary, the big arm boss battle, which is awesome from that version. This one, which is new, which I didn't actually know what this was, listening to it. But then when I listened to it a little... It's a remix, it's a new remix of, what is it? Syndopolis Zone. I didn't remember what it was. I was like, oh, I heard this, like, what's Boo's house? Actually, I think this is the... Actually, that is the only new one here that I'm aware of, as far as that. Also, the other thing they do is they give you extra songs down here. Oh, fine. Spoiler warning, I don't think this name is necessarily worth dropping the $5 for. Especially because, like, yeah, they're nickel and diming you. I'm not gonna lie. Sega, I love you, but, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's the case. But look, I bought this anyway because people saying, what do you think? I want to at least have a full answer for people, so I was like, fine. I took the bullet, so feasibly you won't have to as far as the DLC cost. And you're just hoping that when they physical this eventually, please Sega do that, we'll have these all together. Okay, you have all the music and all the games, and that's one other thing I will say. Like, first, I know you love you some Sonic CD Japanese music. Unlike the 2011 versions, they were able to get the music back as far as the vocals for You Could Do Anything and Believe in Yourself, Cosmic Eternity. So there are things that it does well as far as that are over the other versions. And so that's cool. You have all that music. You can listen to it. You can also put them in playlists. You hit the Y button, put them together, and listen to them while you're going in the menu. In fact, you know what? Let's do that, sort of. But I'll also show one other thing, because the DLC goes into one other thing. You get all the songs from all the games. You also get... Fine, let's deal with this now. Yeah, the new music for Carnival Night Zone. Okay, it's not new. This was the original music, technically, before it got into the game we got. It was in the beta. But because they don't want to deal with the Michael Jackson thing, whatever that is, and because Sega doesn't want to be open about what it is they want to do with that, or how they're actually handling that, saying like, are we taking a moral stand because of his pedophilia, or are we going to be saying, no, we don't want to pay the money? Tell us which one. I'll respect you more for the former than the latter, honestly, I'll say that. But... yeah, they're not. So they redid them. Jun Seno redid these tracks that were in Sonic & Knuckles collection on the PC as well. So that's what we got, and we got that for Ice Cap Zone as well. So yeah, it is not that. They couldn't go to Brad Buxer, which is weird, because like I thought they would figure the Brad Buxer thing, but either way. Yeah, so you're not getting those unless you mod the PC version, but I think they're fine as far as what they are. I mean, hey, it's different as far as it. I mean, I guess they sort of tried to make the best of a bad situation, but still. It's a weird case, and same also with Launch Base Zone. Which is okay. I mean, it's that connection. I guess it goes to what we said with, like, the license thing. In fact, I'm glad this is coming up, and thank you, ElecVerse, for going in the thing with, Pac-Mom, and Miss Pac-Man. It's like, okay, it's not dissimilar. So they still have that weird problem, like, wait, what's this about? Although, honestly, this is more complicated than even that one. It's like, I thought Namco had the license for the game they made, but apparently they don't. And then the only other song they changed out of this, if I can find it, is... okay, one... where is it? You know, let me go through the list, because there is one thing they added that is actually unique for this. They just added this new just because they could, which is... a new take on the Supersonic music. The old Supersonic music is in here, but they also give you a new one. For Sonic 3, anyway. Actually, this is pretty cool. This was made specifically for this. So, Tom Lee and Whitehead, I guess they heard people saying, like, hey, we don't want to hear just the invisibility theme over and over again, so here's a new piece of music for this. It's kind of like a remix of sorts of both the Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles invisibility music, and it sounds really, really nice. So cool stuff with that. And a new song, which I don't know where that came out of. Chad, if you know what this song comes out of, feel free to let me know. I don't know, but apparently this was not used in the Genesis version, so I guess it was from the beta, like with the tracks they had to replace. So yeah, there you go. I mean, it is neat for that, but it's like, okay, that's those games, but yeah, the DLC cost gets you songs from Sonic Spinball. Okay, so you get the Toxic Caves fitting how that went, because Nocturne, you and I, when you were on the show the first time, we ended at the Toxic Caves with this one. We're not ending at it tonight, though. You get all the songs from that game, as well as all the stuff from Sonic 3D Blast Genesis. We did not play this version, we played it on the Saturn, and at some point we'll go back and we will play it using the Sonic 3D Blast Director's Cut, because it is different enough, and it was done by John Burton himself just because he wanted to, as printed Genesis cartridges. It's different enough we can rationalize doing it a second time, and Nocturne, I'm basically calling dibs for you on this one. Because you're big on the Genesis version, I think you'd be very interested to see what the differences are while going to your memories of Sonic 3D Blast itself, this one specifically. Alright, so yeah, you do get that. That's cool. You get all those nice pieces of music. That's nice. You also get music from Knuckles Chaotix. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, Sonic 3D Blast on the Genesis is still my favorite version. Yeah, it is a good version. I mean, as I said, we played it on the Saturn as far as how it was when we ran it the first time. I think, admittedly, I played it more on the Saturn because I wanted to show off Saturn as far as the Sonic the Hedgehog celebration for last year, which I love doing that, by the way. I guess it goes to the idea, like, yeah, you're not taking that out even when the end of the years come. But still, the idea that, you know what, like, the difference of version, I think I did it for that reason, but the Genesis version still has some interesting stuff to it, even if it's one that's a little bit of a conflicting case, because I know ElecVerse is not a huge one on that game, but, hey, look, I get where he comes from, like, not liking it or having issues with it, because, hey, it is a little bit of a divisive one, but there are things that are unique about it. Alright, fine. They give you the Knuckles Chaotix music, which is awesome, but let me tell you something here. We're playing During Summer. Remember how great this song is. Okay, for all of you Knuckles Chaotix fans in the audience, yeah, I think you know where I'm going at with this one, but I'd like you to tell me feasibly. You were playing During the Summer, which is the background music for the training mode music in Isolated Island Zone. What is wrong with this picture, or wrong with the audio, I should say? Well, okay, fine, I guess I'm basically giving away what it is. It is not the right song. So what happened with this is they gave this DLC. It just goes like it's the idea, like, they rushed this specifically. All the music for Sonic and Knuckles Chaotix is in here, and 3D Blast as well, and Spinball. For the DLC cost. But even despite that, they didn't label it right. In fact, most of the Knuckles Chaotix stuff is labeled wrong. In fact, like, yeah, I love the music here. This is not During Summer, though. This is the song for Botanic Base. In fact, hey, anybody who saw the play we did of this game will know that. And that was a great play we had. I had a great time doing that game, for sure. If they ever re-release it, I don't know if they've said they're going to add new games to this. I would like to think they don't. Just feel like, yeah, do another one. If this does well, I mean, I'll say this. Hopefully this does well enough so A, they'll patch it, and B, they'll do another one to add more games or put new games into another collection. Because, hey, Sonic deserves it. Especially this, because Knuckles Chaotix has never been re-released, and it costs a fortune if you're going to get a copy of it. But yeah, so fine. They mislabeled that. So, in fact, in terms of that, like, where is, in fact, I found this out by accident. I was showing off, this to Edwag. I said, like, hey, today is the day this came out. You said you wanted to get a perspective of if this game's worth the money. I was showing him this, and I was realizing, wait a minute, this isn't right. The music is not labeled correctly. So let's listen to, Mechanical Dance, I think it is. Okay, that's not the background music for, Taking Damage with No Rings. I'm trying to think of sense. Exactly, I think it needs a re-release. And I know Nocturne, the idea, I think, of why it is. I know the emulation is a pain in the ass, but, I mean, look, even Blizzard was able to figure it out with Blackthorn, because Blackthorn from the 32X got ported to the Blizzard Arcade Collection. So I would like to think that feasibly there's that idea, and, as I said, hopefully this does well enough to make that happen. Alright, fine. Right. Right, Destructive Power is, During the Summer for the purpose of this game. So yeah, the, theme song we didn't hear, and we played this because I did get the good ending, which is like, you know, Metal Sonic Kai burns the damn place down. So yeah, Carnival Island's in flames. They labeled it differently, so here's During the Summer. During the Summer is awesome, but it's not Destructive Power. It is Creative Power feasibly to that. So yeah, they mislabeled that, so it's a question of, okay, it's all there, but it's a question of, you know, why was that the case? And why is that... Yeah, it's like... Well, the thing is, this is a good release, but it's unpolished. And that's the problem with it, above anything else. But I will show... I'll show the mission mode, because... And you have these for each game. In fact, let's do one Actually, you know what? Let's do one of the hardest ones. In fact, since I know you're a big one on Tails, Nocturne, let's do this one. Extreme Duck and Dive. Grab Brain Sonic 1. You're playing as Tails, you gotta fly up here to get to the top. And you have to go in time, and it's like the challenges in Sonic Generations to some degree, in the sense of, okay, fine, if you hit the spikes, you're dead. And you do have unlimited tries for this, but you do have to go back to the beginning, and you have to basically time for this one. And you should be playing Sonic the Hedgehog with the Super Nintendo controller, by the way. Time it so you know when Tails is gonna fall, so you can make a landing somewhere safe in order to go up, and also be careful of where the Burrow bots are, and where the bomb enemies are, and avoid where the spikes are. In order to get up there, okay, in my case, get hit by that. And I believe up there is where the end of it is anyway, but I'll try one more time. It took me a lot of time to get, but this goes to the idea of what I think this collection does well, generally speaking, which it gives you challenges based around you know, your skills of this game and kind of puts them in a new context. Particularly here with, Tails. Yeah, the other thing you do is just basically land there and jump here. Yeah, what you need to do is you have to kind of go in the center and go up there, hit him there, and got it. Perfect. Okay, only third try, not bad. Took way more when I was actually doing this to play. But yeah, you get these little challenges here that do... Well, you get coins for beating them, number one. So you can use those to unlock things. But also changes your perspective of how a lot of these games are played. They have them for CD, 2, and 3 Knuckles. And I love that. That's awesome. So I'll give them credit where credit's due, as well as the other details, like when you're on mission mode screen, to do story mode, which is going through all the games in one run. You have Vega Fortress from Sonic Spinball there, as well as in the museum area, there is, talking Sonic 3D Blast. There it is. There is the Flicky Island. So there it is, right there. Okay, so, fine. Briefly, I'll show one thing from each game, just for the purposes, and I think that'll take us to a nice 4 hours. Let's show Sonic CD. Let's show, yeah, let's show the anniversary mode briefly. Okay, right. Yeah, because you have a save case, but the other thing you do is you can go to the title screen and run it. So, alright, fine. We'll show that. I'll start a new game. You can run as Sonic and Tails, just like the iOS version and the, basically, it's 2011. Also, this is loud. I'm sorry. But I do love the fact that they have the vocals on this, for sure. Oh, shit, it is loud. I'm sorry. You're fine. I'm skipping this. Sorry if I deafened you. Also, weird enough, they play that despite the fact you're playing as Tails, and in the original version, they do not do that. Yeah, so this is the same way as far as it... Unfortunately, the one missed opportunity, I'll say this, and the iOS version didn't do this either. You cannot co-op Sonic 2, or Sonic CD, unfortunately. It's the only one you cannot co-op. But, yeah, so you can still play as Tails that way. We'll do, I don't know, something. As we're going through... Here in the Japanese soundtrack, you do have the option of both. Yeah, sorry again for deafening you, but that's the collection's fault. I heard apparently the Switch version has problems with that more than the other ones. As far as I'm aware of, anyway. Okay, I screwed that up, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, they did get the animation different for Tails coming out of the wall there. For the purpose of that. Fine, let's go to the end of the level, and then I'll run on one of the other games. Well, actually, one other thing, I don't know if I actually saw this yet. Okay, yeah, so, okay, they didn't have that, where Amy is coming and getting Tails. That's fine. Alright, so there we go, we're out. Yeah, you get that ending level. That is good stuff. Alright, so that is that, and so that's for that one. As I said, I'll just show like one thing, just something of sort of interest, and go back to the main menu for that, and let's see. Fine, I guess I'll show some of the weirdness with 3 at some point. You know, fine, I'll also show off, one. You know, fine, I'll show a different mode off for each one. In fact, you know what, let's show off the mirror mode. And they give you the cutscene, by the way, that plays to start for it. Fine, I'll show this one, just because it's the one. I'll skip past the rest of them. So yeah, this adds a little more story continuity to the purpose of each of these, which is cool. But it's still a weird thing, I guess, to see, especially across every mode. But I've never touched the mirror mode, so actually you're seeing this happen the first time live, right here on Twitch, so there you go. In fact, actually, depending on how this goes, I might actually split this into 2 videos. Now I'm thinking about it. Well, actually, no, I probably won't. When I edit this. Because, yeah, what's the point? Because otherwise, you're not going to get a sense of, like, what's the schedule at the end of it. Actually, you know what? I'll just show this. I put the stage select code in, and it's the same. And just like the iOS version, you can change character. This is actually the only way you can do co-op for Sonic 1. They don't have an option when you press start on that. You turn the spin dash off, you can turn the speed caps for ground and air off. You can turn the spike bug on if you want to. And you also run items where it mixes items from Sonic 2 and 3. So you can have the shields from Sonic 3 in this. And also set max emeralds to 7, so if we go to... You know, fine, let's do this. Let's go to... Brainyard, because why not? Yeah, just like before, yeah, we're running in mirror mode. We have Tails there. So this is how you're getting your co-op mode, and I believe this doesn't have the glitch that 2 has, at least I don't think it does. In fact, we'll get sense. So yeah, in this case, yeah, we used to go the other way. Also, I turned off spin dash, so that's why it's going. Yeah, we're going this way. Okay, take that back. I guess, Sonic 1 has that problem, too. Alright, fine. Yeah, Tails is not coming back. Alright, but there you go. Fine, I got my... oh, okay. Oh, fine. When I died, he came back. Alright, fine. But yeah, that is the mirror mode. You basically go through the game backwards, and you do have the... fine, I guess... oh, I turned off the spin dash, so it turns the drop dash off as well, and I guess it died. Alright, so that's that one. And then for 2, I'll show something off with that, and then 3. And then we'll be done. And I'll go back into Donkey Kong Country to get the music going. So main menu... alright, so 2... you know, fine, let's show the boss rush off for 2, just cause... yeah, let's show Knuckles, we haven't shown him yet. And they also have names, apparently, for the bosses I didn't know existed. This is the Egg Drillster, apparently. I don't know if this is canonical, chat. If you know that they were canonical going back in the Genesis days, let me know. And this, I believe, was in the iOS Android version as well. I mean, here's the other thing, I guess, what I'm saying, like, I'm a little mixed on this compared to saying, like, oh, it's not good. In fact, it's not good, it's good. It's just that there's problems with it that kind of impede it. But that is the idea that we haven't had a port of this. Also, okay, why is the, oh, right, that's why. Yeah, the iOS Android version does that, too. Where the Mega Mac is not showing right away. Okay, and yeah, me thinking I can, block underneath that, but no, I can't. Okay, and then 3. Let's take a look at 3. Actually, for 3, let's also, yeah, we'll do something with Blue Spheres. As I mentioned, Nocturne, you and I, at some point, we'll do a Blue Spheres thing. We'll use this because it actually has tons of Blue Spheres stuff to run. You know what? Fine, I'll show the 3 case for this. Because, hey, this did not get an iOS Android version. So what are we looking like, really, with this? I guess the question. In fact... also, you can do the up, up, down, down, up, 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 up at any time you want to on the title screen to get the stage select going. Which is awesome. And they also update the, this so you can have everything set that way. And they put a picture of who you have there, so it's awesome. Okay, I hit B to get it. I hit B to go out, so never mind. Okay, you know, let's show off. Chat, you have a request of where you want to see represented for the Sonic Origins perspective, the Sonic Origins brief look at. Yeah, feel free to pick wherever you want me to go for the purpose that. Also, one other thing I will show at some point. In fact, I'll show this now. Okay, fine. Let me do one other thing. Because even if you're going into this single player, you have to have 2 controllers running. So if you don't have another controller set on your Switch, thank God I was charging the other one. It's pairing, yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about this, Nintendo. Yeah, so hit A on this one already. Okay, awesome. Yeah, they give you a full screen look at the 2-player in this, which is actually kind of cool. So yeah, you have the 2-player perspective running for this, but what that doesn't mean is that, or one thing about this is that you can't do, like, gliding with Knuckles. He still just jumps here. But yeah, you have full screen case for the 2-player modes, but as I said, for Switch at least, you have to have 2 controllers connected, even if you're running the single-player, time trial mode. So yeah, another oversight, but yeah, that's weird that way. And I don't know if that's something that the engine of, the Hedgehog engine that this is wrapped in is causing that or what. Or if they were rushed, whatever. But anyway, you do have that case of being able to see details in the Endless Mine, for example, that you didn't see when you played it on the Genesis, because it was split into 2 halves. They do have the music here that is the same. The only thing that is not the same is the competition mode, or the competition menu tune. There's definitely some nice stuff here, for sure, as far as it... alright, fine, there's your finish case. Yeah, that is not my best run through, oh, wait a minute. It's saying Azure Lake. We weren't playing Azure Lake. That's, Endless Mine. Okay, fine. I don't know if that's because I went through the code or not. Alright, by the way, this is the, music that was different for that. Alright, so fine. I'll show an actual level off aside from that, but I remember, yeah, that's kind of cool to show that. Yeah, let's do... yeah, let's show Death Egg 2. Why not? I actually haven't seen this. I haven't gotten this far playing this. Even though I've been playing these games constantly, just to show, like, what's going on different with this. I mean, mostly it looks like it's running the same. And this is mostly 60 FPS. Actually, no, let me go back to that, because actually I never saw this. Okay, wow, that's kind of cool. Look at that. That's running really smoothly. See, it's all these little things that are making me really excited to see this. So I'm like, okay, I can't necessarily say, oh, I'm totally mad at this. It's just that, yeah, you want it to have that polish. You want it to be the case of, okay, me dying. That's, okay, that's normal. But, still, that's where I guess I'm coming down with on this. Like, hey, if you're interested in what you're seeing, and it's on sale eventually soon, I mean, probably will eventually. They'll put it on sale, I think. You know what? I would recommend it for sure in the case of that. No issue that way. Okay, that's fine. That's weird. I'm kind of going out that way. I'm kind of going off of that strangely. But as I said, as someone who grew up, and here's the other thing, and this is also why it's not me, you know, copping out by saying, oh, we're playing this show along with Donkey Kong Country. As I said, 1994, let's go back to 1994. I'll take you back as far as that. Not just the Donkey Kong Country. There are two games I was playing primarily. Donkey Kong Country and this. These are the two games that were living in the systems I had. And they correlate each other so brilliantly as far as what I love as far as platforming games, and the methods about how you can play both of these. So in that case, I'm like, oh yeah, that is great. I love that. Also, I see something. Okay, I got hit by that. I was trying to see if this fixed the perspective of the lightning bolts here being protected by the lightning shield, which they are, but they didn't fix the thing of the electric bots in Carnival Night, you know, being protecting you from that, which I don't get. But I don't think that's a bug. It's more of a they didn't do that. At least I don't think they did that. Also, yeah, all right, fine. You're seeing there one other thing they did. They changed the animation of Sonic going in there as far as he's actually kind of, as he spins around, he's kind of looking up as it goes along. And actually, they do change something with the Barrel of Doom, actually, from Carnival Night. They actually make it so you have an animation of him looking up and down as you push up and down. So they basically give you more of a hint to get a sense of what's that looking like, as far as what that's like. And I also will show one of the stages as well. Yes, for the most part, yeah, as I said, this is pretty standard as far as how this is operating, but as I said, just the widescreen perspective, but, you know, infinite wide. So, that's another thing. Alright, fine, let's see how this looks. I've never actually seen this part of it going. Alright, mostly the same, honestly. I was expecting this maybe to be a 60 FPS case. And I don't think it's just the Switch that's doing this. And so this is also another thing, like, yeah, Switch did not fuck up Sonic like it usually does. As I've said that multiple times, I'll go into that. Aside from Sonic 1, 2, the Ages Collection, and this sort of, kind of, but it's got problems and everything, usually the Sonic releases on this system are awful. And actually, that goes to one other thing that was I didn't talk about as far as the Nintendo Direct things. Sonic Frontiers, they showed more of it. They showed the Switch version. It runs really well on the Switch of what I saw. I'm like, okay, it looks terrific. So, in that case, like, fine, they're realizing, you know, how to run Switch for Sonic. Okay, fine. That's the other thing. Also, like the other ones, you can do airlifting with one controller. And how that works, by the way, is you jump, and then you hit up. You hit jump twice, and on the second jump, you hit up on the D-pad. And then Tails flies, you can jump on them that way. Ow. They said I want to at least show one bonus stage off, and then we'll get to the perspective of end of the show, because I think it's at this point, like, yeah, we've handled a good amount of this. It's fine, I'm just going to go through this. So as I said, consider this, I guess, a little bit of an extra. As I said, Doctor, you put it so perfectly, I probably couldn't put it better, the idea of value for your time. And because, look, as I said, I'll go into this, because, look, we played Sonic 3 twice, or Sonic & Knuckles twice before. And feasibly, we might have another reason to look at this again, sort of, kind of, but, I'll just go into this idea as far as what I always say, which is that I know you have a lot of choices of what you can choose to watch on a Saturday night. I know there's, like, millions of viewers on other stuff for other games. I know Games Done Quick is doing stuff now. They're like, yeah, who the fuck cares about what I'm doing? But the fact that you're still saying, like, hey, you're liking what the show is doing, I guess I'm giving you value for it. I'm giving you, I guess, activity or feeling like you're active, that are actually caring about what you're saying and thinking in chat, which is not to say other channels aren't doing that. They clearly do, usually. Mine's a different case than other shows. I know that for fact for that, so that's what that idea is. The fact you're making the choice to say, like, I want to come see this show above anything else, that means the world to me, and I can't thank you enough for that. Alright, fine, we'll do the gumballs. Yeah, it does the rotation very smoothly in this version, although, actually, now I'm thinking about it, I know I've said this before with stuff, systems that run 60 FPS modern stuff like Switch, PS4, Xbox One, it's not going to look like it's running at 60 FPS for you. At some point, I might be able to get better equipment to show that off to make that look a little more natural that way, but yeah, it spins very smoothly, so it's all these little things that really make it interesting that way, but also saying, like, yeah, I wish it was 100%. Because even, I'll also go to the price thing, because yeah, $40 is a lot of an ask for this, but as I said, these games are good enough. I mean, as I said, for God's sake, when I bought Sonic 3 when I was growing up, it was the first game I bought with my own money. I paid $49.96 for that game on its own. I was like, I did not regret that purchase whatsoever. It was totally worth that. I probably pay more for that game, feasibly, as far as it. That's how good it is. So, it's a weird one to say about it's too expensive for getting it now, but then again, you're right. It's not the same as it was 28 years ago, where we had games that cost that much and that made sense. And that was something that you saw a lot. In this case, like, you have collections of other Sonic stuff on top of that. That is, that it has more games in it for the same price, feasibly. Edwack was bringing that up. I was like, you know what? I can't argue with him. So he's got a point. But as I said, for these games, these are great games. These are for the best games to ever come out of the 16-bit generation, just like Donkey Kong Country is. And they're games that define who I am as a gamer. Also, that's weird, the fact that they don't have the animation for the fingers coming down before, and they just kind of fall. Okay, maybe that's what Tom was talking about, saying like, hey, we wish we had had time to clean up some stuff for that. So, okay. As I said, I never saw this part of this before. I didn't actually get through this part of the game. I mean, as I said, it's mostly the same as what we saw, but I said, I'm just giving you something a little extra, and I hope you're liking what this extra stuff is. Well, okay, fine, that's fine. Okay, that's interesting. Also, they give a new sound effect for when the hatch closes. That's pretty cool. And I always loved doing that, actually, when I played those iOS and Android versions of 1 and 2, and of Sonic CD as well. I just love seeing, like, what weird changes that only someone who adores these games and is vital to me as water or breathing would notice and say, like, oh my god, that is cool. That's something nobody else might care about, but fine. There are other people who are going to care about that stuff, too, but, like, I love showing that. Also, Robotnik does have new animation frames where he kind of does more of a laughing case when he's taking away stuff like the Emerald here. Also, they do get the flash going a little bit differently, so it doesn't look as much like he's in a spider web, which is what he kind of looked like, honestly, whenever you played this game. In a way, I thought it was funny, but still something weird, like, oh, he's getting shocked that way. Also, I guess they made it easier for, you know, getting stuck with, you know, or not bouncing back, so okay, give him credit for that. Okay, fine, we are at the set. Okay, fine, that's being left. Okay, I could skip this. I'm only skipping this because, as I said, fine, he has the Master Emerald still, which is fine. Okay, I'll only show the ending cutscene. So fine, we didn't defeat Doomsday Zone, but alright, if you beat the game, if you get the bad ending, they still show this. Well, yeah, the Flicky's there. He's on the, I guess the Rexon, you know, inner tube or something. Yeah, 5 words. He's trying to play charades. Get me out of here. Or, as we say sometimes with, like, Adventure Sonic the Hedgehog, I hate that hedgehog! I hate him! I hate him! Alright, fine, I cleared all games technically, so that's the ending specific for this in there, so, okay, fine, that's whatever. Alright, I think that's, the end of this one, and actually, I can't do a go home, so, as I think I can. Not with this controller, I can't. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do before I shut the show down. I'm going to go get the Genesis controller. Because, okay, here's the overlap, weirdly enough. If you're using the classic system controllers, you can easily use every one. You could use the Nintendo 64, you could use the GameCube, or not the GameCube. Actually, you could use the GameCube. Plug the GameCube with the adapter in. You use the Genesis, you can use the Super Nintendo, you can use the NES. But the only one where the home button actually works for this game is the Genesis one. I think. Oh, fine. Genesis is Nintendo 64. So, fine, whatever. Okay, so we need the Genesis control to get out of Sonic's game. And one last thing I'm going to do is we're going to go to Jungle Hijinks. We're going to have that music, and that's going to be the end of the show. So, hopefully you like that perspective. As I said, final thoughts on Sonic Origins is that it's a good collection that I wish was, you know, perfect. And it should be perfect, and hopefully Nintendo, or not Nintendo, Sega, we'll get that figured. But it goes to what some channels I sometimes watch, especially Sega Lord X. I'm gonna put a link to him. He's a great channel. He's a big one to Sega the way I am. He says, like, oftentimes, Sega's often been their own worst enemy, and unfortunately this is a case of that. But as I said, I'll put it differently compared to other, Sonic re-releases that had problems. And yeah, we do have our 101%, by the way. So yeah, there it is. We get the star there. Let's go back in Jungle Hijinks. Let's go up on the perch of where Donkey Kong's house is, and we'll get ourselves set for this. Actually, no. You just crouch down, because I don't want him necessarily, doing a lot of stuff. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I was going to show the game over thing, but I'm not going to show that. Ooh, I did enough with the Sonic Origin stuff. So yeah, fine. Donkey Kong is gone, and he's going to be kidnapped in the next game and the game after that. So, yeah, so final thoughts on Sonic Generation. It's not Sonic Generations. We'll play that eventually. Yeah. Origins. It's a good collection that costs a lot of money that is would be easier to justify with a physical version and with bug fixes, so please, Sega, do it and stop being your own worst enemy. Sega Lord X was right. We love you, Sega, but please get your shit together in terms of that. It's in some ways it's not as bad as something like Colors Ultimate, but it's another case where I hold those games sacred and there's still fun to be had in them, but it's like, yeah, there's some issues with it, and clearly they rushed it, and it deserves better treatment that way. Not that it's horrible treatment, but it's like, yeah, it could have been, polished up. Yeah, for the purpose of this, also, we'll go back to Donkey Kong Country in this case. Yeah, I love this game. Like with Sonic 3 and Knuckles and all the Sonic games I showed you, this is an important part of my growth. So I think it made sense to show it, and also to give a little more meat on the bones of our show tonight, because otherwise this might have been too short. But we're hearing the great Donkey Kong swing music. And I take another drink of water, because damn, I need it. Thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday for the 4th of July weekend program, and for all the extras for it, and for adding to it so much. I appreciate that every week. I'm never going to stop saying that. As I said, that means the world to me, and I'll give you the best show I can, and give you everything you want to see to pay that back. As you're giving that perspective to me, being willing to listen to all the random stuff I'm saying, all the thoughts on my mind, and me going into what all of you have to say, and I appreciate that. So, thank you, ElecVerse, Nocturne, Dolly Finn, and technically it's Professor6699, who's a bot, but yeah, whatever. Either way, it's name in the chat, so give an indication. And all of you out there in Chatland or YouTube land if you're watching over there. So, yeah, next time we come back to Donkey Kong Country, we're going to play Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble. We'll play the Super Nintendo version, and since it's going to be multiple parts, we'll also look at the Game Boy Advance version. And also, at some point, we can do the Donkey Kong Land games if you want to. And actually, with Donkey Kong Land 3, I have a unique version of that. I have the Game Boy Color version of that only came out in Japan for some reason, even though Rare made it. And it's, I own it. It was not expensive. And I do have the Game Boy player that is region free. We can show that at some point. But yeah, at some point we can do those as well. But for Donkey Kong Country 3, on the request of ElecVerse for sure, we'll definitely get to that at some point. Probably next year, I'm thinking, as far as the way the schedule's looking for the rest of the year. But as I said, we'll definitely get to those games and anything else you want to see. Alright, so before we shut the show down for the week, let's go into the next couple of weeks, and I guess the next couple of months for the program. Next week, the Crochet Nerd 64 is coming back to join us for part 2 of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Yeah, we are at the next part of the game. We're going to go up the snowy mountains, and we're going to have some fun going up there, dealing with the Gorons as it is. He's going to be playing most of that night. Yeah, okay, so you're looking forward to all of what we have, and I guess you're liking what is going on with the show. What's going on? I appreciate it. Looking forward to it. Yeah, we're going back up there, or going up there specifically to the mountains. He's going to be playing most of the game next week. The only things he's not going to be playing are going to be the archery ranges, including the one we ended on last time, which is the town shooting gallery, which I got to practice massively, or I might cop out feasibly and do it off screen and have the save state loaded to jump in, so we can go on to that. And then the other two, which are the swamp one, which isn't as bad as that one, and then the shooting gallery with the boat. I'll have to look into that. I'll do my test play this week to get a sense of what that's looking like. And we will continue that for the next 5 hours of the game next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The week after that, Emetics is going to be making his debut on the Super Bowl Game Saturday program with Parasite Eve for the PlayStation. We're running the PlayStation 3 version, so I got to split my PS3 specifically so we have HDMI footage running for that. But yeah, we're going to go through that. That's a game that means a lot to him. One I have a little familiarity with, but not massive. And one I know a lot of people in chat have been wanting to see. at some point, I mentioned it. I know Proto-Rova's mentioned it. I know ElecVerse, you mentioned it a couple weeks ago when I said we're going to do it. We're going to do it. That, I believe, is going to be at least 2 parts, maybe 3, but maybe I'll overestimate, and we'll have another show that's going to be something random in September, specifically. Then, the week after that is going to be the viewer request show, but it is going to be on a Friday. So, that's going to be July 22nd. At 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Parasite Eve and Majora's Mask's second part will be on Saturdays. But for July 22nd, on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, on the request of ElecVerse and ElecVerse's mother, or ElecVerse mom specifically, or was it? I'm trying to get a sense of what it was for, fine. Okay, ElecVerse mom or mother ElecVerse, however you want to put it, tell me however that is. They wanted to see Tetris 2 for the Super Nintendo. It's also on Game Boy and NES, but we're running Super Nintendo. We'll be playing that for them, having a good time with an earlier puzzle game for Super Nintendo that tends not to be remembered because Nintendo can't really re-release it because of licensing reasons, because they don't have that license willy-nilly to them anymore. Yeah, we're going to be playing through that game, having a good time with that on Friday night for that one. And then the week after that, Nocturne, who's in the chat tonight, is going to be joining me for the game that Nintendo was paying attention to when they made Donkey Kong Country, which is going to be Aladdin for the Sega Genesis. That one specifically. It's also on Super Nintendo by Capcom, which is totally different. We'll play that. I'm hopefully not going to get copyright stricken on the Gems audio music that Tommy Tallarico did that's based on the movie. It is a celebration of the movie, 30 years of the movie, and I do love that film. So if I get into our stuff with that game on July 30th, it's a great lineup. And also, one last thing I do want to go into. I said earlier in the show that the lineup for August is changing a little bit. I will specify that specifically. It's mostly the same. We're still going to have the next parts of Majora's Mask and Parasite Eve, as well as GoldenEye at the end of the month with Proto-Rova. But we're going to be switching out Sonic Mania, which we're going to do in August. We're going to do that in September instead. And so for August, the next game we're going to be doing is going to be, that's going to be filling its place. It's going to be another Sega game, and one that means that as soon as we get to this, we can continue on with our back and forth between 2 brawling franchises. So yeah, we're going to be doing Streets of Rage 2, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year as well. And then after that, at some point, we'll do Final Fight 3. That's probably going to be a next year case. And so, but we're going to get that going then. And then September, the only 2 things I know... Actually, no, 3 things I have on tap for that, just because I know we're going to have the next part of Majora's Mask. We might need another part for Parasite Eve, but I'm not sure about that. Nocturne will be in for Sonic Mania. That, I believe, is going to be the 3rd Saturday of the month. As if any of these have to be Friday shows, I will announce them for sure when I know the details. So that will be, I believe it's September 17th. And then on September 24th, someone else who's also in the chat here, Dolly Finn, she's going to be joining me for a game I know she's wanted to see, one I know that she's wanted to be a part of. And I said, there is no way we're doing this game without her. Tetris Attack for the Super Nintendo. And it's a puzzle game that I know is a big one to her, and it's a big one to me, and we're going to show it all the love that it definitely deserves. That's coming in September. So we got a good lineup of shows coming up, and all the stuff for the rest of the year, and other things into next year as well. As I said, we're taking down all the perspective of all of what you want to see, and we're going to fulfill those. We're going to have a great time, great shows as it's been, and great discussions as it's always been. Thanks to all of you in the chat, and all of you in YouTube land specifically. All right, fine. I connected 2 controllers, because I have both my Super Nintendo pads here. I was like, yeah, which one gets Diddy moving and gets the fading out going? But all right, with that, I love it. Thank you, Dolly Finn, appreciate that. But in that case, that's going to do it for Super Old Game Saturday for tonight. Thank you, it was a great show, and good night, everybody. Well, thank you very much. Good night to everybody out there, to Dolly Finn, to NocturneFlamme, to ElecVerse. Good night, I had fun. I'm glad you had fun, Nocturne. As I said, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturdays, except when it's going to be a Friday. This is where you want to be for classic gaming goodness, and for sure, the stuff that you and I are going to be percolating with going down the road. And thank you for that. Thank you, everybody. ElecVerse, Nocturne, Dolly Finn, everybody in chat, everybody in YouTube land. Thank you so much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward, and a great 4th of July in a couple days. I will see you next week with the Crochet Nerd 64 for part 2 of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. And until then, keep being awesome. Thank you for everything. Have a wonderful night, and take care.